we are back again, Charlie. I hope we are all doing well. This vlog shares my experience at the Lesedi Cultural Village, which is located about an hour drive from Johannesburg. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. So guys, I really underestimated Johannesburg because the first day we came, it was cold, but it was not that cold. Today is extremely cold, like very, very cold. We go here and the airport AC was like, oh, normal. I was still wearing my dress, feeling all cool and all that. Now we get out and I'm like, no, I have to wear my jacket. Wow, so cold. Like, look at my fingers are like literally freezing right now. Wow. This is how it looks like from here. We're about to leave to our hotel. We are currently about to take some drumming lessons from the crew, and I'm super excited you all are going to join us on this. So let's go, let's practice how to drum here in South Africa. Here.
It's the cultural village. It's the cultural village.
Yay! So yeah.
Alright, so my friend, good morning once again.
Good morning.
Yes, let me start with my different tribes, namely Amandebe, and the Ndebele-speaking people, Amazulu, Basotho, Amaxhosa, and the last one, the Pedi people. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to use this South African map to identify those tribes that we have here in the Lesedi Cultural Village. The first tribe that we have the people all the way from the north, Pedi people, the sons and daughters of the great king, King Sikukuni. And they had the reign queen by the name of Queen Mujaji. They no longer call him the province Limpopo province. Why they call it Limpopo province? Because of up here, there's a huge river that separates South Africa and Zimbabwe. Limpopo ring. The second tribe that we have, the people all the way from Mpumalanga, Amandebele, the Ndebele-speaking people. We call the Ndebele the artistic of South Africa. For they use colors to communicate. As you can see, this is the Ndebele theater. The painted wall over there, it shows you that they are the artistic of South Africa. They use colors to communicate. When they are happy, they will use the colorful colors. And when they are sad, they will use the dark colors. Those are the Ndebeles all the way from Mpumalanga province. Amazulu, that's why you find them KZN, KwaZulu-Natal. Sons and daughters of the great king, King Shaka, the black Napoleon, the Zulu-speaking people all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. Basotho, that's what you find. Now, Lesotho is one of the independent countries within South Africa. For they use passport to visit us, and we also use passport to visit them. Lesotho, their country. Basotho, the people. Sesotho, that is their language to speak. So now, friends, can you please say Lesotho, Basotho, Sesotho? Basotho, Lesotho, Sesotho. Lesotho, Basotho, Sesotho. We will be your guide. Feel free to ask a question and take as many pictures as you like. Remember, it's all history. The men to the villages.
All right, my good friends, are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready? Yes. Let's rock and roll. Follow me.
Right here in the cultural village, we are going to take a tour to the villages, how it started before the app now. So yeah.
All right, good friends, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Tolani Ntombela. Tolani means peace, so I'm a peaceful warrior all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. I'll be your host for today, and I hope you will enjoy this journey with me. All right, so without any waste of time, this is our first village here, which is the Zulu. Can you say Amazulu? Amazulu. Good friends, I can't hear you. Amazulu. The Zulu people all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. We are the sons and daughters of the great King Shaka Zulu. Yeah. So before we enter inside the village, let me quickly explain about the pile of stones behind you. So please come with me. Fine, right, outside. Take a look. All right. They spit on it and then they add it onto the pile. By so doing that, they are busy communicating with their ancestors, telling them about the journey, the purpose of their journey, and then they ask for good luck because they want to come back home safe and alive. And I think, my friends, all of you here, you want to come back home safe. Yeah. Do you?
Yeah.
And alive.
Yeah.
Now we are about to take a long journey. Can you please do the same? You got the stone away from the pile, you spit on it, make a wish before you add it. Before you throw it, my sister,
They said we should pick a
let me tell
stone,
you something.
make a
The
wish.
bigger the stone, the bigger the luck.
Hey, the bigger the stone, the bigger the luck. So let me just get a bigger stone.
Bigger the stone.
I got a bigger stone here. And we need to spit, make a wish, spit on the stone, make a wish, and throw it in there. So I'm going to make a wish.
Oh yeah, all right, okay, good.
Biggest I could find.
You better go home, huh? Make sure you don't
Actually,
miss the
no.
pile.
I think this one. Which one?
All right, good friends, can I have attention, please? Right, as you can see here, the gate is always closed. You may wonder why. My brother from another mother. Hello, brother. You from KwaZulu-Natal. The gate is always closed. Why? It's because the Zulus, they like fighting too much, huh? Very, very aggressive people. You enter inside their village without asking for permission, you are in trouble. Maybe you will never come back. So permission first. And by asking for permission, you let them know that you are coming with peace. You see the warrior up there? He's a security guard. Our Zulu ADT. You enter inside without asking for permission, he's gonna shout and tell the warriors to get ready to fight. All right.
This guy is not strong, man.
Really?
Hi. Yeah, boy.
All right, good friends. Can you say Skulogile Kaya?
Skudeli Makaya!
Yes, but louder.
Skudeli Makaya!
You see, my brother, now he's passing the message.
What is he saying?
Lunch is arrived.
This village is a beautiful village.
Yeah, this is the Zulu village.
Yeah.
Yeah. In Domba, I think you know them, my brother, huh? Ladies are not allowed to enter inside the kraal, huh? We've got our own way of greetings, and it goes with a handshake like this, huh? It's Sawubona, Unjani, Siyapila. Simply means, hello, how are you? I'm fine. My sister from another mother, can you please come forward? If you don't have cows, you are not a respected man in the community. No cows, no wife. All right. No cows, no wife. So to marry a Zulu lady, we pay how many cows?
11 cows.
We pay 11 cows for one lady, and they are very, very expensive because one cow costs plus or minus 10,000 rands. All right. In our culture, you can marry as many wives as you can, but it depends how many cows do you have. So many cows, many wives, but many wives, many problems.
How many wives do you have?
Me, I'm not married yet, my brother.
You're not married yet?
You know, let me tell you the truth, my brother. There's a difference between the people who are living in the cities and those people who are living in the villages. I think maybe 70% of the people who are living in the villages, they are still doing it. And then 30% of the people who are living in the cities, they don't do it anymore. Why? Because they adopted the style of the Western. Plus or minus 30 people in one village like this. But one lady cooks for everybody. But they take turns. So how to identify our main kitchen? By the openings on the sides, all around until the side. This is for the smoke to come out when the ladies are busy cooking. We call it Indlu Enkulu or Indlu Kakoko. You know, when the Zulus are building their village, my brother, I think you know that. When the Zulus are building their village, they start by building this one, Indlu Kakoko first. Before they build the kitchen or any of these huts. They start by building this one.
Why?
This is where they communicate with their ancestors. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next one. By wearing the short skirts and the beaded attire. So why they're wearing the short skirts is to show the guys out there that, hey, she's still available. Eh?
Available.
Available, exactly. Hey, brother, how many cows do you have?
Sorry.
How many cows do you have?
I have 8.
8. Not allowed to take it off. During the day or during the night. You sleep with it. Yeah. Oh, let me say, long time ago, they used to sew it onto your hair permanently. Yes, so that you cannot take it off. If you take it off, it's a divorce. So the question is, how do they wash their hair? Huh? How do they sleep at night? So if they want to wash their hair, they slaughter a goat or a cow. As you can see the skulls on top. You see the skulls on top? Yeah. They slaughter a goat or a cow just to tell the ancestors, my dear, that you are not divorcing your husband. You just wash your hair. After that, you do what? You put it back. And then for sleeping at night, take a look. They use this one as a nice pillow.
Wow.
Very comfortable.
The married women were suffering then. Yeah.
And then during the day, the husband sits on it. So it's easy for you ladies to do what? To dream about your husband at night by using this one. So greet him by saying, Sabona!
Yebo ngimchazela ngekhali zakaZulu umkhonto ophathwa inkosi senza ngakhona kaJama kaZulu wephathi bemini bemhlali beyishumi ibe lomkhonto ukhala uthi phapha phapha wasekuqamba igama wathi sipha.
I think there is no need to translate. Everybody understands Zulu, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, brother. Brother, do you still remember the Italian Defacon?
Oh, you're the one.
Eh?
Oh my God, so good.
What's up, Morena?
What's up, Morena?
All right, my good friends, this is how to identify the Basotho people.
It didn't really look like it's a big place from the outside, but then we've been working, learning about the Zulu culture, and this is amazing. These are the things you get to learn when you are on a trip, when you travel. Like, this is really amazing.
I know it's very difficult for you to speak Xhosa, but practice makes perfect. So I want all of you to try this one. Can you say ka? Twist your tongue backwards. Ka, e, o, u. Together. Ka, e, o, u. And this. Transport. This is what they use to carry their crops from the field. They put their crops inside here after harvesting. Because this thing is too heavy, it will be pulled by only 2 cows from the field. Let's meet everybody. The same idea. Fireplace. And I don't know who came with an idea first between the 2 tribes, but they are very smart. Here they call it ingame. And let me give you the rules of the main hut. When we enter inside, women sit on the right side, gentlemen on the left. So why women sit on the right side? Is it because women are always right?
Yeah.
Do you agree, gentlemen?
Yeah. No comment.
Women are always right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The building blocks are numbered.
Yeah.
Hello. So we are going to sit here on the mat, right? Yes, okay.
Keep the door, and all beautiful women are protected behind the door. And then the gentlemen on the left will be exposed. So they have to do what? Fight and protect the women. Thank you very much.
That's awesome.
That's awesome, eh?
Yeah.
Am I,
always your protectors.
So it is for the women. So please don't tell them, my brother. Okay. One is for the men and one is for the women. You know, they say women are always right. So I just want to find out, is it true or not? Okay. Between the two, oh, it is true. Okay. Between the two, which one is for the women?
The longer one.
The long one is for women.
Yeah.
Do you all agree?
No, I think the shorter one.
Way back. All right. The long pipe is for women, and then the short one is for the men. Why the long pipe is for women?
They have long patience.
Yeah, exactly. But the real reason is because of the Xhosa ladies. When they are going to the field or they are going to the river to fetch water, they always carry their little ones at the back. I mean, their babies. So by using the long pipe, they are protecting their babies from the smoke. Good. So now they're going to sing a quick song for us.
Anisele kabele kutapa ngukono twani ikwihale ndela ngukono sele kabele kutapa ngukono twani ikwihale ndela ngukono twani sele kabele kutapa ngukono twani.
Give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here at the Lesedi Cultural Village. Until next time on my next vlog, I hope you're enjoying my South Africa vlogs. Yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. A big shout out to the South African tourism for making this happen. I want to say thank you. Until next time, bye. Mwah. South Africa has been treating me well with good food. Today's vlog is a compilation of some good nightlife experiences here in Durban, South Africa. Don't forget to like, subscribe, show me some love, and join the family. I love you all. Mwah. So one thing about this trip, right? Even though it's very fun, it's stressful because you come back for a trip, the next minute they're like, you're going for dinner, you're going to enjoy. Now we go back like an hour ago and we've been given like an hour to quickly rest, dress up and go. But because I also want to take some pictures, take opportunity and get nice pictures of this place before I get back, I have to like quickly dress up. So today I decided to wear some Makeup, lipstick, and look sweet. Final look. Then I put on heels. Ready for nightlife. Of course with you. Let's go guys.
Right now,
Just got to. This place is really beautiful. So guys, we finally got to our the restaurant. The place is so beautiful. I'm very happy, and I know I'm going to have a good night. I'm going to have a good evening with you. So yeah, Vivian, say hi.
holla! So we're at a restaurant, I don't know its name, but it's so pretty and I'm excited to have it. Oh, hi, how are you? Having a fantastic time. You can tell.
What's the name of the place?
Well, it's called Dukta, I believe. Yeah. It's like fine dining, you know, wine. Looking forward to it all.
So most of their restaurants have like a barcode. You just have to quickly scan and you get your menu on your phone. So I think it's very easy, very convenient, and I'm about to order my drink for tonight. Yeah. Thank you. So happy. It's spicy just the way I want it.
The chicken is so amazing, just like Selection.
Have you tasted it yet? You need to try
I don't know, but you know, spiritually, it tastes good.
What am I on you?
You know, I was editing the vlog, damn it, the energy, man.
Oh, what are you supposed to say?
No, tomorrow.
Everyone is tired, but then going to have dinner and you all are coming along, so let's go. So I ordered a cheesecake, but it came with chocolate. So I'm just eating the ice cream. You're all invited. This is dessert. The ice cream is good. at a place called California Dreaming, which is very, very nice. I really like the aesthetics of this place. And yeah, if you find yourself in Durban, South Africa, make it a point to visit this restaurant. Their food is good. I had rice, and one thing I've also realized here in South Africa is their food is really affordable. Like I can have like starter and a main dish together with a cocktail, which cost about 400 rand, which is close to about 200 Ghana cedis, which is very affordable comparing it to Ghana cedi. And so yeah, I hope you're enjoying this vlog so far. So I'm having rice and brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoy sharing all these locations with you. Whenever you find yourself in South Africa, Durban, make it a point to visit one of them, and I'm definitely sure you're going to have a good time. A big shout out to the South African tourism for this experience. I am having the best time of my life thanks to them. So yeah, hope you enjoy watching this video. I love you all. Kisses.
Many MPs have lost their seats in Parliament because they had never spoken in the floor of the House. But that has not been the case for Honorable Nasat Mahamat Ture, the Ayawaso East MP. This man has never said a word on the floor of the House, but has won his seat for 3 consecutive times since 2012. Let's speak to him and find out what has been his secret and what has kept him going on.
Some of you who comes to parliaments always, you know how the parliamentary procedure is. You can't just wake up and start talking. You talk when the matter arise. When there are some reasons to talk, yes, then you wake up and talk. Or most of our talking also is at the committee level. Yes, for as a member of parliament since 2012, and we started working 2013 as an MP. For me, today, all I believe is to make sure I work in my community. Today, people are saying, but the MP doesn't talk, but his people, they like him. They like him because of what? Because they like me because I do the right thing. Because I'm a servant who came to work for them, to make sure I change the life of my people. Today, if you enter my constituency, it's not about just talking. Some people you come to parliament, you see them, they make noise. But when you enter in their constituency, you won't see much projects. You can notice some changes. But today, when you come to my constituency, you can identify the number of projects that I have done in my constituency today. I'm sure that is the reason why my people continue to vote for me. My people thinks I'm the best person to lead them. So I'm sure that is the reason why.
Oh no, we know that for you to be retained, it means you are doing something right, and it means that the people like you. What are some of the things you do in your constituency? I heard you attend a lot of their gatherings, whether you show up all the time, you support them. But I just want to know, what are you identified for? If you
enter Nima today, if you start from, I don't know if you know Frankies, all the way from Frankies down, Nuria down, especially the Nima market. There you can see the paving blocks that before I became MP, or the whole area is muddy. When it rains, to become muddy. It takes 2 weeks. You can't even walk to that area. I remember the one pastor at the Roman church said, Saint Kizito said, today, because of the good work that I did there, before when it rained and their members are coming to church, from the station, before they got to the church, they have to put water there. People have to wash their legs, people have to wash their shoes before they enter church. But today, the whole area is paved, it's clean. So from the Nima market going to the Ashama station, when you enter there, you see the difference. You come to the hot coffee even before I was born, especially when it rains, you can't walk there, you can't pass there. Even cars cannot enter and connect to Kanda Highway. So I did the project from hot coffee all the way to Kanda Highway, and there was a mosque that closed the road from Kanda Highway. I was able to negotiate with the owner of the mosque, and I demolished the mosque and then open up the road and then put up a new mosque there for them. And from the same area, there is another drain work that I did all the way. Is going to connect to the main Kaukudi drain. the project is there. So when you go to downside, I don't know if you know Nima, downside there is a bridge. It's called NASA Bridge. They named the bridge after me. So when you go there, you see the bridge there. When I came, I said, so if we can put up a bridge here, so it will be easier for us to connect to Newtown Timber Market. So I started like joke. Today it becomes the major road, major bridge that will link you from my constituency to Newtown Timber Market. So, and then I said, oh, so why not we brought the idea of Operation Cement all your lungus, all the lungus. So today, thank God, at least we haven't finished all, but at least we were able to cement almost about 70% done. When you enter all the corners, you can see my handwork, my idea. When you go to Kanda, Ruga, I don't know if you know Ruga. You know Ruga? Yes. When you go to Ruga, you see the new public toilet that I'm putting up there. It is my project. The Operation Cement Yolungu, we extended it to Ruga. So when you go to Islamic Training Institute, the one on the Kanda Highway, initially before it's open. Yes, I came and said, oh, why? We can fence. Why can't we fence it? So we fence it. I put up another project in there. So today, the place is safe for the kids. Initially, when the kids are from the school, when they are crossing, sometimes because it's open, they cross anyhow. But now, because of the fencing, at least we did a pedestrian that they cross, and the traffic light also is there. So it's becoming safe. And then I have so many social interventions that I did, especially when it comes during the Ramadan. There are so many social interventions that I do help my mothers, my old ladies, my old fathers, my brothers, my sisters, that we do. So it's also part of the achievement. And then education. Also, I'm sure this is you can see the one I just paid for some people. I think about 4 of them, 10,000. One of them is 800. Yeah, I just pay for some of the students. So these are so we make sure when it comes to education too, we do, at least we can't do everything, but we make sure we support the youth to go to school. So when it comes to education, especially when the kids are writing the wasi, we make sure we support them with the math sets and so on. Sometimes we give them books and others. So I think there is so many achievements that my people thinks I deserve to lead them. So that is why some people say, but the MP cry, he's quiet, he doesn't even talk. But why does his people like him? Yes. So they like him because it's not just you come and talk. You don't do anything in your community. You don't do anything to your people. So that alone cannot make your people to like you. They will like you for some reason. So I think.
Like how do they call you? Do you have a nickname? Is there a way you mingle with them in the constituency?
Oh yes. I'm always my always. You know, even was it last Saturday? I attended funeral at Setkizito. There's a funeral there. Our former chairman died. Former constituency secretary. I attended the funeral last 2 weeks also. One of my special assistant also lost his mother. I'm talking about when you come, my relationship with the, we have Christians, we have Muslims. You understand me? But we judge to each other. So for my constituency, I'm visible. I'm always in my constituency. If I don't attend the program, I make sure I delegate my chairman to attend the program, especially outdoors, passing out, especially passing out. There are many. So funerals, any program, I make sure I deliver. Yes.
That's impressive. But I want to ask you, I know it came to a breaking point for you when there was a violence in Nima in regards to some hoodlums. How did you feel about the whole thing, and what are your comments?
Yes, the issue, even though it has been resolved, we all know Nima used to, years back, people say, oh, Nima is a violent area, people this and that. Some people do things so, especially the taxi drivers, those days, years back, when you want to come to Nima, you stop taxi, they don't want to come. But today, Nima is one of the peaceful area, even though there's incident that happened the other time. It has been resolved. And then some years back, about 10 years ago, we used to have the watchdog. The watchdog, they are also very, very helpful for the community. But along the line, they don't function again. They stop working. So this time we'll make sure we revive them. With the watchdog, we'll be able to dismantle all the ghettos that we have. The ghettos also, they are part of those who are creating problem. So we make sure all the ghettos have been dismantled. Because some of them, they don't live in Nima. They come from far places. Because of when they come to Nima, they say they have some gate bases, some ghettos. So they come there and do some bad things and go back. So people think all those things that are happening, it is in Nima, but it is not from Nima. They are not from Nima, guys. They come and go. So we are trying to make sure this time we work on that to make sure that we won't allow you to come from far place and then come and spoil our name. So we are making sure that we stop all those things. We make sure that all the ghettos have been no more, doesn't exist anymore, so that you won't come there and get any bad things to smoke or whatever. So we are working on that.
Everything in Nima has improved, from roads to education to... How did it happen? How did it work? I know you coach for being in parliament for close to almost 12 years. You'll be in parliament for the next 12 years because 11 people. How did you resolve? Did you engage people, chief imams, stakeholders, and how do you?
I do hold meetings with the chiefs, because our chiefs also, they are playing a very, very wonderful role. Our chiefs, because most of the intervention that we do in Nima, like forums, we do involve chiefs. They come and they also talk to the mothers, the parents. We do talk to them through the forum or any gathering. We make sure we give the chiefs the advantage, some little chance to talk to the parents. I think it has also played a very good role to. That's why we are seeing some level of changes in Nima, not like before. Now most of the youth today, I think, they want to go to school. So I remember before the election, I went to house. I went every house. So every house we go, I tell them, I educate them. If you have a daughter or you have a son who wants to go to school and you can't afford it, come to my office. Yes, I will support you to make sure we pay the fees for you. So all those things also, it has been so helpful. So I think most of the kids today, they want to go to school. Those who doesn't or the parents who cannot afford it, that's why we advise them, come, we will help you. Yes, because some of them, you can see that the kids want to go to school, but the parents can't afford to pay the fees. So if you are in such situation, come, we'll help you. So that is also playing a very good role for us. So I think I would say we are what? We are progressing. Inshallah, we are progressing.
We've left your constituency. We are now in Parliament. I noticed a member of the committee, part of the committee for mines and energy.
Yes.
Would you say we are in crisis? Looking at our recent 4 hikes and what's going on in this country, I think I do need to give details. But what's your take on what's happening under the Akufo-Addo-led government in terms of? I don't need to say Akufo-Addo has failed, but everybody, Ghanaians have seen that Akufo-Addo has failed. He can't do anything. They are even confused. They don't know the direction that they are moving. They don't know. So that's why we said that they should come. I remember JM told them, John Mahama told them, His Excellency John Dramama, he told them that time that you have never been there. People, you think it's easy. If it is Kufuor or then if it's a Kufuor or anybody who is a former president, you will understand the person. But you people, you have never been there. You came and make noise. Today you are the vice president. Today you are Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You are the president today. You are the vice president today. Akufo-Addo, you are the president today. What are we seeing today? No action, no show. Everything is standstill. Honestly, even we MPs, our common funds, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter. Now we are almost end of the 1st quarter. You haven't paid. So how can the country move forward? How can we develop the nation? So I don't need to talk much. Ghanaians have seen it, that NPP government has failed Ghana. That's it. We are currently at the Ayawaso East constituency. We want to speak to the constituent what they make of their MP silence in the chamber. Is it working on the ground or they are worried about his silence? Join us as we speak to some of them. Ayawaso is today because of your MP. He's been in Parliament since 2012. He hasn't spoken in the floor before. But you keep voting for him. He's been there in 2012, 2016 and in 2020. We want to find out what's the secret. Why do you keep voting for him even though he's not actively speaking in Parliament?
You know, Honorable Nasser Mama Toure is somebody, he believes in action. And since he came 2012, 2013, McNather, if you go to Nima Market, he came there and he put pavement blocks. He went to the Nima Market and the Nima Medina Station, hot coffee area, all he put pavement. He went to the hospital, he provide them ambulance, he provide them generator, the big plant. He went to Nima police station, he provide them the plant. He built a general hospital in Nima, and though he didn't complete throughout, but he did reach some place before this government who came and completed. And education to be giving scholarship, many scholarships. And moreover, the Nima operations means your Lungu. We have done all. Before Nima, you can't pass inside Nima. But now Nima, when there's rain, there is no problem. The water is moving, flowing, have no problem. So to talk in parliament and you don't need anything to your constituency, no, we are not talking about your graduate, no. It's action. What we have done for your community. So Nima, we believe in action. So you have done law, even the street light, all corner in Nima, all. It was McNaza. So we will be keeping voting for him because he's doing well. So when somebody say why you don't speak in parliament, no. We see some people speaking in parliament, but if you go to their constituency, they didn't do anything to their people. So we love McNaza, we like him, and he's been doing well. So I think this is some of the things I've been telling you. I am the one, every project in Nima, all his projects, all from 1 to 8. I am the one who is supervising all. So McNaza, we love him. Even when he stands 10 times, we vote him for 10 times because he's doing well. We don't want somebody graduate to know. Just do what we will like. If you do, then we'll be voting for you.
It's not about talking in the parliament. When in your area you are doing well, that's all. So if people are saying he's not doing well at parliament, it doesn't mean he's not doing in his electoral area. He's doing well in our electoral area. He introduced him into Olungu and some many things to the assemblymen. And we use that opportunity when taking his step. So if somebody said McNaza is not speaking at the parliament, it's not about speaking at the parliament with the issue. Working in your community, that's the issue.
What are some of the projects he has done apart from the operation?
Or even when you go to our streets, he has done well to us. And normally when there's rainfall, we can't work. So McNaza came, so we saw the difference, big difference.
If he contests again, do you think he will retain him? And when can he lose his vote?
Nothing will let him lose. Nothing. Forward advice, backward Nima. I'm the assemblyman on Nima West electoral area. My name is Awule Tolo. Nothing will let him lose. Because we have voted for many people, nothing we see. But for McNaza, at least we can show 1 or 2 things on behalf of McNaza. He's not here for me, but I can show the project for him. But the many MPs who pass, who can show their project. So if they say he's not talking, we don't need his talking at the parliament. We need the effort in the electoral area.
Honorable Nasser, me, I don't call him Nasser, I call him MTN. Everywhere you go, because his name is Mohammed Turi Nasser. So I short it MTN because of the phenomenal job that he has been doing for us, the development that he brought in our community since he became the MP. First of all, Honorable Nasser is a listening leader to the extent when you see something at the grassroots level and you draw his attention, he will tell you, go check what do we need to get solution for it, and then you will do it. You understand? So let's make a little analysis. When you have MP that talks and speaks louder in parliament, and then it doesn't bring any development in his community, and the one that brings development in the community without talking in parliament, you yourself, which one will you choose? You go for the one who always have development in the community. One thing people don't know or have to know is everything in parliament is about whips and committee. If Honorable Nasser happened to be the vice chairman of Mines and Energy in parliament, then we should thank God that we and then be proud of our MP being the vice chairman. He has a recognition. But the fact that you don't talk in parliament, talking in parliament, we have sector of people who does it. We have the chief, we have the majority leader. So why then do we supposed to see our MP on television talking before we are satisfied with his being MP? Me, I'm okay with his okay, and not me alone. A lot of environs. I'm a youth advocate. I'm into the youth. I moved through the MPP, the NDC, the PNC, and even I can tell you, as a matter of fact, the MPP constituents in our constituency vote for MP because for Honorable Nasser because of his phenomenal job that he's doing. So it's a man we can trust. He promised and he deliver. You understand? He promised and he deliver. So Honorable Nasser, I think, unless he decides not to go, he is our best choice as MP because ever since he became the MP, we've seen a lot of development compared to the previous MPs that we had in this constituency.
If he doesn't speak in parliament, it doesn't mean that he doesn't do the good work at his area. He has been doing the good work at his area. That's why he has been winning always.
So what are some of the things he has done for you people in the
especially when you come to Nima, first of all, when you pass the corners, you can see, first it was very dirty. They put baller at any place. But now, if rain falls, you can pass anywhere at any time. You are not afraid of anything. Yes.
So with this, if he stands again, is this someone you
he has a chance to win. He has a chance to win because of the good work he has been doing. That's why I say he has the chance to win.
So if you vote for him again?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, at his back. But when he doesn't do the right thing, I'll say he knows me already.
Kasa de enipa ye adwuma na on kasa eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma. So na adwuma ntina ye to ma no because wo bae no nsese aba mentemu ha ye fanse nima be bia ono wo ya yi no nsese abem bebre because first the kwan we no na water down nti nipa bre ansana cars kura ntimi mfa ha but wo bae na aja na kokwa adum tu ono so na adum tu na omu yi kwan we so nti no ama bebia bebre enya ha nko ha nti no obia hwe sende na juma city ansana wato ama no enye ne kasa obi wo a kasa parliament bia wo nya sende amanfo ye pe ama wa aya ama omo nti no eno de nkyere se wonye adwuma de wo ye so bia pere mpuntu na sende wono so ne mente musu be ye so nti no eno nkyere se bia on kasa no wo ye adwuma pa so wo bo ni pa sende ni pa hu kyerwa ukoni nkyɛn a wɔno nso otimi tie nipa su frena ɔno nso sɛndeɛ kakra a wɔwɔ no metimi abo nipa tina no deɛ ɛnyɛ wɔnyɛ bad wɔ ho sɛ mpunto ne sɛndeɛ wɔhu nipa mɔbron deɛ ɛno deɛ wɔnyɛ ayi kura
esa be magana parliament take win seat in shishini cikin zango mungani ma kowane lungu kabiduka ya se cement kowane lungu even Kanda estate duka ya kan street nan duka ya gege gyare na yin da yayi ababe da wa schools ya je schools ya bada uniforms da table and chairs da ababe da yawa isa da kasuwar mu na Nima da an ka shiga kasuwar Nima laka aka ya dare baka ka bi cikin kasuwa amma yanzu akan ga dai kasuwar Nima ka shiga kai tafiya ka kwanta ko ina maganan da kenan kenan.
Member of Parliament for Ayawaso is Honorable Alhaji Nazar Muhammad Ture did say emphatically that his silence in the House did not connote irresponsibility on the ground. We spoke to the constituents and he seems to have earned his position amongst the people and they are satisfied with his work. They shared his success story and they are very happy of what he's done so far. I am Nimati Yakubu Atoyese reporting for GhanaWeb.
It's been a week of innuendos and backlash as Efia Schwarzenegger is being lambasted for labeling her fellow woman barren. We'll have a conversation on that later on. We'll turn our attention to the call on celebrities to reject the anti-terrorism campaign ambassadorial deal. These and many other issues we have tabled for a discussion in this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boaben Abrantipai. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantepa. My guests are seated. McDonald Nane Asare, aka Romeo, is an event organizer, artist manager, a columnist, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Abrantepa.
Ibiaboko, Madina Tisane.
Madina Boko.
Nice one. The man who has been away just because he was shooting a video kekenrocha. Hey! Oh, friend, and now, oh, I'm shooting a video. Oh, I'm shooting a video. Author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Nene B is an author, a lawyer in the making. Nene, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome. It's really been a long time.
Yeah.
More than a month, right?
Yes, more than a month.
More than a month.
I've been quite busy, not just shooting the
video.
The video happened just 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, aside that, I was working on other stuff. You know, I don't live in Accra, so usually when I'm coming to Accra, it means that some money issue there.
Yeah.
So I didn't have money issue in Accra for the past 1 month. Yeah, economy na
I did. But what video was it though?
It was a video, and photo shoot in promotion for my book. And actually, yeah.
I see.
The picture I sent to you. I thought people would
the
be
one
doing,
you distracted me.
the one I thought people would be doing Vogue this week.
So you sent your picture.
Yes, so that
we use it for Vogue.
So that you wish me happy birthday this week.
My
birthday was on Monday.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So by posting
belated
my
happy
picture,
birthday.
Thank you. So by
today we'll use your
picture
picture for Vogue. Everett is not there, so we'll put Nenebi's picture there, and then we'll describe what he is wearing. What are you wearing in your? Vogue, no prep. What are you wearing in there?
What am I wearing? It's a jeans jacket designed by my kid brother, who is also a designer. Yeah, Chiante Ado. And he combined two different styles of jeans. So one aspect of it is very official, another aspect of it is rugged. So that combines my two personalities.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm a gentleman.
Rags to riches.
Rags to riches.
Sometimes I'm a gentleman, sometimes I'm a gangster. So the combination of the two, and then the neck had a different feel to it. And then the jeans just to complement it, and then, you know, my favorite shoe brand is Adidas.
Okay.
Every time I want to buy a different brand, I go to the shop, and then I see an Adidas brand, and then I buy Adidas. So I had to, you know, represent.
So where are you standing? Where is the location?
The location is somewhere in the free.
Okay.
Yes. And so the picture actually represents Afrobeat.
Okay.
You know, Afrobeat is a combination of different styles of music. You know, there's a fusion of Western style, there's a fusion of Ghanaian style, there's a fusion of Nigerian styles, there's a fusion of, these days, there's a fusion of South African style into Afrobeat. So my outfit is supposed to represent that confusion that we call Afrobeat.
How is that promoting the book? If you say it's a photo shoot for the book.
Yeah, so there is a photo, what they call, there's a fashion term for it. I'm not a fashion person. It's a lookbook.
Okay.
Yeah, a lookbook is, I can't describe, but I know it's a lookbook. So the photo is from this lookbook I created for my book. The lookbook is called The Married at Birth Afrobeat. So there are different concepts in the lookbook.
Mate, Romeo, you show photo shoot and him that way.
I mean, that's all 21st course. My last man standing. I shut the door on all birthdays.
I see. Nene, belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
Free your mind.
Okay, so there's a lot of issues happening this week, and I'm not sure which one I should tackle. First and foremost, we are shooting this on Thursday, a day after Black Stars win over Madagascar in our quest to, you know, qualify for AFCON. And Ghana qualifying for AFCON is our birthright. We are supposed to be in AFCON every time. I think the only time we didn't qualify for AFCON was in 2004, right?
I don't know. Me, I'm not a sports person.
I'm not a sports person either, but Black Stars is very important to our national fabric. And I think gradually Black Stars is winning back the love that Ghanaians have lost. And I like that now we have a string of wins which are important to make. But then what I really want to talk about is this guy, Afena-Gyan, right? In the game against Nigeria, he did well. But there's something that I noticed. You know, African football requires more physicality than skill. African football is very physical. That is why Ghana will score countries which play better football in the world, and then you play against Burkina Faso and Mali and be losing to them, right? Because they have more physical strength. And so against Nigeria, I think that they were kind of bullying him with their physicality, even though he was more skillful. And so he sort of got tired easily, right, earlier. But in this game, I noticed that he's growing in the African terrain. You know, after secondary school, he went to Europe. So I don't think that he's used to the African style of football yet. But this is his third game for the national team. And it looks like he's gaining his composure. So I'm excited about what we are going to do to Portugal in the World Cup. We need to, even if you are going to be to leave the World Cup in the group stages, we need to score Portugal. That is because we lost to them when they were very bad in 2014 because of, you know, the money in the plane. But now that we don't have any money in the plane, we have to score Portugal and humiliate them, even if they are going to lose to Korea. So I'm excited for the future of the Black Stars in the upcoming World Cup. That's all I want to talk about for now.
Romeo, I mean to you.
Well, I think to free my mind, I feel there are things we need to put right. As public speakers, there are things naturally we would have to advocate for. The students of UPSA are going through something that's, excuse my language, doesn't sound well and doesn't make sense. Looking at the economic situations, in this period especially, if students delay in payment of their fees for a moment, I think there should be a payment plan feasible enough to make it okay for parents or students who are even struggling to pay the fees themselves so that they don't even drop out. But then again, they are burdened with the fact that once you delay in paying your fees, then that penalty of 400 cedi or so is added to your, what do we call it?
The debt.
The debt. And then, or it's either you defer, and it makes it difficult for students. We are not supposed to even make situations of such difficult for students, especially knowing the situation we find ourselves in, coupled with even the academic struggles the students will go through. There are individuals, genuinely, the fees are not being paid by their parents. Some are doing as many as 3 jobs, menial jobs, just to put some pieces together to be able to afford such fees. And if you are not fortunate to even get a scholarship, the rich men who are even supposed to, who can even afford, are even enjoying the scholarship that the rich, the poor ones are supposed to enjoy, and they are still trying to pay. Why do you burden them with extra cost? So I feel this thing should be looked at, and I'm not sure it's peculiar to just UPSA. I think other private universities are also doing so. And I think in University of Ghana, the times I remember, you were given some grace period to pay, even in the middle of the semester. If you're able to pay some, by the time the semester ends, you should be able to complete your payment. And I think it was laudable. And if this is rolled out to other tertiary institutions, it will augur well, because I don't see the reason why students should be struggling in this. And I've seen a lot of students deferring just because they can't afford such penalties and even the original fees. So
are they being asked to pay in full? Because in the case of the University of Ghana, I don't know if it has changed. During our time,
like 75% or even 50% and register.
And then as time goes on, you complete.
Exactly.
Is that the case there?
I think their situation is such that, for instance, if your fees is about 2,000 cedis and you're unable to raise for the semester, and maybe you're able to raise about 800 or 1,000, I think you should be able to, you should be allowed to even register, so that by the time exams get close, by the time the semester closes, then at least you might have gotten enough period to settle up. But I think they are stifled. They are not given such enough space.
Could it be the case that the university is doing so because the students are abusing the what's the word?
Their leniency.
Yes, their leniency.
No,
because sometimes, you see, when you are relaxed.
See, the issue is that whether relaxed or not, there are real students who are struggling. There are real butter and bread issues people are struggling to face. And looking at the price insurgents, like increases and a whole lot, it's affecting a whole lot of things. So if you're considering that, okay, people are abusing the liberty given to pay fees, eventually if the person doesn't pay, the person wouldn't graduate. The person wouldn't even end up, if by the time you're writing exams, it's enough grace period for you to raise fees, because you risk not being allowed to write, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that is even better, because it allows grace period for people to relax, work and pay.
So your issue is with the penalty.
Exactly. And me, my key issue is that it's pushing the young ladies into what they are not supposed to do, because they would have to raise money. Some are in school, their parents are able to pay the initial fees, and the rest becomes a problem. And we are the same people who will be complaining about sugar daddies and a whole lot. But the acts and the kind of template we roll out, the rationale behind these young ladies forced into such situations. And then we come back and start accusing them. Let's make the system okay for everyone, so that the girl will not even be thinking of her fees and hostel fees. Remember, the hostel fees are even expensive. So if the person has maybe about 5,000, 6,000, the person would have to divide and pay part as fees and pay and secure the hostel, because you would have to look for a place to sleep even before you go for lectures. And you can't expect someone to raise 10,000, 8,000 to just pay fees on the go. You get it? So for me, I feel they should look at all these things again. And the scholarship secretariat, those in charge of scholarship, please stop giving it to the well-to-do students. Scholarships are meant for those who are struggling, brilliant but needy. And I don't see the reason why a minister's son or an MP's son should be enjoying scholarship. Or maybe a head pastor's son who is paid well and other allowances. Why should they be enjoying scholarships at the detriment of church members who are mere traders and struggling to pay their fees? Like, these are things we need to decouple in terms of our politicking, because everything is like politics. Once your father is the ambassador, you have the luxury of not paying fees. You can enjoy this scholarship and travel and go. Meanwhile, your father could have afforded it if he was even asked to pay. But these are things that we are struggling. Later, we cause that decay in our moral fiber, and when we finish, we're blaming it on who?
All right, that's McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Romeo, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's unhappy about the treatment being meted out to students of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, yes, that they are being asked to pay a penalty if they are unable to pay their school fees for within a certain period. Okay, so we'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about Efia Schwarzenegger, we'll talk about the Say Something, See Something, and Say Something campaign against terrorism that our celebrities are being involved in. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
What's up, guys? This is Black Sheriff, and I'm outside with Bloggers Forum with Abrantipa on GhanaWeb TV. Keep watching, keep it locked, you understand? Love.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantipa. My guest, McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Romeo, and then the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People That Made It, Nenebi, or say Wakoye photo shoot, the Air Tony book. Now, let's talk about Efia Schwarzenegger. So, Efia Schwarzenegger made a post. In fact, it was a video, and the video came with a caption, and that has generated controversy in the showbiz space with Sam George, a member of parliament for Ningo Pram Pram, even, making a comment on it. And I read, she says, "I don't hate a barren at 47. I pray for them. Nature is already dealing with you, and now you can't see. Sorry, your life is delayed. Wa reporter Abrabomu Abrabomu F9. At your age, no child, no man to call your own, and menopause has set in, so I understand your frustration. By the way, I am busy paying university fees, and tomorrow is PTA meeting. You can't say this about yourself. The next time you want to run your mouth, look for your mates, aka your fellow barons. Mothers are very busy people. When you meet responsible mothers like me, ask how much a Montanzero fees cost, and see how useless you are as a woman in the society. Enjoying my hotel in Cannes. Help me tell your boss, oh sorry, my ex. Please, if you don't want to hear certain things, don't look for a mad woman's trouble. I won't call you mother of twins if you are a barren. Period. She posts another one and says, now that I have your attention, I, Queen Efia Schwarzenegger, will never work with my ex regardless of the money involved. I can't disrespect my man like that. Anti-second choice. You want nothing. You were offered what I rejected. Where were you when your boss, sorry, my ex, was kissing my just for logo? Whilst you are at it, ask him how much he paid for just a picture. I am not cheap like you. The rest are insults, naked insults I can't read. So when she said this, a number of people commented. This one says, this is so heartless on the side of Efia Schwarzenegger to attack your fellow woman like this. In fact, the hands that fed you when you were nobody. We are just giving this woman attention, and I must say it's baseless. Efia is just one woman with no manners. That's all. Calling a woman barren is the most disrespectful utterance someone can do towards a female. Efia Schwarzenegger is not a good example to emulate by all standards. May the people we ever helped never become our reason to shed tears. And this one says, this is the most heartless and wicked attack I have ever read on woman by a woman. He mentions a name. We don't know about the name, so we just leave the name out of it. And this post was made, we don't know what triggered it, but the most important thing is that she's being called out for calling her fellow woman a barren. Let me begin with Romeo. What your initial reaction was when you read her post?
I think...
By the way, Efia Schwarzenegger is a radio presenter and a comedian. Yeah.
I think we've given too much room for buffoonery, and this is the result of it. You see, when all these things started, like yes, also, and they've enjoyed the mileage, they've enjoyed the numbers, and they're making money out of the numbers. So it fuels their idiocy to be able to like feel free to throw out or churn out anything that comes to mind. But Abrantepa, you see, media or social media is making it difficult for better regulations, and people talk about moral decadence and a whole lot, but Efia Schwa is a canker. Efia Schwa is a canker because she says it when she wants and nothing happens. And she easily finds herself in the books of some top-notch people, so she feels she has the protection, so she can say whatever she likes. No reasonable woman will label another woman barren, regardless of the circumstance. I won't even wish it on my worst enemy. But it tells you that she's pained with the sort of incident that happened with delay going to, joining Wintumi, a group of companies or what have you. So it looks like because it will take so much pain.
Is there a connection there?
No, but yeah, because Delay was like she's the boss of the airwaves and blah blah blah. There's none like it. Like it's just like a rapper, right? You say things to elevate yourself and a whole lot to mean that you are the best among the rest. So whoever would have to banter you or reply would also have to set sort of the bar a notch higher so that everyone would get talking. But hitting below the line by calling another woman barren, it's like just calling a woman openly prostitute, which, like, even in movies, you realize that it gets muted when such words are being pronounced, because it's something that hurts or can destroy someone. And no one is saying anything about it. Now, if nothing at all, I wouldn't have known Efiashua if not for Delay. Because of Efiashua, Snega, that kind of
TV series.
The TV series. So people must learn that the fingers that fed you, no matter how it breaks you, you don't bite it off. You can show your anger and your dissatisfaction in many ways, but there are some lines you don't have to cross. And it's like we've just allowed Efiashua on the loose and she's just touching anyone. It's high time people really take her to the cleaners or deal with her in that kind of legal manner. At least if there's a serious fine on her, a defamation on her, she would get to know that there are restrictions to whatever. But you see, we are in a system where whom you know is the order of the day. So she feels she has the backing of some people, because obviously if she's not in Asimesi's camp, she'll be in another person's camp. And she knows that when it has to do with finding solace, she will know where to find it. And that's how she's playing her game.
Photo shoot mine.
Okay, so, you know, I don't like to use legal this when I'm arguing. I'm lying, I like to do that.
But
there is this case that happened in Ghana in 1959. And it's a reported case in Ghana called Wenchiwa versus Redua. It's a case involving two women who lived together in the same house. They were neighbors in Bompata, Kumasi. And they got into a heated argument. And one person called the other person, insulted the other person by saying, say, whoa, dodo mukankai. You understand? She was insulting her private part, saying that her private part was sticky, right? And when the lawyer was arguing before the court, the lawyer was struggling to use the words that the
the accused used.
The defendant used, right? So the judge told him that the court is not contaminated by foul language. And that is something that when you go to law school in Ghana, one of the first things you learn is that the court is not contaminated by foul language. So you can use languages, any language, if it is important in the case, right? But the most important decision in the law, in this particular case, is that the judge said that in Ghanaian culture, there's a certain language that you cannot use in referring to a woman, because those languages have serious implication on the woman. So when you say a woman's private part stinks, that is a very grave insult to not just her person, her identity, her hygiene, and everything about her, right? So there are certain expressions that as Ghanaians, we are not supposed to use when you're talking about women. So insulting her private part, calling her, example he used, a prostitute, calling a woman barren. Those are expressions that carry serious, grave, what's the name? Interpretation or meanings, right? And it is sad that as a nation, you know, I'm somebody who doesn't care so much about, I'm a free speech advocate. I think that it should be absolute free speech, right? But I think that the onus should be on the individual. That when you are talking, you should be circumspect of the words you are using. You should be circumspect on how you address people. Calling somebody barren in an issue has nothing to do with you. Like, that has nothing to do with her barrenness. If maybe the person, which it's not needed, right? But if somebody maybe had insulted your child or insulted how you raise your children, and you reply by calling them barren, I could understand that. But if the war doesn't call for war, or you're not supposed to draw a gun. So I don't know how to say this, but I feel like, just like Romeo is saying, we are losing a lot of things that hold our society together as a nation. And as a nation is because it starts with Kumawood, right? The biggest Kumawood stars are people who insult people the most. But we always saw it as just entertainment. It's just a movie. But when we highlight those people and those insults, now it moved from just being a movie to real life. Now the biggest people we have in our country are the guy who lives in the US, so I don't want to mention his name because I feel like I'm making him bigger, using insults without addressing issues. If you have issues and you want to address those issues, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't have anything wrong with, criticizing the government, criticizing people in authority. It's our civic responsibility to do that. But when you are using language that is strongly worded insults, that says nothing about the issue you are addressing, then we are losing a lot as a nation. And in this particular instance, I've had bosses who have had falling out with. We've all had bosses we've had falling out with. That we don't, we are no more on speaking terms with, because maybe of the way maybe they treated us when we were working with them. So we don't like them as people. But they are your bosses. You understand? He's somebody who gave you an opportunity. Your name was a name that was given to you by this person. This person created a TV show, created a character, gave the character a name. And then you were given that character's name, and then that character's name is now your stage name. You owe your very existence as an artist to this person. You are supposed to have given respect. You're supposed to at least give some respect to this person. I know sometimes when people are trying to prove they don't care, they show how much they care. They are trying to prove that you are quote unquote over your ex, and then in all your posts you bring in that ex. That shows how much you are pained by the fact that you are no more with that ex. You understand? So she need to get over it. She need to get over whatever the ex was giving him that she's not getting anymore. Whether it was the deal that was so good, whether it was the money, and she need to get over it, and she need to grow up as a person, And there are some things that she said that I don't have any problem with, like about the delegates and why they voted him. That I don't have a problem with, because that's just politics, right? And there are some people that were voted for in both parties that I didn't like, right? And you are free as a civic person in Ghana to have that views. But, bringing in somebody and using words which have no interpretation or no bearing to the case, I think that was a low blow.
Next, we'll be talking about terrorism. So we've been told to be very mindful because there could be an attack. And so initially there was a statement asking people to be wary where they go, not to be at places where there are so many people there, because these are places where normally it becomes the target of the terrorist. Then we heard of some celebrities being appointed as ambassadors of the See Something, Say Something campaign that is against the terrorism, so that if you happen to see something fishy, something suspicious, you prompt authorities in order to prevent the attack. And our celebrities were part of it. Empress Gifty and Nana Abba Anamwa. Some members of the clergy were also part. But Adam Bona is a security expert, and he's been saying that this appointment, not. Inti Ebeya, those who have been appointed, they should actually reject it. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about that.
I hear one lady, Gifty, I think she's a musician, a gospel musician, has been earmarked or she's been selected to be campaign ambassador for the fight against terrorism. My advice to her would be to rescind the acceptance. She should let those who appointed her know publicly that she doesn't want it, because first of all, they are going to begin to trail, they are going to begin to follow her, they are going to begin to profile her, they are going to obviously target her. Usually, they will do this because then they see you to be one of the people who is likely to hinder them, even though these people are bad people. And so mine is that it's not done anywhere. And so if this woman was advised properly, she would have said, no, thank you, I cannot do such a thing. This is not the fight, against COVID. This is not some form of entertainment. I'm talking about people who are killing people. I'm talking about people who are destroying nations. And then you say what? You select some individuals or an individual to be a campaign ambassador, and she accepts to do it because she was ill-informed. It is totally wrong. It doesn't happen that way. No nation would do that. Even when they are killing soldiers. Togo, they killed several soldiers in Togo. You go to Burkina Faso, they killed several soldiers in Burkina Faso. Cote d'Ivoire, several soldiers. Niger, they are killing soldiers because you see, when they see the security of the armed forces, they see the armed forces or the security agencies to be the face against the campaign against their work, and therefore they will target them. So who took that decision to make this woman or some individuals or celebrities ambassadors?
Right, so that's security expert Adam Bona. Now, away from that, the national security, they want to be educating the people, and so the media has been asked to provide wider coverage for the education in order to deepen the understanding of threats of terrorism. Mamisha is a lawyer.
Please, I want to. What are the celebrities apart from?
Nana Banamwa is part. We have Kofi Kinata, Kwame Sefakai, Jifa Bampo, Gifty Adoye, aka Press Gifting, Dr. Lawrence Tete. So far, this is the list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to say something.
Is it necessary?
I wanted to say something about the list, but let me hold myself.
Why? What do you want to say about the list?
I'm curious about.
You think some people should have been there?
No, I'm curious about the criteria
used in choosing them.
In choosing them, yes. And because I'm thinking that if I'm somebody who wants to commit terrorism, why would Namba Namwa or Kwame Sefakai be the reason I change my mind? But anyway, that's the.
No, it is not for you, the terrorist. It's for the citizens, so that when they see something, they will say something.
To who?
If they see anything suspicious, they report to authorities.
What is anything suspicious? You see, the whole list of the See Something, Say Something campaign started with the government putting out, what's the name? A poster that was posted, was it posted by the presidencies, was tweeted by the presidency. They tweeted a picture. First was a picture that has a woman dressed in a veil, and she had a mox behind her.
Yeah.
That was the first picture they put out. And a few minutes later, they put out another picture of a guy, and he has a church behind, right? But when they put out the picture of the woman, it was the first picture they put out, and people started reacting about how insensitive that was, how stereotypical that was, because it was a Muslim woman, the friend is saying.
And there was a mosque.
I'm thinking that the reaction to that is why they didn't even consider having somebody from northern Ghana or having the Muslim background as part of the ambassador. I want to believe that you see, I feel like this government, let me say this government from the beginning of their presidency in January 2017 to date has become very, very reactionary. I will not forget this, even if the whole Ghana forgets it. On the Sunday that, when COVID was announced that COVID was a pandemic, a week, the Friday, the president had a press conference and with members, people from the health sector, and then he said Ghana was not going to have a lockdown because blah, blah, blah. He gave so many reasons. And then 2 days later, he changed his mind and announced the lockdown. I felt like since that day, I had a suspicion about how this government operates. This government operates without carefully assessing situations and having decisions that make you believe that they are rooted in science and data. And now I'm totally convinced, 1,000% convinced, that this government doesn't make decisions based on science and data. They make decisions based on social media reactions. So if they put out a picture, a social media reacts negatively, now the next decision have to appease social media.
Oh, how are you convinced that was the only poster
I'm just
that they
convinced.
had?
I'm just convinced. That's my conviction. But anyway,
that's not fair, is it?
It's not fair, but that is based on their actions. That's the conviction I have. But anyway, the terrorism, that picture they put out, the picture didn't say anything about what makes somebody suspicious to be a terrorist. What makes you look at somebody and say that you need to report them to the authorities?
Is that not the reason we have the ambassadors?
So
to help in the education.
Okay, so so what are the ambassadors supposed to do now?
They are supposed to help educate the people
about what makes somebody suspicious to be a terrorist.
Exactly, and other things like things to look out for and encourage people to, report.
You see, the problem with that is now we are creating a society where we're always going to look at people as, because things that make people quote unquote suspicious of terrorism may be things that make people, any other thing. So maybe if somebody is having extremist views, that makes a person a terrorist. If maybe I have extreme Christian views, and I believe a human being on earth is supposed to be a Christian. If somebody is not a Christian, they are going to hell. For which reason they are not even ready to be part of my society. Does that make me a terrorist because I hold those views? I'm curious about what are the criteria that they used in selecting the ambassadors. Because most people in this world who end up being identified as terrorists are people who are young people in their 20s. Most terrorists are people most people who act on being terrorists. Like most people who have been arrested as terrorists are people in their 20s.
Okay,
yeah.
I was getting confused now.
Yeah.
You have brought me back.
Yes. I'm brought for name back. And those people, I wonder what sway someone like Kwame Sefa-Kain has on young people. We laugh at Kwame Sefa-Kain.
He has what?
No.
He's the host of one of the biggest morning shows.
What sway does he have on young people? You see, like Oprah Winfrey, right? She's one of the biggest TV stars in the world. She doesn't have sway on people less than the age of 30. Nobody under the age of 30 look at Oprah Winfrey and say, I want to do something because Oprah Winfrey wants to do it. She's not Kim Kardashian. She doesn't have sway over young people, even though she's Oprah Winfrey, and she's probably bigger than Kim Kardashian. She's not Cardi B. Even though she has sway, she's bigger than Cardi B. She doesn't have sway over young people the way Cardi B does. You understand? Even though Kwame Sefa-Kain is big, she doesn't have sway over young people the way someone like Shatta Wale does. Because we look at him as an old person. We don't look at him like, somebody who is like us. You understand? So it has nothing to do with how big you are. So I'm curious as to what someone like Nana Namwa, it makes sense because she's kind of have a lot of sway over young people because she's very active on social media. But I wonder if people who are who hold views who are deeply into their belief systems, because terrorism starts with having a belief system. Who are deeply into their belief system go on Twitter to pay attention to what Nanama is doing. I wonder how somebody like
Empress
Gifty, what sway she has over young people, as compared to even in the Christian community. I believe that someone like Brother Sami has sway over young Christians, or someone like who is the person who does this pop gospel Abbey. I think someone that I was about to say Kwesi Oti, but Kwesi Oti is now for older people, older Christians. Someone like Joe Metal may have more sway over young Christians. Someone like that may have more sway than someone like Empress Gifty. I have to say that.
Let me hear your submission on that. Is it necessary to have these ambassadors?
I think with this set tone for having ambassadors for terrorism, I think very soon then we should have ambassadors of road carnage, road accidents, because it's killing people day in, day out. It's even collecting lives than terrorism across the world in terms of numbers. Even in this country, how many terrorist attacks have we had? None. We are just anticipating. No, you see, I'm building a point. If you're trying to, terrorism is not fought with loudness, right? It's actually fought with tact, discipline, and with some kind of seriousness, because your attacker would not display his intention before you realize it happens. Even America, where it happens, where they have what do we say, the accoutrement to even forestall any unexpected attack. I want to ask, I don't know if I'm open for education. Do they have ambassadors? Like, do they make noise about it that we are ready for any terrorist attack? You see, these are things that, for me, as I become scared, because it's like you trying to invite the uninvited. Because maybe it could be a mere perception. But once you're giving it a seat, it's attracting, it's baiting other people to say that, no, let's test your pulse. You get it? And maybe you might not be the one to suffer for it, because we, the ordinary people, will be the ones to suffer, because when we say Jack, you can just book your private jets and you're out, and we will still be here. So whatever we are doing, if it has to do with security, security is not like a comedy stage where you suspend your disbelief and say, okay, let's see you that you are Rambo. But maybe I'm not Rambo. I've suspended my disbelief. I'm believing this bottle is my aeroplane. You get it? But in real life, you don't suspend disbeliefs. You work with it. You work seriously when it has to do with security. So, people have just panned in on just Empress Adoye because people ask, in what capacity? You get it? Is it Ibad, right? The security analyst guy. The guy, at least, if not, he has read something on security intelligence. Enchudanso, Professor Enin, and the likes who are security gurus are there. They can look at this situation and say, no, reading from what's happening, if you compare this to Somalia or Nigeria in maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, which ended up, or in Kenya, where one of our professors died in Kenya, or is it Professor Kofi Awono? Maybe this was what happened. So the transition came out this way, and this was what happened. So maybe they will advise government behind closed door that this is what you are supposed to do to forestall any such happenings. So you are taking intelligent and technical views from people with know-how. You get it? But parading people for being loud on radio or being all over the place for social media, whether gospel or whatsoever you, to be ambassadors as what? To make the state, to be paying them other allowances. No, you see, there are things that we need to be serious about. If we are going to be ambassadors, let's create ambassadorial checks where the people will be reporting to the government or the presidency that based on our research, because we are active on social media, and these things are not going well. There's no water in this village. So Nanaba and Amwa and the likes could be ambassadors for clean water. It even helps in achieving our target for SDG by 2030. You get it? So at the end of the day, let's not just form things because we want to form them, and sometimes it's meant to neutralize people who would even intend to attack the government in terms of what it does. You get it? So for me, what I feel is that this is a fruitless journey. This is, excuse my language, I don't want to use the word, but it's a needless entity, and it's a waste of government money and space. And the fact that it's even baiting other people to even have that idea that Ghanaians say they are ready. Me pacho, you're not ready. Just like when the Ukraine issue started and people started joking with it on social media, trying to say things about Ukraine and Russia. We don't have the muscle to rub shoulders with certain levels, echelons of security prone zones. You get it? So when you're dealing with issues, people may not even attack you because Ghana for crowd. They don't say anything about us. But when you start telling the people that we are ready, you're ready for what? Even our elections, we are never ready because people have died until now. We don't know who killed those people. We've not been able to come to terms that, okay, family A, family B, this is what happened. But we were able to hold a vigil for Floyd way back in America. But 9 people have died because of America, because of elections in this country. And these are the loopholes you are supposed to be digging to see the traces. How? Because you won't expect that someone will put a gun on your head and you also can have a way to defend yourself and you say you won't. You want to die. Are you Jesus? No. So, Abrantipa, the technical way is that let's look out for what builds up such situations that make people want to act in a particular way. And this can be done by the expert like Professor Enin, what we call it, Professor Entry Danso, even Ibad Mohammed, whom people were even making mockery of. He at least he has read and he's at least enlightened when it has to do with some element of security intelligence. These are people, at least, even if there's the need, these are the people you should even use for technical and technical know-how and advice.
Would you expect the celebs to turn down the the appointment?
If you're a celebrity, what you do is that you owe the people, right, that kind of honesty, and then that kind of confidence and belief to be able to tell it to leadership that not because I am in your fold, but I need to tell you the truth so that tomorrow, when I'm not around, people will make even reference to me that I was able. You remember Black Coffee when she was appointed deputy creative arts.
She was the
deputy director or
deputy
of creative arts, right, agency. And then what happened? She said she's being paid, right? She's being paid monthly for no work done. She can't enjoy at the expense of the suffering masses. So she did what?
She resigned.
That is someone with integrity. So if you want to be measured with that kind of standard in terms of having integrity, question your appointment and make the government know that this is what you think of it. And if this, you suggest, like I've given my suggestions, any reasonable person will agree with me, honestly speaking. Okay. I'm really peeved.
Okay, so...
okay,
two things he said, right?
2 things, quickly.
Yeah, so the thing about what he said about, what's the name? Government wanted to use, to shut out people, right? You know, the definition of terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. So people, you know, there is a lot of, you know, anger about the state of the economy now. So a lot of people are agitating. There've been reports that some people want to brandish guns at the June 4th rally this weekend. So there is a lot of anxiety in the country right now. There's a lot of unrest in the country right now. And some of these unrest could, in the broad definition of terrorism, could border into areas that could be considered terrorist language, right? But I don't think that in Ghana, terrorism is what people, what's the name, aim towards when they are angry. Maybe use of, you know, coup d'etats or advocating for coup d'etats as something Ghanaians are more likely to do than terrorism.
Oh, but are you limiting the people who could execute whatever it is to only Ghanaians?
No, but...
They can be foreigners.
They could be foreigners living in Ghana who are also agitated, because I was talking to this white guy recently. He told me he's been living in Ghana for the past 19 years. And this is the first time he's feeling...
the heat.
Yeah, he's feeling like a lack of is feeling insecure in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, but all this pours towards there's this history that we are told that the 66 coup was funded by foreigners, but it's still in the line of coup d'etats, not terrorism. So yes, government is trying to use. I think that he's up to something when he said government is trying to use this to silence dissenters in this, because Ghana have a history of the government. This government in particular have been very hard on people trying to more than criticize them.
Point well noted. Mark Donadana Asari, aka Romeo Medina, Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's an event organizer, artist manager, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. The the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It, Nene B, is also a the
author of the book, Everything That Happened, the People Who Made It.
Oh, boy. Okay, so thank you for coming, gentlemen. Let me announce that we are going on a break. Not a break as in we are going and coming on the show. But yes, we are going for a 1 month break, and then we'll return with, another package. The show will not come back as Bloggers Forum. We'll be back with another name or a different name.
Okay. So this is the last
we'll change
episode.
Something a bit. Yes, this is the last.
The last episode of Bloggers Forum?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Last episode of Bloggers Forum.
How long have Bloggers Forum been running?
Close to 3 years, right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Started
close to 3
in the
years.
COVID.
Yes, before COVID. I think it was early 2020. Either February or early February or late January.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And congratulations on running this show for 3 years. It's been a very good platform, and a lot of people do watch this program a lot. Last time, I had a call from my dad. I said, "Oh, he saw an episode. He didn't like the language we used." I'm like, "Yo, this is how we talk." He didn't like the language I was using.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had used a lot of sexual images.
Yeah.
And so, I think that the show has been an important addition to the entertainment space. And then the conversations you have is different from the conversations being had on other entertainment platforms. And the angles you take the conversations from is different from how conversations have been taken from on other platforms. The language being used on a lot of entertainment platforms is in the Efia Schwarzenegger language, Efia Schwarzenegger level of thinking. And that has not augured well for the industry. And even when they are treating important subjects, like say when they're talking about maybe Musiga or Fight Pack, the way they talk about it in language that the lay people on the street don't care about. I don't care. People who are not really deep in the entertainment industry don't really care about behind the scenes unless it is attached to some gossip, right? And I think that you are able to blend, I'm saying you because you are the executive producer or the producer of the show, right? As well as the host. And, your team is also doing well, right? And you are able to blend a lot of, the gossip aspect of the industry with the important news in a way that doesn't make it boring. And your choice of panelists, myself included, are also exceptional. I'm one of the most exceptional human beings God ever made.
This man, he's a poet too, so yes. Romeo, yeah. We are coming back, rebranded, everything, the name of the show, the venues that we'll be shooting, the duration and everything.
I think it's in order because in everything you do, you should have sort of reassessment and also hibernating and then coming back with a different vibe is also on course. So I think so far it's been good, it's been fruitful. People have been following the platform and it has created some kind of, it has also augmented the followership of most of your panelists. And it's been an avenue where a lot of people look up to. So I'm sure, yes, they're going to be missing the weekly releases, but patience is a solid virtue everyone needs. So patiently, I know people will be waiting, and in the new form, I think they will enjoy it more. Would also up our research game and also come with a different vibe to augment the status of the show.
All right. So whilst we go on break, we'll bring you some of the beautiful episodes that were shot. So if you missed it, you can still get them on our YouTube channel and then on GhanaWeb TV on the website www.ghanaweb.com. You see the GhanaWeb TV. Just click and watch all the episodes that we have shot since 2020. Thank you so much, Nene B. Thank you, Magna Nane Asare. Thanks to Anoda Samwabedu, Vida Duchumwa Boatin, Zeda, Zion Felix, Kobiche, all the people who have been on the show. This man is a nice guy. He's with the health sector. He's a photographer. Kobe, he's also a Kobe.
The guy at Accra FM too.
Yeah. Kobe Blay. Yes, Kobe Blay has also been on the show. Thanks to all
the guy
those
at
who
Accra
have been
FM,
on
what's his name?
Who?
Is it Karim?
Yes, Karim.
Yeah.
Karim.
I like
yes.
that guy.
Yeah, Abdul Karim Ibrahim. Thanks to everyone who has been on the show. Thanks to Mrs. Benis or Parijan. When I'm not there, she does it best. And sometimes I feel like if I don't have leave to go cry, I should go on leave so that she would do it. Yes. And so thanks to everyone who has contributed to the success of the show. Like I mentioned, we are going for a month break. When we return, it will be an all-new edition or episodes of the show. A few things are going to change, and so we'll be back. Keep watching our shows on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks to the crew, Sandra Ubribia, to Kwame Ajaho, to Pearl, aka Awam Judge, to Sami Ejri Everett for the production work.
What's the name of my brother there? The guy I speak Dangwe with.
Who?
The guy I speak Dangwe with. He's not here today.
Who does he speak Dangwe? Kwame Adam.
Oh, okay.
Kwame is on leave. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah. Shouts to Nanea Radio, aka Nanea 18. Yeah. I'm Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. We out.
I'll tell you why I'm excited in a short while, but welcome to this episode of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu, and as you can tell, I'm not your regular host. I'm sitting in for Wanda Ami Hagan, and that's because we just ambushed an interesting guest who we are going to speak to shortly. Ibrahim Mahama is an artist, not the Ibrahim Mahama you know, not the brother of the former president of Ghana. No, this is Ibrahim Mahama, the artist. We're going to understand all the interesting bits about the person he is as Ibrahim Mahama, and we'll do that shortly. So how about you join us? Let's hear the story of this philanthropist, this amazing artist who sold Ghana to other parts of the world, and also, of course, placed Ghana also on the world's map. Welcome once again to this week's People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Let's take you into the story now. So welcome again to People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm going to read out something. This is a very, very interesting profile. It says, third most influential African, owns 6 aircrafts from the sale of his artwork, is a founder and director for the Savannah Center for Contemporary Art, Tamale, amongst others.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, are these all true about you?
Yes, they are.
That's such an interesting profile, short as it may seem like. and I'm standing, if I may say, in front of a billionaire.
Oh.
Is that a good or an accurate description of the kind of person you are?
Oh no, for me, I think wealth is about redistribution. Yeah. If you are able to make money off the living that you have, at least they should be able to influence the lives of other people. Yeah. So for me, it's always been very important to rechannel the capital that I raised through my work in order to be able to create spaces that can influence at least a younger generation. So I think for me, that's where the wealth is in. Yeah.
But is it true that you sold an artwork for $1 million?
Yeah, even more, like in the last couple of years, because as artists we earn money through our work, through different things. Either we're teaching abroad, or we're working on exhibition projects, or we're producing commissions for museums around the world, or things like that. Yeah, but for me the question is, how does that really reflect on the system here, the creative art system?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where for me the question is. If you have $1 million sitting in your bank account, what does it do? Nothing, you know. But if you create an institution which can influence the next generation of, let's say, creatives or whatever, then you're creating more wealth in the future, so, or even much greater wealth. So for me, that is where the thing really lies.
You spoke about institutions and all that. We'll come to a lot of all those things. But your name, Ibrahim Mahama, are you not confused with the other Ibrahim Mahama that we know, this, the brother of the former president of Ghana? Have you ever had such encounters?
Well, actually, interestingly enough, for the first time we met today.
Oh, today?
Just today. Just for the first time we met.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but
how did that go for you? Two Ibrahim Mahamas meeting?
It was interesting. I think that he's one of the most generous people I've ever met, and we had such beautiful conversation. You know, I don't necessarily think, you know, sometimes people always confuse. I think the problem is that because he's known to be Ibrahim Mahama, the brother of John Mahama, and also like being rich, a lot of people don't really take time to know him as a person, the person that he is. You know, so today when I met him, it wasn't so long, but at least you really get a glimpse of someone in terms of their honesty and all that. I thought it was actually quite interesting. And people always confuse, because I've traveled to places, slept in hotels and all that, and people who were working in the hotels thought I was Mr. Ibrahim Mahama. And I always said, just call me Ibrahim Mahama. Okay. When you see him, you can call him Mr. Ibrahim Mahama.
Well, we'll precede yours, or we'll add the artist part to your name. You mentioned the other Ibrahim Mahama. We might get the opportunity to speak to him some other time, but let's get to know you. What's your story? Where were you born? Where did you grow up? Who is Ibrahim Mahama, the artist?
Yeah. Well, it's such a simple story. I was born in Tamale in 1987, June 20th.
Okay.
And I come from a very big family. Part of my family migrated to Accra to live with my mom and my immediate siblings. And yeah, so from 1989, I guess, lived in Accra, went to various schools, mostly Catholic schools. Secondary school, decided to do art, so went to Pope John Secondary. And then afterwards, KNUST, pursued art again till I was done. I did painting and sculpture in the undergrad, and I met some people that really influenced my thinking, like some of our professors, caricature and so on. And right after school, I did my service at the Autism Center in Accra.
Okay.
And after that, I said, during that period, I said, oh, I would really love to go back to school immediately, you know. It was around the time that the government was beginning to cancel this idea of supporting students, like the subsidy for students at the tertiary level. So when I started my master's, the amount of money that we paid for the fee, it was low. It was, I think, my 2 years in KNUST doing my master's, if I can accumulate everything with the bursary and everything, I paid almost like $200 for my entire master's degree, whereas people are paying like 100,000 in New York and other places. So for me, that was very important. And then subsequently decided to go and do my PhD. But between that time, I had an opportunity to do exhibitions in London, and then that took off, and then I
We'll get to London, we'll get to all the other big places. You quickly mentioned the kind of upbringing and all that. Are you the kind of child that we can describe as having been born with a silver spoon, whether it was a golden spoon? I don't know what kind of spoon you were born in your mouth. Because if we look at your life today, someone will wonder, are you one of those sport kids? You just mentioned you were born in Tamale, but are you one of those quote and unquote sport kids?
No.
Would you consider yourself one?
Not at all. I was a very gentle kid, actually, very relaxed. I wasn't wild as a child at all. Yeah, not at all. So the thing is that my father is such a strict man, So there was no child in our family that could be a spoiled child. And also my father, though, when we were growing up, he was quite well-to-do, but he was also very interested in how he could take care of the general larger family. So he would spend a lot of his money actually educating children, like creating, like supporting institutions and things like that. And I think I learned quite a lot from that. So you can't be spoiled when you grow up in a family like that. So for me, I think I rather learned to be humble and modest from it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I know that you have been able to learn a lot of these things, like you just rightly said, from your father. Yeah. I just want to know, how does it feel like when you look back at your life and all the things that you might have learned, the places you've been up to this point? Do you think that there are any major or significant things about your growing up years that informed the kind of thing you do today?
Well, I think my Kumasi, if I would say,
when you were in university,
was the most significant point in my life. I would say that every time I talk, I always mention Kumasi, because the kind of people that I met at the university, both professors and also colleagues, were so important and pivotal to my thinking. You know, you meet people who are thinking more about the future than the present, or people who are concerned about the past and thinking about how we can make informed decisions that can influence, let's say, the shape of the future and things like that. So Kumasi, like in terms of studying, like in the Department of Painting and Sculpture, and meeting people like Kisi Edubuafo or Caricature or George Amprechum, Dorothy and others, or my colleagues Bernard Akwe Jackson and Selam Kuji, who were very interested in theory or interested in new responsible ways of thinking or working. That is one of the things that has been lost for a long time within the creative art industry, because sometimes people think it's all about talent. Oh, I can make good music, I can make hits, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, it comes flat, because if it cannot evolve the society and also allow for a lot more people coming into it to be responsible. Because you and I, if we belong to an industry, we should be able to take responsibility for it, or to be able to do things that somehow reshape it. And for me, Kumasi was a gift in a way. I don't know what would have happened, and maybe we have to thank Kwame Nkrumah for somehow really believing in
us
that.
KNUST.
Yes, KNUST.
All right, the story about Ibrahim Mahama is only starting now. We're going on a short break. Enam is going to bring us a segment we call Facts About Ghana. When we come back, we'll continue this story with Ibrahim Mahama, the artist.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. The first European settlement on the Gold Coast was the Portuguese in 1471. They came to the country purposely for increased trade and eventually acquired slaves and gold in trade for European goods such as metal knives and guns, among others. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Welcome back from that short break. We're still here with our guest for this week's episode of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, Wanda Amihegan. Our guest is Ibrahim Mahama. Ibrahim, now let's get to understand your work. How long have you been doing art?
I think actively since 2014, like internationally. but I was making art as a student at the university.
That appears like a short time, but you've made such a huge impact in that short time.
Yes, yeah. Sometimes I even wonder, like when I look back into the trajectory of my work, it looks like I've been working for such a long time, but it's only been 8 years now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you remember that first artwork you did?
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Well, when I was in secondary school, I was always very much interested in like experimentation, things like that. So I remember I used to make these plaster casts of like people's bodies, like faces or things like that. Later on at the university, that's what I would have developed. That's what I developed then onto like making these like huge public monuments and installations and things like that. It always felt so good to be able to produce a work of art that wasn't very conventional. At least within the context of Ghana, when you made a work like that, we're like, but this thing, what are we going to do with it?
Exactly.
Yeah, but for me, that was what was interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
That was your first work.
Yes.
Today, you've sold how many artworks? Can you remember?
I can't really recount, but there have been quite some good works that I've sold to museums through my galleries and all that, museums around the world. But then again, I also keep a greater part of the works that I produce as an artist, because I would want the history and the legacy of my work to be in this country, so that at least young people who are growing up and also children who are going to be born in the future wouldn't have to struggle too much to think about the legacy of an artist's work outside his home country. Yeah.
Okay. But how about that artwork? Because you are known for the art. What was that artwork that put you on the global stage?
In 2015, there's an arts exhibition that happens in Venice every 2 years. It's called the Venice Biennial. The Ghanaian architect David Ajayi, who's working on the cathedral, he was an architect working on that project at the time with a friend of his, Okwin Wezo, who's this Nigerian curator, was based in Munich. That was the first time a black director had been invited to this exhibition, and it's like the World Cup. Ghana participated in it for the first time 3 years ago, which David Ajayi designed, and then we participated again this year with another architect together with Nano Furiata. But it was very important, this exhibition, because when you normally show in an exhibition like this, it's like the World Cup.
Yeah.
Everyone comes to see the best art from around the world. And there I was, a young student from KNUST. I was just barely finishing my master's, and I've been invited. And normally you are invited to that exhibition when you're at the peak of your career, or you're really doing something. But I was just a student, and I was the first Ghanaian who living and working in Ghana invited to this exhibition of 120 years. So it was a big deal. And I went there, and then I put up like the biggest artwork that had ever been shown in the exhibition. So everyone was like, but who is this guy from Ghana, blah, blah, blah. Like he came out from nowhere. So it was from then, it just,
skyrocketed.
Yes, skyrocketed. Yeah.
And that artwork was which particular one? What was the name of that artwork?
The title of the work was called Out of Bounds.
It was
actually inspired by a work that I did in Kumasi at the railway between, the old Edum, the police station. There's this old colonial bridge there.
Okay.
And then the urban roads also built a new one, I think, with the Turkish government. So I wrapped those two in these jute sacks that I was working on in the beginning. And on the new bridge, they had written all these signs, out of bounds, out of bounds. And I thought that's a really beautiful title to use for this project in Italy, together with a book we published at the time with a friend of mine, Osebonsu. So we just took the idea from Kumasi, out of bounds, from the market,
all the way to Venice?
And then all the way to Venice. And then that was what my career started from.
It's interesting. You have a unique choice for the materials you use for your artwork. Why do you go for things that are almost sport? You go for sack bags, jute bags. What's that motivation?
Because they are important things. They hold a lot of memory. We live in a society where people are very easy to discard things. Oh, you feel something is old, let's throw it away. Or this building is old, let's break it down and let's build a new one. But you forget that there are histories. As people are, buildings and objects also accumulate history. And you can transfer that history from a building to people.
Okay.
So for me, I've always thought that it's important. So when I look for things, I want things that actually have certain histories that we can all go back and learn from, or be able to at least use in a very different way. So that's just the short of it. Yeah.
It's very interesting. I want us to know, you are a young man, no doubt about that. How many other young people, and how are you inspiring or motivating other young people to follow in the kind of things or the artwork that you do?
Well, I try to motivate and inspire other artists or mentor them from the university and also around. I always get emails and calls from artists younger who are working on project things. So how did you do this? Like, what can we do differently because of the way I think and work? Through the institution in Tamale, I've also employed younger artists to work with, so that at least in thinking, because there are people who maybe studied in from the same place that you came from. In the thinking, you want to be able to produce something that also can expand all of us, our collective thinking and things like that. The institution is also focused on like inspiring young people. So for instance, in the last 2 days, there's a young Ghanaian female pilot. Her name is Audrey Watson. She flies for Passion Air. She came to Tamale for a break, and then she was staying with us within the institution. And then we organized a workshop where we brought in students from high school, from primary schools and all that, where she spoke to them about her work as a pilot. We even went into the aircraft, and then she showed them how the instruments work and things like that. And aside that, also we go out of our way to fund buses that goes to communities and brings young people to the institutions for workshops, drone classes, and all kinds of robotics and all kinds of other things. It's really important that the work that we do helps to transform, let's say, the ideological values, mindset of another generation. That's the only way we can change this country for good. Yeah, so, yeah.
I'm asking this question for some of my colleagues in the newsroom, the ladies more especially. They want to know, are you married? What's your family life like?
I was just laughing like a killer right now.
Tell us, are you married?
Not yet, but now I'm going to get married. I think next year, the beginning of next year, I will get married.
Is it pressure?
No, it's not pressure.
Okay.
I met someone that
nice.
I really like, that I think that I'm going to settle with. So, I think it has to happen, because at some point, what's all of this work for?
Exactly.
Yeah, if you can share it with someone. And also, you know, the idea of being in a relationship is a struggle. Yeah, so for me, for a long time, I'd always put more energy into my work.
And especially for you, travel around a lot.
Exactly.
So having made this choice must have been okay.
Yeah, it's not an easy one, but then it's a necessary one.
Okay.
And it's an important one that should have happened a long time ago. Yeah, we are old men. Come on, we shouldn't be doing this at this point in time. You don't want to be 40 years old and now have children, you know. Yeah, so for me, it's very important that we do that, because when you also have children, when you put yourself in a family way and you have children, you can also inspire them, because if you're thinking and working within a certain manner, it means that you could also, even if you're adopting children or whatever, you can inspire, you can have someone close to you that you can somehow inspire one day that can also think. It doesn't mean they come to inherit your work or anything, but at least there are people who can be close to you that you can also influence. So I think it's very important that we do this.
Before we let you go, tell us what you think about the future. What do you think we can be doing to help the arts industry personally, and then for every one of us, what do you think we can all do to contribute to that?
Well, I think we have to take responsibility, simply. Because there are a lot of people within the industry who like to point fingers, like say, oh, but this is not happening, that is not happening. But you look at their work and realize that, oh, they are living and doing well from their work. So it's more or less about you realizing the significant potentials that exist within the industry. First, from within ourselves, as practitioners within the industry. Of course, there are a lot of people who don't have the opportunity to be able to earn as other people do within the industry. But once you earn a certain amount, I think that you should also think about how that earning can go a long way to influence or open up the industry. And secondly also, I think it's also to the government and to the states, because they also have a greater part to play within this responsibility. I think there's so much rhetoric, and sometimes when a lot of young people take up roles to be responsible and do things, it sometimes rather feels like we're rather being punished than being paid attention to and things like that. So it's very important that the government also is sensitive enough to realize the significant work that is being done by people around, and then contribute to it, and also create forum, like a young people's forum where people can contribute ideas, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are going to inherit the future. So what use is it if we cannot make any inputs into it or design things that would be beneficial to us and also those that come after us? So we all have a role to play, honestly, and we just have to learn to do it honestly and also with some sense of dignity.
Ibrahim, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. And this was just an ambushing of Ibrahim, and we're glad that at least he's been able to share some of his life skills, his life experiences with us. So thank you once again for joining us. And this has been People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. I've just been sitting in for your regular host, Wanda Mihagan. You can always catch more of news and other stuff on GhanaWeb when you visit www.ghanaweb.com. Until the next episode, be safe.
To, and I quote, combine our efforts to solve the problems of this continent, end quote. For as Dr. Kwame Nkrumah tells us, quote, the forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart, end quote. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, before I invite contributors, we have a similar statement uttered by a member for Crote Kole, but because it's in the same text, I'm not going to give her the opportunity to read. I will only give her quite enough time to also make her contribution. So on that note, I will invite Honorable Dr. Zinato Ajima-Rawlings, who has also put up a similar statement, 6 minutes, to contribute to the statement made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously not to, don't even want to have at the back of my mind that trying to challenge what you said, but there was some understanding that contributions will not exceed 3 minutes when a statement is made, and that's what we've been implementing with Mr. Speaker since last week. That contributions to statement will not exceed 3 minutes, so that at least we'll be able to stay within 3 minutes. So that we'll be able to stay within the 1 hour for the statement. So I just wanted to draw your attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honourable Minority Whip, I have been briefed with this standard set by the Speaker, but as I said, she has also put up a statement. So that's why I'm giving her special dispensation. So, Honourable Dr. Zinato Ajima-Rawlings, you may have the floor and contribute to the statement.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. As a matter of fact, his statement was so comprehensive, I probably will not need the 6 minutes. Thank you nonetheless. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's celebration is the challenges of cross-border cooperation and management of shared resources. It would appear that in addition to the physical borders that we see, the language barrier has become an invisible border that we have to take into consideration as we look at how we deal with cooperation across our various borders on the continent, given the fact that as part of the demarcation of our various countries, language was also introduced as a means to perhaps separate us as a people. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we look at the issue of borders and how we manage communities, especially those living along the borders, that the issue of the language barrier is addressed in terms of the official language. The borders, as we know, go through various communities, putting families on different sides of the language barrier and on different countries demarcated by the borders that we look to reinforce and to hopefully use as a means of cooperation across our continent. Mr. Speaker, The fact is that there are a lot of factors that are a threat to our various national securities, and in Ghana, the issue of our porous borders is certainly one of them. And the transnational crime that we are observing more in recent times can be attributed to this. Mr. Speaker, the issue of how we man our borders goes beyond the hard security with regards to having our security services in place and extends to how aware our various communities and populations are. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is very laudable that in recent times, the Boundary Commission led by General Kotia, who was the supervisor for my thesis in Kofi Annan, is actually doing so much to raise awareness in terms of the public's knowledge of what the Boundary Commission does and how the public can play an important role in ensuring that that coexistence that we have across our various borders is something that is a reality as opposed to an abstract concept. Mr. Speaker, if we can arise as a people to a point of understanding the value of cooperation across our borders, then the need to forcibly enforce the strict adherence to our border control will not even be that necessary as we are looking at the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as part of a means of Africa trying to re-establish cooperation across our various borders. And so, Mr. Speaker, with this opportunity to speak, mine is only to say that as we look at the issue of our borders and increasing cooperation across the various borders, we must look at the problem of the language barrier between our various countries and look to address it as a very basic issue as part of our educational curriculum, not as a means of only those who want to study French or other languages, but as a means of improving our way of communicating across our various borders. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to Honorable Elembele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the makers of the statement, especially the Honorable Rawlings and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for this very important statement on AU's Border Day that focuses on the need for our border and our boundary issues to be at the forefront of our efforts. Mr. Speaker, I think in the statement it was recalled how the partition of Africa started and how its impact continues even up to today. Our history, culture, languages, and people, quite frankly, were divided. And Mr. Speaker, even in the 21st century as we speak, we continue to have the impact. It is not surprising, Mr. Speaker, that even today, an Nzima at the border of Ghana, an Nzima at the border of Ivory Coast is continuously being questioned whether he comes from Ivory Coast or he comes from Ghana. That an Ewe from Togo and an Ewe from Ghana continues to be questioned whether he belongs to, he's a Ghanaian or a Togolese. Mr. Speaker, these are the clear remnants of the very deadly decision to partition Africa. And Mr. Speaker, I think the answer to these solutions are not simply a call for us to play friendly matches, plant trees. That call was made long ago by the great Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. That the Africa solution to that era was a united Africa, a borderless Africa that will recognize that we are one people with one destiny. And as he stated, and I quote, how do you really divide a people as if they were a cake? Mr. Speaker, the answer is for us to basically address this issue on a continental level. Mr. Speaker, are we surprised that not too long ago, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire lockers at the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea. And we spend millions of dollars at the end of it. As we speak, we continue to have challenges on the issues of border with Nigeria, Togo, and even continuously with Cote d'Ivoire. And our continuous vigilance and effort with our border commission is very important. Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, let us commend our boundary commission and basically energize them to continue the effort to bring our countries together and focus on peace and the things that will make us understand that the key for our continuous survival in the 21st century is not simply continuously dividing ourselves, but continually creating the paths that will make our continent easy to unite, easy to transport our people and goods and services, easy to trade among ourselves. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 1.3 billion people. And 80% of the things we consume, the things that we need, are all brought from outside the continent. And it is the reason we are poor. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about boundary issues, as I have stated, we must continue to do some of the things that have been proposed. Whether we continue to...
Honourable Member, your time is getting up.
My time is up.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this statement is very important. We must recognize that the only way we can survive going forward is to see ourselves as one people with one history. We were divided by foreigners who had no interest in our destiny. And what we have to leave for the next generation, in fact, Mr. Speaker, is a continental, a united Africa focused as one people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to the chairman of Lands Committee. Are you up on your feet? Then let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the two honorable members who made the statement about the anniversary of the Boundary Commission, and also to congratulate the Ghana Boundary Commission for this anniversary. Mr. Speaker, when I was working with Survey Department, I had a chance to, represent my institution on the Ghana Boundary Commission. And I know their work is tedious. It's not easy sometimes to fix one broken pillar. You have to hold a meeting for about a week to understand with the neighboring country. Mr. Speaker, we all know the three countries we share boundary with are francophone. Sometimes language barrier is even a problem. So I know the problems they are going through, but we need to encourage them. There were times where Ghanaians were even imprisoned when they were fighting along the borders for Ghana to get the correct boundary for our country. And it took only the intervention of the Boundary Commission and the Minister of Interior and Foreign Affairs to get these people released. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate them for the good work they are doing for the country, because when you happen to work with them, then you know that the work is not easy. But I believe with the changing trend, they have to employ more modern methods. Instead of going to the field every day, they can employ the use of remote sensing methods, where they can get satellite imageries, sit in the office, look at the trend and see where there are changes, so that they go straight to these areas to work, instead of going to the field every day. So I'll congratulate them for good work done, and I'll also employ the House to help them. Anytime they bring their budget, we need to work on the budget so that they will get more money to protect our boundaries for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me come to our central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I start by thanking the Minister for this very important statement. As ranking member, I have had situations when we had to meet the Ghana Boundary Commission. They have lamented a lot about inadequacy in the provision of services, the provision of equipment, the provision of funds to function as an organization. The Speaker, the Commission did not come about as a fund. It has come about because of tangible reasons. We all know the historical reasons why the fund, the Commission came into being. First of all, as a result of the security challenge to our national security and the conflicting situations all around because of land and poor demarcations, there was a need for Africa to intervene in the establishment of the Africa Union border program and then the African Union Convention on cross-border cooperation. Ghana responded by setting up the Ghana Boundary Commission. And so it's a very important commission that works to ensure that all our borders are properly demarcated and that there's a focus in how we can defend those borders, and there's reason for us to look at them as key areas of our intervention in protecting the boundaries of Ghana. The Speaker, it is sad that this organization doesn't even have enough vehicles to operate, doesn't have funds for their day-to-day function, doesn't have the necessary satellite equipment that will enable them to demarcate the land. And so lands that are at our border areas are left as if they were not ours. And there are areas where, the Speaker, the Commission will lament the intervention by other countries, the intrusion by other countries. And you have Malians, people from Cote d'Ivoire and other places inhabiting areas in Ghana without proper control. The Speaker, the general who is in charge of this commission is doing his best. The pain is that we are not responding to his cry. The Speaker, let's use this day as a true reflection of exactly what is happening. Let's use this day as a commitment to turn our attention to the Ghana Boundary Commission, to work very hard to make sure that it stands on its toes. It is lack of commitment to them simply means that we are jeopardizing the sovereignty of Ghana, and it is not in the best interest of our people. It's not in our best interest. The Speaker, the statement cannot just go just because we want to speak about it. It should go because we want to reflect on it, we want to challenge ourselves to it, and the minister must work hard to make sure that the Boundary Commission stands up to its duty and respond to the many, many challenges facing them. If you look at the report they presented to the committee, you will realize that we are almost out of control in some areas, even though those areas are part of Ghana. So I would urge the minister to not just make the statement, but to make strategic commitment. There's already a strategic plan, 5-year strategic plan, that is going to address our boundary areas. That commitment must be taken much more seriously, and the minister must have a practical policy statement he can give to us to approve, so that we want to see the next budget take control, take center stage in land demarcation. He needs to provide enough resources, and we are willing to support them.
Honorable Ranking, your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah, to pay for the cost. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank the minister for bringing this up, because this is a very crucial area we need to work on. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Tema Central. Then I come to you, then we close the chapter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a short contribution to the statement ably made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, the boundaries of Africa as reiterated by the minister, were artificially constructed about 400 years ago by some people for themselves. Mr. Speaker, these artificial boundaries are the source and bane of Africa's problems. We have 54 artificial states superimposed on over 3,000 tribal and national identities. One of them being the good people of the Western region, notably the Nzima people of the Western region, where my maternal roots come from. Mr. Speaker, many border towns and communities or tribal groups have been split because of these artificial boundaries. If you take the Nzima, for example, we have our brothers on the Ivory Coast side all the way to Grand Bassam, who are part and parcel of the people we call the Jomoro district today. We are the same people, one tribe, one group of people. But yet, because of these artificial boundaries, we are not even able to visit our cousins on the other side, or visit or attend their funerals, or attend family gatherings. Mr. Speaker, what is Africa trying to achieve? We are trying to achieve a borderless Africa. Institutions like the Ghana Boundary Commission are rather perpetuating the artificial boundaries that were set by our colonial masters. Mr. Speaker, their focus should not just be that. Their focus should also include aligning our traditional boundaries internally so that people that have been marginalized along our border towns would be able to feel part and parcel of State A or State B. The sources of conflicts within Africa, in the Maghreb region, if you take the Tuaregs, for example, Mr. Speaker, there's been split between 3 countries. And the transnational crime that my colleague, Ms. Rawlings, was speaking about, emanates from some of these artificial constructions that have been imposed on us. So, Mr. Speaker, not to take too much of your time, we need to align the focus of the Boundary Commission to include harmonizing or integrating our traditional political boundaries into these new modern structures that we have created, so that these tribal groupings will feel part and parcel of the bigger Ghana and then the bigger Africa as well. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to say a very big thank you to you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you are sitting on the truth and looking for it, Mr. Speaker, I want to say without any iota of hesitation that the conundrum that we find ourselves in today, the unresolved paradox that Africa finds itself today, being the richest continent but having the poorest people, Mr. Speaker, speaks to what our people say, that if it has to take the goat to bite and drive away the intruder, it's the shame of the dog. Why should Africa have the greatest quantum of resources, yet parade the poorest people on earth? It should be sufficient food for thought for us. Mr. Speaker, when the landlord has told you the story of his house, you don't ask the caretaker for confirmation. The founder of this nation, Osajefu Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, more than 6 decades ago, spoke eloquently on this matter. When at the dawn of our independence, he said the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of Africa and the continental union of Africa. Mr. Speaker, can you fathom me today that the individual states of the European Union today, as we know, if you take Germany, France, and their individual, when even Africa was competing against those countries, Africa didn't stand much chance. Now they have found out
that in today's global integration, small, petty, balkanized individual states cannot match today's competition, and so they coalesce. So while they are coalescing, even with greater power, Africa is disintegrating into smaller states with border conflicts. What does it tell us, Mr. Speaker? That in today's world, the answer is integration and coalescence, not balkanization. And it is a sad commentary in Africa to see that today, individual African leaders are content to sit in their small states and proclaiming their authority. Over what? Over a poverty-stricken, marginalized people. If we do not, Mr. Speaker, unite and develop our resources together as a monolithic entity, we run the high risk of disintegration as a people. Because I say this because global interaction today will accord you on the basis of your negotiating power and strength. Nobody is going to confer anything on Africa out of sympathy or for want of any legal prominence that you have. Nobody will do that. It is us as Africans that can boost our negotiating power as a monolithic entity. The more we continue to balkanize and spare resources on fighting one another over borders, Mr. Speaker, we will not make any headway. I'm sorry that one may sound, how do I call it, disrespectful of what efforts have been made. But I can say without any idea of that is the panacea to our problem. And Mr. Speaker, as you often like it, and I know you very well, Mr. Speaker, that the panacea for hunger is not to hold feces in your stomach. It's to look for food to eat. So the panacea for Africa's woes, Mr. Speaker, is for us to unite. There is no alternative. And that unity, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Speaker, these colonial relics, the borders are a colonial relic. When these colonialists in the scramble for Africa partitioned and divided Africa,
Honorable Proverb,
we have come to accentuate that division. So, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I think that we should, as a continent, take this issue of unification as a critical imperative. And so we must, Mr. Speaker, if you do not lick your lips, the Hamatan will fight them for you. So, on this note, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on all of us, especially those of us who are political actors, to take this matter as a critical imperative for all of us to move on. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, posterity will not forgive us. We will continue to remain at the periphery of global interaction, where powers will always give pittance to Africa on the basis of what we think we deserve, and not what we rightly deserve as the richest continent on the face of this earth, whose people have a right and a bounding right to live better than they are living today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, Honorable Sweeney, I beg you. We have brought statement time to a close. Let me thank the makers, Honorable Dr. Kokwe Friye and Honorable Samuel Bujinapo, and all the contributors. We thank you very much. Let me come to leadership.
Speaker, with respect, I'll seek your leave for us to vary the order of the business and take item 9, presentation of papers on page 4 of the order paper. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes. Honorable members, let's turn to page number 4. Presentation of papers. Item number, is it 9?
Speaker, yes. Item 9A, I. By Speaker, again with your leave, by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Finance Minister, you may do that on behalf of the Minister. So, honorable members, let's turn to item number 9A by the Minister for Finance.
Annual report on public-private partnership projects for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It will refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Annual report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for year 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Annual public debt report for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented. It will refer to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. 9B by the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2020.
Honorable members, the statement has been duly presented. It will refer to the Local Government and Rural Development Committee for consideration and report. 9C. Oh, you don't have C. You don't have C. Yes.
Speaker, we should be going on to Order Paper Addendum 2. Order Paper Addendum 2 and take item 1A and 1B.
Well. Honorable members, let's take the addendum paper. You have consent? Let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at item 9, the A2, that's the annual report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for year 2021. I need your guidance on this. I have a strong feeling that this should be it should be a joint committee activity, in that even though finance will deal with the finance and other things, most often than not, these issues really come up when it is at the energy sector, the energy committee, in terms of the indebtedness, the level of indebtedness, how much has been paid, and things like that. And I think that we should have a situation where the two committees are brought together to really look at this report. Then it gives us some level of information when we go in to deal with the specific things. Yes, the joint committee. Yes.
Speaker, my colleague has a point, but the practice in this House, if he's been paying attention, and I'm sure he has been paying attention, has been that levies, as often as such levies and charges and fees, often is referred to the Finance Committee. But specific to this one, I'm in agreement. Specific to this one, Speaker, what we should probably do, ordinarily it should go to the Finance Committee. But he has a point when he brings in the energy sector and looking at the unique nature of that item. Probably, Speaker, with your leave, we could just involve the leadership of the energy committee, the Mines and Energy Committee, to do it together with the Finance Committee. I think that would be appropriate, Speaker. I don't know what my colleagues think, but I think that should be it.
Very well. I so direct that the leadership of Energy Committee joins the Finance Committee in the consideration of this particular referral. So let's move to the addendum paper. Addendum paper. We are continuing with the presentation of papers. This is addendum 2. Very well. So, the chairman of the Works and Housing Committee.
Report of the Committee on Works and Housing on the Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill 2021.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented, is for distribution to honourable members. B, by the chairman of the Mines and Energy Committee.
Report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the request for parliamentary ratification for Ghana's membership to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO.
Honourable members, the report is duly presented for distribution to honourable members.
So, Speaker, still on order paper addendum 2. Guess we can go on and take item 2. It's a procedural motion, item 2.
Very well. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the request for parliamentary ratification for Ghana's membership to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, be moved today. I so move.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to our colleagues from the Mines and I'm a member of the committee. Mr. Speaker, it is not good for our records to show that just after you laid a paper, you are moving a motion. That was why one of my colleagues applied that, can we do this laying and go back to questions so that some time elapsed? It's not good for our own record. The official record will show that the moment you laid the document for distribution, you are moving it. So please, I want to beg my colleagues from the majority, let's go back to the questions while we stood down. When we are done, then we'll come back to it. That will have given us some time that has elapsed.
Very well. Yes, can I hear you?
Speaker, on this matters, I think that my colleague is right. However, in this house, we've often been masters of our own rules, especially in the face of the fact that this report, and more often than not, we in leadership have deferred to the leadership of the committees. The ranking member and the chair have given indication. So my colleague, but not to overly drag the matter, if my colleague so wish that we take another item before this one, I will accede to that request. I will accede to that request. But it's harmless. It's totally harmless. So, Speaker, to that end, I'll stand that down temporarily, and then we'll go on to the original order paper. And Speaker, seek your leave, your kind leave, and I hope my colleague, I'll get his blessings. And then we'll go on to item 9C. Speaker, I seek your leave for the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to do the laying on behalf of the Minister for Interior.
Very well. Yes. Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, you do that on behalf of the Minister
Budget
for Interior.
performance report in respect of the Ministry of Interior for the period January to December 2021.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It will refer to the Committee on Defence and Interior for consideration and report. Shall we move to questions?
Speaker, yes. We should take the questions now.
Honourable members, let's turn to page number 2. Item number 6. Agent questions. I will invite the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to take his seat and ask Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo, member for Prisia Huni Valley, to ask his agent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask permission on behalf of Honorable Wisdom Kujo. He had to attend to a very urgent matter and has asked me to ask the questions on his behalf.
Well, let's hear you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to update the good people of this country the balance sheet of their PSC funds.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, January 20th, 2022, a tragedy befell the nation. A truck carrying explosives intended for mining exploded at Apieti in the Prisia Huni Valley district of the Western region, causing extensive damage to life and property. The incident claimed the lives of some 13 people and literally razed down the entire community. Government, after assessing the situation and its impact on the community, decided to establish an Apieti support fund to raise funds from the general public to, among others, support the victims of this incident and to reconstruct the community which was razed down by the explosion. On the instructions of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the fund was launched on 25th January 2022, and a 5-member committee chaired by a distinguished stateswoman of proven integrity and founder of Salt and Light Ministries, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, was constituted to manage the fund. The committee was charged to raise sufficient funds for the Apieti Support Fund and supervise the disbursement of the fund in accordance with the highest standards of integrity and transparency for the benefit of the people of Apieti. Mr. Speaker, upon its inauguration, the committee opened 2 bank accounts in the name of Apieti Support Fund at Stanbic Bank and GCB Bank to receive donations from the general public. To assist the committee to efficiently manage the donations, the international accounting firm KPMG volunteered to develop a charge-free donations management strategy that proposed governance structure to ensure accountability and reporting structure. On Thursday, January 27, 2022, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, made a donation of 100,000 Ghana cedis to the fund, becoming the first to donate to the fund. Since then, the committee has received donations from a number of individuals and organizations, including the First Lady of the Republic, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, my humble self, and the 2 deputy ministers at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, as well as 1 member of this august house, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Manhyia South, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh. A list of those who have donated to the fund is attached to this answer as Appendix SAJ, and I will want Hansa to capture same. In addition to the list contained in the appendix, several well-meaning Ghanaians made payments directly to the accounts of the fund through direct bank transfers, mobile money, and G-Money, GBC Bank online payment platform. Mr. Speaker, You will recall that in addition to the $1 million United States dollars administrative fine imposed on Maxam Ghana Limited, the company at the center of the explosion, the company agreed to pay an additional $5 million United States dollars to government in 18 equal monthly installments beginning from March 2022. On the instructions of the President, the $5 million US dollars is also to be paid to the Apiety Support Fund. So far, the company has paid the first 4 installments to the fund. Mr. Speaker, as at Monday, 6th June 2022, the committee had received cash donations totaling the cedi equivalent of 42,527,380 Ghana cedis, 2 pesos. This amount includes the 4 installment payments made by Maxam Ghana Limited. Out of this amount, 1 million Ghana cedis has been advanced to the Apiety Reconstruction Implementation Committee to complete temporary structures to accommodate the victims of the incident pending the reconstruction, as well as undertake preparatory works for the construction. The committee has also received non-monetary contributions in the form of wood, cement, clothing, and cooking utensils. The breakdown of these contributions are as follows. Forestry Commission, wood worth 400,000 Ghana cedis. Kesbin FM, 300 bags of cement, which together with transportation is valued at 17,400 Ghana cedis. Gasam Limited, 1,700 bags of cement, worth 85,000 Ghana cedis. P-Wood and Temabonde Terminal, 1,700 bags of cement, worth together with transportation is valued at 100,000 Ghana cedis. Madam Philomena Deborah, relief items, used clothing and cooking utensils. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the highest standards of transparency and integrity, the committee periodically updates the country on the donations made. On Monday, 4th April 2022, for example, the committee held a press conference at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, where they updated the country on all donations received. Mr. Speaker, the commitment of the government of President Akufo-Addo is to reconstruct the Apiety community into a modern, green, and sustainable community as a model for rural development across the country. Let me therefore use this opportunity to appeal to the general public, particularly members of this august house, to contribute generously to the fund. Together, we can rebuild Apiety. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have his mandate to ask supplementary questions. I think the answer is elaborate enough. Honorable Member for Lembele, I'm saying the answer is elaborate.
Yeah, it's very elaborate. But, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answer. It's obvious in the Minister's answer that we have enough funds. But, Mr. Speaker, how does the Minister reconcile what he has just told us and the statement that was made by the Public Relations Officer of the local site committee? And I quote him that they have no money to manage the camp. The very people that have gone through so much trauma that we are trying to help. The site PRO stated last week that they have no money to basically continue to support the camp. How does the Minister reconcile that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I think we need to distinguish the various efforts government is making. The outset of this matter, several interventions were made. One of those interventions was to set up this fund. And the purpose or the terms of reference of the fund was absolutely clear. The fund is to raise sufficient funding for us to reconstruct the community. There is another effort by NADMO, the District Assembly, and several other agencies who are working on the issues of relief and also the questions of welfare. And then we have the Apieti Reconstruction Committee, which is chaired by my able Deputy Minister, the Honorable Benito Usubio, and who's been working around the clock, day and night, to ensure that we are able to reconstruct this community. But let me correct an assumption which is embedded in the question. Honorable Member, my senior colleague, we don't have sufficient funding. We don't have sufficient funds. In fact, the budget which has been presented to me as the budget required to rebuild Apieti, what we have raised so far is just a fraction of it, which is why we continue to call on Ghanaians to contribute to the fund for us to be able to reconstruct the community. Significantly, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Pristia Hunibali, who is asked this question, and who is the Member of Parliament of the community, and who enjoys the mandate of his constituency, has not contributed to this fund. He has not contributed to this fund. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the records I have. Mr. Speaker, may I answer the question? May I answer the question? If I may.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is not even here to defend himself.
No, let me answer the question.
But, Honourable Member, I haven't invited you. Minister, go on with your answer.
Mr. Speaker, may I answer the question? Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, when the committee was set up, when the fund managers were put together, because we wanted abundance of transparency and accountability, the committee sought the services of KPMG, an internationally reputed accounting firm, to be able to give us good records of who has contributed and who has not contributed. Mr. Speaker, I have here in my hand a Apieti Support Fund schedule of donations, June 2022, and this is the schedule. This is the record of all the people who have contributed. The Member of Parliament for Pristia Hunibali, who has posed this question, has not contributed to the fund. It's a fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, hold on. Please allow me to handle the house. Please allow me to handle the house. Just get on your seat. Honorable Elembele, let me hear you. Did you come up on? I want you to finish yours. What did the minister say? Honorable, that you are not happy about. Let me know. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I think, Mr. Speaker, the minister was to answer a question. And unfortunately, he deviated. Yes, you did deviate to call your colleague and say that your colleague hasn't contributed anything. That's not a fact. Because you know that he controls the common fund and he has visited the place. He made a lot of donations. That because you were not there doesn't mean the minister hasn't done. Mr. Speaker, we expect the minister to do the honorable thing. Because this is his own colleague that is trying to denigrate on the floor of the House by trying to impugn wrong motives that the colleague did not contribute a dime. If you are asked to come and account to the fund, that is the responsibility of the MP. That is your responsibility to also answer. It is none of your business to talk about the MP not contributing into the fund when you are ignorant completely about the things that he has done at his individual levels to support the communities. And it doesn't report to you. So, Mr. Speaker, our colleague must withdraw that comment and apologize to our colleague because he is a member of Parliament himself. and it doesn't speak well of him to denigrate a colleague in the manner he did. And I think that it is only fair that the minister withdraws that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable leader, we need to handle this house. Honorable Minister, when you talk of contribution may be varied. You are talking about your fund, a financial fund. So please, if the members are not happy about it, please just withdraw that aspect of it.
No, but this, Speaker, this is a case that
Mr. Speaker, the contribution by the Honorable Minority Chief Whip is taken in good faith, and let me put on record that I will never deliberately denigrate any member of this House. I'm a member of the House myself, but Mr. Speaker, this is a House of record. There is a world of, if I may be heard, there is a world of record between making contributions to the community, supporting the community, using your common fund to support the community. The member asked me a specific question about the Apiety Support Fund, and I've come here with the records of the Apiety Support Fund. The honorable senior colleague asked a question about whether or not we have sufficient funding, and I said I'm calling on Ghanaians to contribute, including members of this House, and that significantly the Member of Parliament for Pistia Huni Valley, who posed the question and who has a mandate from his constituents, did not contribute to the fund. That is a fact.
Honorable Minister, please, no. Please allow me to handle the House, please. No. Honorable Minister, you could have done it nicely without mentioning his name. Please do away with his name. I mean, a lot of people I have not contributed to it. The mere fact he is a member of parliament for that area. Please do me that honest. Just withdraw that portion. Do it for me. Please do it for me. Just withdraw that portion which includes his name.
Mr. Speaker, am I to withdraw the fact that he hasn't contributed to the fund? What am I to withdraw? That he has not contributed to the fund? I am here, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, what I'm saying is that you were responding to the colleague question. He didn't specifically ask you who has contributed. So I didn't expect you to bring that portion with respect to the Member of Parliament. So just do away with the Member of Parliament aspect. The rest can stand. Yes. I don't know whether you get my position. The question was, how much have you gotten into the fund? Yes. So in your explanation, you then mentioned that the Member of Parliament has not even contributed to the fund. That is where I want you to do away with.
Mr. Speaker, that was with the greatest of respect, Mr. Speaker, and I will defer to you on any day, Mr. Speaker. But because it's a House of record, and because Hansard is capturing these deliberations, if you will indulge me and accommodate me to respond. The question I was answering was not. No, you are going to have to hear me.
My minister.
Mr. Speaker, I won't
Mr. Speaker, please do away with that particular portion.
Mr. Speaker,
just do it for me.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will defer to you on any day. I just want guidance. But it's your questions I'm here to answer.
Minister, I said, do me that favor. Just do away with that.
Mr. Speaker, I am asking for guidance from you as to what I should withdraw. Once you give me the guidance, I will do it. Give me the guidance to withdraw that he has contributed to the fund or that he has not contributed to the fund. But that is what I asked. That is what I answered. What I said was a statement of fact, and it was following the question you asked about sufficient funding. And I said, we don't have sufficient funding, so we require a lot more contributions. In any event, the member of parliament has not contributed to the fund. And therefore, he should contribute to the fund. That is the point I made. And it's a fact that he's not contributed to the fund. That is a statement of fact. Because if you guide me as to how to proceed, I will do so. Very gladly.
My guidance is just, you could have responded to the question without any reference to them. So, just, members are not happy that specifically mentioned. And of course, his constituents will also get to know that the member of parliament has not. So just do away with that. So
what should I say?
What should you say?
Yeah, what do you want me? How do you want me to put it?
Just do away. I want you to allow us to explain that portion.
So Mr. Speaker, the part to do with whether or not the MP for Christia Huni Valley has contributed to the fund, I shelved that part.
Table, I direct that you expunge that particular portion from.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We've dealt with that. Please. We've dealt with that. We are on supplementary questions. Please. Have you finished with your supplementary questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let the record be very clear. The Honorable Wisdom Kujo, the MP for Christia Huni Valley, was the first to lead a full load of items with funds.
Honorable member, ask your question.
This weekend he is there supporting them.
Honorable member,
and we are proud of his support to his people.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker, let me continue.
You exhausted your questions. If the Speaker who has other questions
from the minister's answer, it is very, very clear to me that the minister was making a distinction between the support for the people in the camp, the people in the camp, and the funds that he's raising. Is the minister trying to tell us that the funds that he's raising is specifically for the construction of a permanent site and not for the day-to-day support of the
Honorable,
people?
hold on. Let me hear the Chief Whip.
Speaker, I've been trying to catch your attention, and I commend my colleague, the Minister, for providing the good information and also doing the needful, Speaker, as you directed. Now, I want my colleague to revert his mind to Order 68.5 in his follow-ups. Speaker, he cannot abuse the rules, and you must stick to that rule. Read that order clearly. It tells you what you are supposed to do. Speaker, you cannot be addressing us. If he has follow-ups, go specifically to the follow-ups and ask your follow-up questions. You can't be dancing around and be addressing us. We are not interested in your address. Go ahead and ask your follow-ups. That is what the rule says.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the minister a question that we are aware a statement that has been made by the PRO at the camp that there's no funds to manage the day-to-day support of the people there. In the minister's answer, was he trying to tell us that the funds that have been raised are for the permanent site and not for the day-to-day support of the people at the camp?
Well, Minister. Minister, give me 1 minute. Honorable Governor, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to Order 48 and Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. In my view, we do not have enough to proceed with works or business in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon you to avert your mind to Order 48 and Article 102 and take the necessary action. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, we should be mindful of the fact that this is the time that we members are bringing the issues on our constituencies to the fore. The minister is here to answer questions, and you are raising the issue of quorum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, rightly so, because the framers of the Constitution and the standing orders expect that a certain critical number of members must be in the House for the House to be effective. As far as I'm concerned, we do not have that number, and I'm calling upon you to exercise your powers under this to determine whether we have quorum to continue business in the House. Mr. Speaker, I so move again.
Honourable members, again, this is a private time. It's not a public duty that we are doing. This is a private time. It's your own duty, your own question time. So you are insisting that your question time should abandon that.
Mr. Speaker, I don't make the rules. I am only referring to what the Constitution and the standing order says. I'm unable to determine whether I am right or wrong. So I'm making that application to you. And in my view, I look around the room, we do not have the necessary 1/3 to continue to do business today. We can continue to do that tomorrow if we make that determination, Mr. Speaker.
You see, I don't have problem. My problem is we have about 10 questions from ourselves. And you want us to abandon it? Once you abandon the question, it means we are not going to reschedule these questions again. You know that? Well. Anyway, so let's ring the bell. Give me 10 minutes. Let's ring the bell. So, Honorable Minister, you may go on to answer the question. This time will start ticking after ringing the bell. So let's move to the second question. The second urgent question. Honorable Lembele, Honorable Member for Lembele, Honorable Member for Lembele, you may ask the second urgent question. Whilst I'm saying ask the second urgent question.
I have not finished with the first urgent question. This is my second follow-up. And he was about to answer when there was interruption. So let him answer. The Right Honourable Speaker, please.
Just come and answer. The time will start tickling after ringing the bell. So,
yes, Mr. Speaker, the matter to do with relief and welfare for the people of Apieti is one which is being handled by the relevant district assembly. Mr. Speaker, as I sought to explain, we have segregated or segmented the efforts, the roads. There is a fund which is raising the money. There is the reconstruction committee which is chaired by Honorable Benito, and then the district assembly is responsible for the issues of welfare. As you know, a lot of contributions have been made to the district assembly directly, and in some cases contributions have even been made to the chiefs of Apieti directly. So they are coordinating those efforts. But I should also add that the fund we have set up, the accruals of the fund, the number one priority is to reconstruct the community. However, if we were to have more than enough, we will be more than happy to support with the welfare issues, because as we can appreciate, a lot of people are displaced, school children will have to be supported, people have their economic activities ruined and all of that. We're going to have to raise enough money to support all of those. For example, I mean, the temporary structures we built, we had to advance 1 million cedis out of the amounts of money we've received into the fund to help with the construction of the temporary structures. So yes, Mr. Speaker, the welfare issues are of utmost concern to all of us. The ministry is working on it, the assembly is working on it, and indeed on Wednesday I am traveling to Apieti to ascertain for myself the conditions in which the victims are living. And if there is any further effort or support we have to provide, we certainly will do that. I can assure you that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's move to question B. So, Honorable Member for Lemeda, you
Thank you,
ask
Mr. Speaker.
question B.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, which government land, to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to give a comprehensive report on all the items donated by individuals and groups to the victims of the Apiati explosion.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in my answer to the first question, I indicated that the Apieti Support Fund has received some non-monetary donations in the form of wood, cement, clothing, and cooking utensils as itemized in the answer. To prevent the cement from going bad, Gassim Limited has graciously agreed to keep them and to release them to the committee as and when they are needed for reconstruction. The Forestry Commission is also keeping the wood to keep them secure and will be delivered to the committee when the need arises. The clothing and cooking utensils received have already been sent to the victims of the incident. Mr. Speaker, apart from these items, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has not received any other item from individuals or groups. We are aware, however, that several other people and organizations have made donations directly to the community. Because these donations were not made to the ministry, we do not have any report on them. I believe the chiefs and people of Apieti and my honorable colleague, the honorable member for Kusia Huni Valley, will be in a better position to give a report on same. That said, Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat my plea to members, corporate Ghana, and indeed the general public to continue to donate to the Apieti Support Fund so that we can raise enough funds to rebuild the community. Let us join hands together to build a modern, green, and sustainable Apieti. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the follow-up question is, has the minister been made aware of any reports of misappropriation of some of the donations at all? Has you been aware of any misappropriation or stealing of some of the items? Have you been aware?
Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of any misappropriation or diversion. But I should say that if my senior colleague has any intelligence, evidence, or leads as to misappropriation or diversion, I'll be more than happy to work with him or the MP for the area for us to be able to deal with it. Because whatever donations come must be for the benefit of the people of Apieti. So if there are any misappropriation or application, I'll be more than happy to act on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he indicated that the cement company has agreed to basically take some of the cement that for the time is so that we can use it at the right time. Mr. Speaker, the whole point about this fund is to quickly rebuild the permanent site for the people of Apieti. Cement have been donated, and we are talking about the cement company holding on to them so that at the right time it can be used. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing going on at the site. Can the minister explain to us why the permanent site construction has stalled? Why is it that there's no construction taking place?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, the MP for Elembele, for asking this very important question, because it gives me the opportunity to give information to the House as to the work which has been done so far and the work we have to do in future. Mr. Speaker, as he may agree with me and the House may agree with me, to undertake a project of this magnitude, you require a lot of planning, and a lot of work is being done by the Benito Committee. We have representatives from the Ghana Institute of Architects, the Ghana Institute of Surveyors, and as a matter of fact, that committee is made up of strictly professionals. And so as we speak today, they have completed with the designs. First of all, they had to conduct structural integrity of the various buildings which survived. They had to do soil testing. They had to do pre-contract assessment of the site. They had to tender, public tender, for architects to come up with designs. We have concluded with that. They have now appointed a consultant, a project consultant. And now, Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of going through public competitive tender in order to select contractors who will be involved in the construction of these buildings. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that as we speak today, surveyors are on site putting in place the markings and demarcations for us to begin the construction, hopefully sometime in July. We have awarded a contract to a contractor who is going to construct the town roads and the drainage and all of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House and assure the MP for Elembele and that of Isia Bunivali that a considerable amount of work is being done, and with the help of God, we will build a piety to the benefit of the victims of this tragic event. So a lot of work is being done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is my last question. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he talked about all this long-term planning with all these architects, drainage. It's obvious to me that the permanent site will take a long time. The Speaker, the report is that the people of Apieti, in which we are working to get them a permanent place, are hungry, are dying of hunger. Can the minister assure this House that he is going to take steps to take some of the money, the fund, to immediately support the people at the camp so that they can survive to see the permanent site? Can the minister assure this House?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely prepared to take counsel from members of the House as to how we should deal with this matter. I have no difficulty whatsoever about that. Now, the difficulty here, Mr. Speaker, is that the purpose for the fund is to reconstruct the community. And as I said, the funding we have received so far is just a minute fraction of what will be required to reconstruct the community. If the suggestion is that, look, let us take some of this money and buy, disposable items, buy perishable, buy consumables for them to live on a daily basis, it's something we can look at. It's also the suggestion that we should find ways of setting people up and making them economically viable so that, as they say, they can fish themselves rather than us giving them fish. That is also something we can look at. With the greatest of respect, the money is not my money, it is our money, it's a public money. So how we spend the money must be through the collective wisdom of all of us. And we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker, we have to be extremely careful. These are some of the situations where if you begin to just approve disbursements of funding. Before long, you have a situation on your hands. We want to go and buy 100 bags of rice. It turns out that the bags of rice which are bought are 10, and then it becomes a problem. So we are very disciplined when it comes to the utilization of this fund. And I tell you, the instruction is that a penny should not be withdrawn from this fund until all the preparatory works are done, and we have a clear roadmap, a budget, so that we can account for every penny that is contributed to the fund. But I take your point about the welfare issues. We will examine it. As I say, I'm going to be in a community on Wednesday, and I'll get a first-hand information as to the conditions within which these victims are living. And whatever we can do to assist them and to help them, we will do so. You have my assurance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You want to ask question? You want to ask question?
Yeah.
And I want to ask question.
You all want to ask question. And you were urging your member to. I've seen
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's an unfair accusation if you are referring to me, because you didn't give me the opportunity to speak at the time, and you couldn't have known if I was urging him or discouraging him. But if I have your permission now, Mr. Speaker, I will want to follow up on the question that was asked, for which the Minister gave a response to. But before that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer to Order 69.1, which says that as soon as a question is answered in the House, any member beginning with the member who asks a question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question to further elucidation of any matter of fact regarding which the answer has been given. But a supplementary question must not be used to introduce matter not included in the original question. Mr. Speaker, I am referring to this, hoping if you will guide us, that it will also refer to answers given. Questions introduced should include the original matter. So if you are asked a question, if you are not asked a question, you don't answer, you don't provide an answer to it. But Mr. Speaker, my follow-up is related to the answer that he gave. My follow-up is related to the answer that he gave about the products that he says are stored with the Forestry Commission and also with the GhanaWeb. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister if he has explored the option of using the state institution responsible for managing disaster in this country, NADMO, because the Forestry Commission is not, mandated to store disaster items. But I believe that NADMO may be in a position to store such relief items better than any of these institutions. So I want to know if the Minister has considered working with NADMO to store some of these donations and to release them when necessary to respond to this disaster. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Suini, is very right when he says that NADMO should store relief items. That is absolutely correct. And as he may recall, NADMO was very much involved and still is involved in the relief effort. And indeed, NADMO is storing a good number of relief items, perishable goods and the rest. But Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, I'm not too sure that wood species constitutes relief items. I'm not too sure about that. Neither am I sure that cement constitutes relief items. Wood species, obviously, the body that should have the mandate to store them should be the Forestry Commission, because that is their mandate and that is what they do. Unless we are being told that huge logs of wood, timber and the rest should be stored in the warehouses of NADMO. I'm not too sure about that. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I take his suggestion on board. We'll examine it. I'm just not too sure how we will come to the conclusion that timber should be stored with NADMO when we have a Forestry Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the minister if he's aware through the committee that you set to represent you at appears that Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo, the MP for Pisahuni Valley, has donated items in the form of toiletries, water, clothes, food items, medicine, that worth more than 100,000 Ghana cedis. I want the minister to brief this house whether he is aware, because you said the committee, and they report to you directly every day. So having come here to say that the member of parliament has not contributed a time.
Honorable member,
I want him to know.
Honorable member,
to brief this house.
Honorable member, your question will not be allowed to be answered. Let me hear you, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister if he's able to tell us the amount required to undertake the reconstruction of Apiati, since he's been referring to the amount contributed so far as a very small fraction of what you need to do the whole reconstruction. Thank you.
Yes, honorable minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I've been trying to establish the work which is being done in relation to the reconstruction of the Apiati committee, the Apiati community, is being spearheaded by a technical committee. I was very deliberate in constituting that committee, and indeed, the people who are members of that committee are representatives of various associations: the Ghana Institute of Architects, the Ghana Institute of Surveyors, the Ghana Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and so on. So these are experts. They have come out, and I think that that was put out by Madam Joyce Ayi, with a preliminary figure of 70 million Ghana cedis, correct? With a preliminary figure of 70 million Ghana cedis. The Speaker, as I indicated in my answer, we have been able to raise 40 plus odd cedis. That's how much we've raised so far. We hope to raise more. But always remember that these estimates are preliminary because they are subject to variations based on the prices of goods and so on. So, but the amount which is being quoted now, preliminarily, is 70 million Ghana cedis. Thank you.
Honorable member, you are not the owner of the question. You've asked one supplementary question. You are exhausted. So let's move to normal questions. Question number 414. Question number 414. The question stands in the name of Dr. Clement Apak, Member of Parliament for Busa South. Honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources why rosewood is still exported from Ghana when government has imposed a reinforced ban on the harvesting, transportation, and export of rosewood since 2017, and what the ministry is doing to give effect to the ban.
Honorable Minister, a member for Rosewood has spoken, so we have to respond to him.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by commending the senior colleague of the House, the Honorable Apak, for his passion in the fight against the illicit trade in the rosewood business. Mr. Speaker, The ban on harvesting of rosewood began in 2012, when on 31st August 2012, the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Mike Hammer, imposed a ban on the harvesting of rosewood, except for the 5 companies who were harvesting in the Bui Dam Reservoir. This ban, however, lasted for only a little over 1 month and was lifted on 5th October 2012. On 15th July 2014, the ban was reimposed, but was again lifted, and permits were granted to 13 companies in 2015 by the then Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Nii Osamils. In February 2017, government, realizing the unsustainable nature of the industry and minded to preserve our forest cover, reimposed the ban on the harvesting and exporting of rosewood. But following verifiable reports of large numbers of rosewood lying in the bush, government granted salvage permits to certain companies to evacuate rosewood lying in the bush. These companies were permitted to export the salvage wood. Alongside the salvaging, illegally harvested rosewood confiscated were auctioned and the purchasers permitted to export them. However, our intelligence revealed that some unscrupulous people harvest rosewood illegally, and when they are confiscated, they manage to participate in the lawful auction of the wood and then disingenuously turn around to export them to the international market. To curb this phenomenon, we'll impose a ban on the export, import, and/or trading in rosewood. And to give effect to this ban, we ban the auctioning of rosewood. All confiscated rosewood are donated to the National Cathedral Project. In addition to ceasing the auctioning of rosewood, on 2nd July 2021, on the instructions of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I directed the Forestry Commission to seize the issuance of Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES, permits for the purposes of exporting rosewood, whether acquired legally or otherwise, until further notice. Mr. Speaker, since the interest of the cartel who deal in this business is the export of these wood species, and since rosewood cannot be legally traded on the international market without a CITES permit, the ban on auctioning and the issuance of CITES permits have largely stopped the export of rosewood from the country. That said, Mr. Speaker, I will be very grateful if any person, entity, and or member of this august house could furnish us with intelligence, evidence, and or leads on any breaches of the ministry's ban. If that was done, we will not hesitate to act swiftly and let me assure the House that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will conduct effective management and protect resources, particularly as they relate to rosewood, and we will continue to act in accordance with the highest standards of transparency, integrity, and candor. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his very elaborate response. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response, paragraph 6, he indicates very boldly that, quote, all confiscated rosewood are donated to the National Cathedral Project. Can the Minister apprise the House of the quantity of rosewood currently confiscated and handed over to the National Cathedral Project and where the wood is currently housed?
Are you minded to answer the question? Very well.
Mr. Speaker, they are housed at the Chimota Depot of the Forestry Commission. Thank you.
Speaker, it was a two-pronged question. The Minister has answered one. I wanted to know the quantity so far. 5 containers, 10 containers, 20 containers. If the Minister can provide that answer, I'll be most grateful.
Minister, are you minded, or I should give you time to come back?
Mr. Speaker, the question the honourable member asked is far from quantities. He asked the question whether rosewood is still being exported out of Ghana. If he did ask that question, I would have solved the
So that is why I asked you whether I should give you time to come back, or it's not part of the original question. At times, if you are minded to answer, fine, you give you the opportunity.
I don't
but
have that
if
information
you
here.
need time, you ask him to file a proper question. So, honorable member, if you want,
Mr. Speaker,
you can file.
Mr. Speaker,
my
follow-up question was based on the minister's response. He spoke about rosewood that was confiscated being donated towards the National Cathedral project. So my question was, what quantity so far has been confiscated and handed over towards the National Cathedral project? So if he doesn't have the answer now, fair and good.
Exactly.
But it is not out of place. It's a consequential question based on his own response. It's as simple as that.
It's not direct consequential question. He said those that has been confiscated, but you can't just out of a moment ask him to give you a quantity. So,
but Mr. Speaker, how can you not know what we have confiscated? You should know the quantity you've confiscated.
Now you are talking about cubic meters, how many number of containers, whatever it is. Please file a separate question if you want him to come. House is a house of records.
Very well.
Ask the minister to come and guess.
I move to my final question, and I'll file a specific question on that. Mr. Speaker, in the last paragraph of the minister's response, he states that he would assure the House that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will continue to ensure the effective management and protection of our natural resources, particularly as it relates to rosewood, and we will continue to act in accordance with the highest standards of transparency, integrity, and candor. On the basis of this, can the minister update the House on what has happened to 5 containers of rosewood impounded on the 17th of June 2021, and what action has been taken against the owners of the said impounded 5 containers?
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, yes, in my last paragraph, I did indicate that the management of the lands and natural resources of our country will be done in accordance with the highest standards of integrity, transparency, and candor. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in all modesty, that is exactly how these lands and natural resources are being managed. There's absolutely no doubt about that. The matter relating to the 5 containers, Mr. Speaker, I did visit Tema Port when the containers were confiscated, and I went to ascertain for myself the state of the wood species which had been confiscated. We had to satisfy ourselves that indeed and in fact these wood species were rosewood and that they did not have permits for export or that they were being exported illegally. So that was done. And Mr. Speaker, national security officials escorted these containers to the depot, the Achimota depot of the Forestry Commission. And these containers were offloaded, Mr. Speaker. I can say without a shred of equivocation that these rosewood species are in safe custody and they are going to be used for the National Cathedral project. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by assuring my colleague that this business of rosewood, we are dealing with it with integrity and transparency. And whatever we have said, we nail it. And if you were to provide us with any evidence of any illicit trade in rosewood, we will deal with it and deal with it swiftly. So the 5 containers are in safe custody with the Forestry Commission. They are verifiable. I can make arrangements for you to go and examine them yourself. Not a single log of those 5 containers is unaccountable for. Each one of them is accountable for. And so the transparency commitment I made is a firm commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, may I find out rosewood? Is there a way we can propagate the production of rosewood? Is there a scientific way of propagating rosewood production?
So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry is actually began a massive project of rosewood plantation. Because as you know, rosewood is a very valuable wood species. And so the whole concept even that we ban rosewood and that we don't want to have any exploitation of rosewood in our country, in itself, policy-wise, is not the right way to go. The situation we found ourselves, as I articulated in my answer, is that the exploitation of these wood species have been done unsustainably. And therefore, if we do not ban them as we speak now, it will get to a point where they will become extinct. And so a direct answer to your question is that we have a short to medium to long-term program of engaging in massive planting of rosewood so that eventually we will be in a position to exploit these wood species for the benefit of the country.
Thank you very much. We now move to question number 1061. 1061. The question stands in the name of a member for Nsawam Aduajiri, Honorable Frank Anodompre.
Speaker,
Honorable, you may ask your question now.
Speaker, with respect and with your kind leave, I've reached out to my colleagues. We wish to vary the order of business. That will respect. We wish to vary the order of business. And because, Speaker, this ratification is time-bound, and as a country we are lagging behind. It's something we have to do. It's a matter of urgency. So I'll appeal to my colleague to just hold his fire and revise the order of business and go on to other people addendum 2 and take item 2. So we have quickly, then we come back to the questions.
Very well. Please, let's take the addendum paper 2, motion 2, Chairman of Mines and Energy Committee.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've moved the motion already, and I'm supposed to.
Honorable Montaka interjected, so just take the motion again.
Thank you. All right. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the request for the parliamentary ratification for Ghana's membership to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, may be moved today. I so move.
Honorable Speaker.
The motion has been moved. Honorable Ibrahim Bauer, please second the motion. You have to be attentive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in doing that...
No, this is procedural motion.
Oh. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, the motion has been moved, the motion has been seconded. This procedural motion, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let's now get to item number 3. The motion is served. But meanwhile, Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, you may take your seat for a while. Yes. Yes. Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that this honorable court, this honorable House adopts a report of the Committee on Mines and Energy on the request for the parliamentary ratification for Ghana's membership to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO. Honorable Speaker, and in so moving, I want to present your committee's report. Honorable Speaker, the record is that Ghana applied for membership of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, on the 16th day of February 2021. The application was unanimously endorsed by the Committee on Experts at this 41st meeting held
on the 23rd June 2011. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of what we are trying to do, that we want to seek the ratification of our membership in terms of Article 75(2)(b) of the 1992 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the subscription fee by reason of our membership and our oil production effort is in the sum of $100,000 United States dollars every year. Honorable Speaker, the benefits of we becoming ratified member of this important organization is duly spelled out at 3 of the report of the committee. And I wouldn't want to detain you with all the issues that are of importance. I'll come to the conclusion and the recommendation. Having critically examined the statute of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, the committee takes the view that Ghana stands to benefit tremendously from becoming a member of the organization. Among others, Ghana's membership would avail the country the right to participate in critical decision-making of the organization, access private investment through ICOP, an opportunity to leverage on the organization to advance the development of Ghana's emerging petroleum industry for optimal benefits. The committee further knows that Ghana has applied and achieved the requirement for 2/3 majority approval of the member countries. This leaves the ratification and signing of the statute of the organization as the last step for Ghana to become a bona fide member of APO. On the basis of the above, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and to ratify Ghana's membership of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, and the statute of the organization in accordance with Article 75(2)(b) of the 1992 Constitution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, Honorable Bawa is now attentive, so you may second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks very much for allowing me to contribute to the report that is suggesting to this House that we should ratify Ghana's membership to the African Petroleum Producers Organization. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, you realize that the issue of stranded assets has become one of key interests for the global arena. And this is because of the fact that there has been this drive to move away from the usage of fossil fuel to renewables in order to be able to lower in terms of our carbon emissions into the environment. Mr. Speaker, when we specifically talk about stranded assets, we are talking about our fossil fuels. And in Ghana, obviously, since 2010, we have started producing petroleum products, hydrocarbons. Indeed, if you look at globally, about 185 countries have all agreed that we should find a way of ensuring that we de-emphasize the usage of fossil fuel and then go more with the renewables. And so you realize that about 2/3 of approving, hydrocarbons are obviously going to be left stranded underground. And Ghana, and for that matter, Africa, we are still at the infant stage in trying to, as it were, exploit our hydrocarbons. And so to have a situation like this, and particularly with the fact that our economies depend on this, it is important to look at other ways of ensuring that these assets are not stranded. Mr. Speaker, you will know that most of these projects, hydrocarbon projects, are capital intensive. And most of the monies and other things we get them from the Western world. And these are the people who are really championing the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy. That is why I'm so excited that Ghana has decided to join the African Petroleum Producers Organization, because one of the organs of this particular organization is what they call the African Energy Investment Corporation. It's supposed to be a wing of this organization that will provide capital for the development of these particular hydrocarbons. And so I think that Ghana's decision to really join this, even though we are late, in my opinion, countries that are not even producing as high as ours, like Benin, have been members even before us. So for us to have taken the decision to join this, I think that is a very good move. And I will urge the House that we approve this report and then allow Ghana to become a member of the APO. On this note, I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Yes, honourable member for is it Karaga?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution. The Africa Petroleum Producers Organization is a pan-African organization. In fact, if you look at OPEC membership, African countries dominate OPEC membership. But we still have oil producers in Africa who are not members of OPEC. And so, given the fact that we need to work together as a continent to develop our hydrocarbon resources and also to maximize benefits for our people, the APO, as constituted currently, will help our country, Ghana, in so many ways. APO has been discussing the energy transition and has been making efforts to ensure that the funds that we need, the investment that we need to develop our hydrocarbon resources come into the continent. At the moment, as was said by my honourable colleague, Honourable Edward Bawa, funding is declining for oil and gas projects because of the energy transition. Just last week, G7 member countries agreed that their public-funded banks will no longer invest in oil and gas projects. The European Bank for Investment has also come out with a policy to stop funding oil and gas projects. The World Bank has said since 2019 that they will not fund oil and gas projects. And therefore, if we don't have a mechanism to mobilize resources as a continent to support the development of our oil and gas resources, even though energy poverty is so high within our continent, we will suffer the consequences. And so APO has been working towards the establishment of an African energy bank, an energy bank that will mobilize the resources to support the development of our hydrocarbon resources. And so if Ghana joins APO, Ghana will also have the opportunity to leverage the resources that will be mobilized by the African Energy Bank if it is so established in order to support our industry. This is why we support APO's call for a just, equitable, and fair transition so that we can harness the potential of our resources to reduce the levels of poverty in our continent. Mr. Speaker, APO is also promoting the development of joint infrastructure. We all know the contribution of the West African Gas Pipeline to Ghana in particular and the members of the pipeline. APO is of the view that we should develop more of such joint infrastructure so that we can bring our economies closer to each other. For example, whilst the Western countries are moving away from oil and gas, we need to create a market in Africa so that we can trade between ourselves. Currently, trade between African countries as far as oil and gas is concerned is just about 5.2%. But through the development of joint infrastructure, which APO is promoting, we will be able to create the market for our own resources in order to grow our economies. Mr. Speaker, APO also has a center of excellence, which they will avail to its members. And if Ghana joins APO, Ghana will take advantage of this center of excellence to grow our capacity, to build the technical capacity, not just of our national oil company, but also our state agencies, the regulator and staff of the Ministry of Energy. They also promote exchange of visits, and Ghana will have the opportunity to learn from the experiences of mature producers like Nigeria, like Angola, like Equatorial Guinea. And therefore, I want to encourage honorable members to approve the report of this committee in order for Ghana to join Apple and take advantage of all the benefits. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Honourable Amakofi-Boa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the call for the ratification of Ghana's membership of Apple. Mr. Speaker, this has been a long term in coming. As the report has clearly stated, it was in 2011 that we applied to become members of Apple. Mr. Speaker, I remember I was then a deputy minister, and I think that Ghana has been as an observer for all these years, and so this step finally makes us a full-fledged member of Apple to enjoy all the benefits of full membership. Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, we know where we are with Ghana's upstream petroleum sector. We are really challenged with investment, how to attract investment in the upstream sector, how to leverage financing for these huge requirements to basically produce oil. Mr. Speaker, you can only do that if you can leverage our membership with Apple to basically attract investment and get very low interest financing. Mr. Speaker, in this period of global transition, it's also been stated that it is very, very clear that the way to basically make sure we can have our energy security is to make sure that African countries, few hours ago we were talking about the need for African countries to basically operate as a united force. This is one way we do it. When Ukraine-Russia war basically see African countries on their knees and petroleum prices are going up and we find ourselves helpless. The only way we do that is that African countries that produce oil are strategizing together to be able to basically ensure that they have energy security. What a better way to do it than Apple? Mr. Speaker, this is very, very important. It's also very important that we work to make sure that even as Apple members, we can get Ghanaian experts to be at the decision-making table. All these years, we have not been able to do that. Full membership means that Ghana can also nominate people to work at the Apple headquarters so that we can influence the decisions there. So, Mr. Speaker, just to be brief, this is very important. It's timely. We need to be members to make sure we take advantage. Thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favour, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes clearly have it. The motion is adopted.
Item 4 on the addendum paper 2.
Who is doing that?
Speaker, I will seek your leave for the Deputy Minister of Energy to take it. Honourable Amin, Dr. Mohammed Amin.
Yes. Honourable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that item 4, resolution on order paper addendum 2, page 2, be taken now. I so move.
Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favour of the ratification, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The
Speaker may want to take a post-trade break.
The ratification is hereby adopted. Honourable leadership, I would like to suspend the House.
Yes, suspend.
Mr. Speaker, you may take a post-trade break.
Yes.
There's questions for the ministers to answer. So we'll give ourselves 30 minutes. We'll come back.
Welcome to our final episode of Diaspora Link first season. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm super excited about the episode today. Before we even get into this episode with this guest, I just want to say that I'm very grateful to all of our viewers, everybody who shared the links, everybody who's tuned in every Sunday, everybody who's given us feedback, both critical feedback and feedback to say you love it. We do this because we want to share successful stories. We want to share challenges. And we are serious about linking up the diaspora. We are totally in love with our team and our partner here at GhanaWeb. Again, this is our final episode. So we believe in celebrating the small victories, right? We've been able to do 20 episodes with all amazing guests. We want to thank all of our guests who've appeared here on Diaspora Link. And today, on our final episode, I have a very, 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 very special episode, and I have a very, very, very special guest. I'm not even going to tell you her name yet, but we're going to get into this episode, and we're going to take her through the same thing we took all of our other guests to. So, again, thank you so much. My heart is full. Thank you for the support. Thank you for this first season for Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host with the most. This episode is so special, I had to put my grills in for the last episode. Let's go. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Y'all know I'm super excited. This is our last episode of our first season, and I'm going to say that I saved the best for last, right? So I've had to pull her from behind the camera and put her in front of the camera. So we're going to find out more about somebody who's been behind the camera and who's helped us design this show and has been working on all 20 episodes. I'm not even going to tell you who she is yet. I'm just going to get into her choices and her top 5. Welcome, madam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Are you nervous?
I'm nervous.
Are you nervous?
I'm
Good.
Nervous,
Good. I want you to be nervous because, because now you're on this side of the camera. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't have to explain the game to you. You know what choices are.
Yes.
Okay. So, choices. I'm going to give you your choices. You come back to me.
Okay.
Long hair versus short hair.
Short hair, because it's hot outside.
So even if you're someplace when it's cold, short hair.
I still prefer short hair. I really love hats, and hats look so good on like short hair because they always get the right shape, especially like the the Russian kind of hats with the long ears.
Okay. Next question. London versus Dubai.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Why did I have to think about this? I think Dubai.
Dubai over London.
I think
Why?
Dubai over London. Because I know London and the United Kingdom so well inside out, I'm no longer excited by it. Whereas I've only been a resident of Dubai for about a year, so I'm still quite excited. There's still so many things to find in the whole of the Emirates, and I'm still just figuring out Dubai, so I think that's why.
That's why? Okay.
Yeah. Plantain.
I know. I'm not, because I know plantain is your favorite food, so I'm not going to ask you anything about plantain. And I even know you're going to say that when we get to top 5. Banku versus fufu.
Okay, fufu. But that's just because I like the smooth flow of the fufu. Banku for me is a little bit grainy. It's like reaching over towards like kenke, which I'm not really a fan of.
Right, you're not a fan of kenke?
No.
But banku you eat?
Yeah, I have banku in my house right now.
You like banku? But you prefer fufu?
I prefer fufu.
Just because it goes down smoother, that's it?
Exactly. And even then, if we were adding like TZ, then I'll be on the TZ side.
Okay.
Because the smoother the flow for me.
The smoother
but
the
always
flow.
with the okra, spicy.
Always with the okra and always spicy. Okay, all right. I'm going to ask you this question, and I already know the answer. Brunch versus dinner.
Yeah, brunch.
I already knew the answer.
Yeah.
What is it about brunch? What do you like so much about brunch?
Firstly, I love an opportunity to meet with people over food and drinks, socializing and having positive energy. And when a brunch event is properly curated, it's just vibes. It's like the vibes of the evening club, but you're wearing daytime clothes. You can see people's faces clearly. You can achieve goals. You can make that sale. It can be a meeting. I find brunch is like the most flexible time of the day to meet people as well. It's the perfect time. It's not too early. It's not too late. Finish brunch, go home, get changed, chill with family, go out again. Love
And brunch has to be on a Sunday. Sunday is the day for brunch.
So it's really funny because in Ghana, Sunday's the day for brunch, but in UAE for ages, Friday was my go-to day for brunch because of course Friday was a weekend and Sunday was a Monday. But now they kind of evening out, so I guess Sunday is going to be brunch day all over the world for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ada versus Axim.
Ooh.
East versus West.
So that's interesting. I only just first got over to Axim. I went to the Baja private island a couple of weeks ago, so I now know the difference between Ada and Axim. I will say Axim because with Ada, of what I understand of it, it's beautiful, it's lovely. Of course, you know, it's my favorite place to be. But actually, Axim, like when we were going to the private island, there was this point where the boat was going over a portion of the ocean that was lowered. So people were walking. But then when we came back in the evening, it was like a full-blown like waterbed. And the whole thing about it just fascinated me. Also the way that the fishermen have their fishing things like positioned. Like, you know, you can't get those stories in Ada. Right. Our boat guy, he drives us around, but there's not much to tell.
Right.
With an Axim, you know, the guy was like, yeah, and then this happens, and you know, this part of the water will be raised later, madam, please look here, and when we came back, he gave me such amazing stories that I'm now fascinated to go around Axim a lot more.
Wow.
In fact, go around the whole of the East a lot more.
I need to do that.
You
I
do?
need to check that out.
Yeah, I'll take you. You're not good.
Really? You want to take me?
And he's a good DJ.
Witness. I have a lot of witnesses here. Okay, last one for your choices. This is an easy one for you too, but I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Entrepreneurship versus being employee.
Ah, that's not an easy one. I think you thought I was going to say entrepreneurship.
Yes.
But that's because you forget that I equally care about my career as a dean.
No, I know.
So
I know.
I will always do both. I actually am a hybrid. I always do both.
You got to choose one. If you could only choose one.
Okay, if I could only choose one, I'll choose entrepreneurship because I can always be well-fed and extremely wealthy.
Okay. Well-fed and extremely wealthy.
With entrepreneurship.
With entrepreneurship.
With academia, not so much, you know.
Right. Well, I mean, academia is not the only salaried, employed position, but
That
for you it is. But
for me, it's where my passion goes when it comes to my career.
I want to thank our guests for playing choices, and now we're going to move to something called Top 5, and then we're going to dive into the interview. This is a special show. This is our 20th show. This is the final episode of Season 1 of Diaspora Link, so you can expect something a little bit different. Top 5.
Yes.
Favorite food.
Plantain.
Plantain. So
plantain.
we're not talking about appetizers. Favorite food in the whole world. Plantain.
Do you realize plantain? I think I know 15 different ways to eat plantain.
Okay.
And this is across breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, snacks.
Plantain.
Plantain.
You know what? I'm gonna share something with the world who's watching about plantain. No.
Because I can have plantain with nuts.
No,
so it helps.
Listen, I wasn't even gonna talk about how much you love nuts. Yeah. Right? I was gonna talk about something else, about plantain.
Yeah.
And you know this because I shared this with you. Kelewele is a beautiful thing. And I want to thank you all for leaving the domain for me.
Oh, yes. Is you own kelewele.com, right?
Kelewele.com. I'm one of
should,
those guys. I'm crazy. We wake up in the middle of the night and buy domains. We do crazy stuff.
I think we should do something with that one day.
No, we are.
Okay.
We are. We definitely are going to do something.
Yeah.
And because, and what you just said in terms of 15 ways to make plants, I'll share more with you about that. Okay, favorite food is that. Favorite artist, if you only can choose one artist in the whole world across musical genres, what artist is that?
Ooh. You know, lately, I'm just going to stick with what I've been listening to a lot lately and who I'm just fascinated by.
Give me one artist.
Buju.
Buju. Oh.
Yeah, he's really stolen it for me.
Driver. Don't stop at all.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, not Banton.
No, Buju who?
Nigerian Buju.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Phoenix, and literally every other song that we sing now.
Got you. Oh, I thought you were talking
about...
it
would have been, no. That's
because
you know I love the bashment, the reggae.
She let me go.
No, because you know I love
and
that.
I know you love reggae, so I thought...
Nah, but he's stolen it. Yeah.
Of all artists,
I'm
you
in
get
shock.
one. You get to choose one right now in the whole world,
and
you currently. Wow,
I'm currently in shock about it. I do wake up in the morning and I do have a playlist that is mainly Buju at the moment.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get into it.
Yeah.
Favorite book or a book that's had a serious impact on your life?
The Art of Seduction.
The Art of Seduction. Tell me
Robert
why.
Greene. Well, 48 Laws of Power was my first Robert Greene book, and that stole my heart for Robert, right? And luckily, I was able to meet him. And then when I met him one day, he told me that I'm one of the characters in The Art of Seduction. It's called a siren. And I didn't really get it, but he explained it to me live, and then I went back and I read the book and I got it, because The Art of Seduction is mainly a business book, but people usually read it for more manipulative processes outside of business. But in actual fact, yeah, I just fell in love with that book because suddenly I could see my clients, my business partners, you know, in this book, and I just suddenly, it like opened everything to me. I was like, oh, that's what I have to do next.
Right.
So,
Art of Seduction.
Art of
Okay.
Seduction.
Next, favorite sport.
I'm not really into sports, but when I was,
If you have
I
to
was an
choose
athlete,
one.
so track and field was my thing.
You were track and field? Did I know that?
Last run and relay, 100-meter sprints, 1800-meter run, high jump, shot put, and
This was high school, university?
yeah, high school till about 20.
Really? I didn't know that. I learned something new. Track and field.
Because my grandfather was like, he ran for Scotland in the Olympics or something.
Okay.
So when I was young, he just kept going, oh, you know, you should do athletics, you should do athletics. So yeah, I just did athletics.
Wow, I would have never guessed track and field. Dope. Last one is favorite place to vacation. This, you know, as you know, can be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go. But this is a vacation.
Okay,
and
so
I always
this
have to say
excludes Ghana.
It doesn't exclude Ghana.
Okay.
But I just have to say this for people like us because
we don't know how to leave.
Well, we don't know how to vacation
I know.
sometimes. Right? So this is your favorite place to vacation.
Okay, so the best vacation I've ever had was in Egypt.
Egypt?
Because at first I thought I was going there for the whole find my people, you know, pyramids and stuff. But then we got this amazing driver. He took us to this place. There was 7 pigeon. I was like, who eats pigeon? Okay, but it was interesting. Took us on a long drive to Alexandria, stopped us off in like a bee farm. We got fresh honey, got to Alexandria.
Wow.
Like it was so much.
And
like
it was a true vacation.
It was literally a vacation. I had no laptops, no phone, just me and 2 of my friends, and the best driver. And Egypt became it for me because now even my driver in the UAE is Egyptian. Just Egyptian drivers are just the best. They just seem so enthused. And so he made Egypt like the best holiday ever.
The best place.
Yeah, he took me to meet his family. Took us to meet his family, his friends. He was like, he was doing the most.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That's our top 5. As you know, one of the reasons why we do top 5 is we want to get to know each other better. Like I've known this young lady here for a little while, but I've just learned something new about her that I had absolutely no idea existed. Track and field, like really, like word. Okay, now let's actually get into the interview.
Great things, yeah, around the world.
And we are back. Now let's dive into this interview. I told you I wouldn't tell you this young lady's name, but now I will. Today I'm interviewing Miss Tanisha Tego. Tanisha is someone who's become a really good friend and a business partner. She's actually the co-executive producer of Diaspora Link with me. And you won't normally get a chance to have the host interview the producer, but we different. We different. So today I actually wanted you all to meet her and interview her the way that I've interviewed everybody else, because I'm also inspired by her story, and I wanted her to share her story with you all because I think you'll also be inspired. Tanisha.
Thank you,
the
Tane.
homie. What's up?
I'm good.
All right. So we've done top 5.
We have.
We've done choices. Now, tell me about Tanisha Tego. Tanisha Tego is of Ghanaian descent and heritage. You're a Ghanaian woman.
Yep.
Right? From the first day I've met you, you've been threatening me about the powers of a Ga woman,
Yes.
right? And that I need to act right and be right. So tell me a little bit about your history. Where were you born? Where were you born? Your family, and a little bit about how you were raised. And
Okay. So I was born in Ghana to my parents and my family. And then they traveled extensively. So we lived in Zaria, Nigeria for a while. We went out to Europe, spent time with my grandmother. Then by about age 5, 6, we ended up in Maryland, living on a military base out in Severn. And that was
who was in the military?
my aunt, my mom's sister.
Okay.
So my mom has this passion about helping everyone. So I've got 4 brothers from my mom, and she just picked up me and my younger brother and just took us everywhere. If someone needed help, she was like, "I'm gonna come and rescue you, but I'm taking these kids."
Right.
So we did a lot of like moving around. So we went to see my aunt at that particular time. And we were there for a while, but for my 7th birthday, reaching up to my 7th birthday, I realized I just didn't like America. And I know that's really bad for me to say to you.
No, it's not. It's
Okay,
not
good,
because I know a lot of people that
this
place. Sometimes I don't like America.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think as a child, with the amount of countries I'd been to, it was just confusing because the dialogue felt opposite, you know?
What do you mean?
So, like, everywhere else I'd been, it was all about all the things you can do, you can be, you can do da-da-da-da-da. Everything was so positive. But with America, like, the television always had, like, bad news, like, proper bad news.
Okay.
And it wasn't, like, bad news from another country. It was, like, bad news from next door.
Got you.
So, like, as a child, I just felt like, this place is not safe.
Right.
This place is not open. I was in Girl Scout, and the girls were all great and stuff, but they just had, like, and for a child, believe me, like, I felt like they had an overinflated sense of, like, themselves because it didn't make sense. Everyone was telling everyone we could all be president one day. And I was like, we can't, we're kids.
Right, right.
Because, like, you know me, I'm very literal. So I was like, no, we can't.
And the reality of the situation is that everybody can't be.
Everybody
but
can't be.
The
But everybody
idea
could.
that you can be,
Yeah.
right, but everybody could.
Exactly, and of
Right.
course I aspire to be president
Right.
at some point or one day,
Right.
whether it's president of just a cookie shop or president of Ghana. I want the label, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, it just felt really off to me as a child, and also TV was weird. So like at that young age, I also had so much different experiences of television, TV in Ghana, Nigeria, UK, Europe, America. So I had different experiences, and American TV was okay, but you know what really worried me was those adverts, right? When they like advertise a thing that's going to save your life, and then like the random guy speaks at the end, he's like, may cause death, your eye to fall out, but you should buy it because only $599. I'm like, no. So as a child, I was like, these adverts are so
That's
weird.
interesting because that's pretty intuitive as a young person, as a child, to catch that.
Yeah.
Right, to catch those disclaimers at the end, like, wait a minute, I thought I was going to save my life, but you said.
Well, my dad's a doctor, so my dad never ever told anyone he was going to do something that might cause death. I mean, he probably warned them that, you know, don't do this because you could die, but he wasn't like giving out paracetamol that's saying they might cause death. And
So-
your adverts do that in America. You know, you guys, every
Both
advert.
your dad and your mom of Ga heritage.
Yeah.
Both Ga.
Yeah, both Ga. But my dad's family has a lot of like Nigeria influences and participation.
Okay.
But my mom was born to her parents, who at the time was the paramount chief of, I can't remember the word to say it now, Sempe. Sempe is like the grounds within Accra and a bit around. He passed away a little while ago, a couple of years back. So yeah, so anyway, so I was born into that kind of mix. But age 7, I was in America. My mum was like, what do you want for your birthday? So I said, I want to go live with grandma. She was like...
At 7 years old, you realized that you didn't want to stay in America. So for your birthday, you asked to go to live with your
my
grandmother,
grandma.
who was where?
In London.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd been to her a few times. And
your mom gave you that wish?
Yeah, she wasn't happy. And at the time, I didn't get it. Like, I felt like she was really mean. But now as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, I was like probably one of the most horrible thing a child could say to his parent, right?
That I want to go
live with someone else.
I want to go live with someone
I didn't
else.
even ask her. I wanted us to leave. I was quite specific about the fact that I wanted to do it.
But you probably were very clear from having moved around a bit that you weren't asking your mom to leave where she wanted to be.
No, yeah, because
but
she
you
loved
were
doing
just
that stuff.
clear
I just
about
wanted to be where I
you
was.
wanted
Yeah.
to be. Okay.
So she let me have that. I flew on KLM with the air hostess. I remember my Nintendo, like a Nintendo kind of Game Boyish toy. I had a couple of teddy bears, and I had a cute little pull bag. And then my aunts and all my family met me at the airport, and it was all love.
And so from 7 until...
Yeah, till whatever. I just stayed with my grandma. My mum kept flying back and forth, and she eventually joined us when I was a teenager.
Okay.
And then, of course, I had a child at 16. I got pregnant.
Okay, so you coming from your family in Ghana, you went to the U.S., you went to the U.K. When young women get pregnant at a young age, most of society says it's over for you.
Yeah.
Not only do they say it's over for you, there's a large judgment.
Exactly.
Right? Whatever happened is your fault because you have to carry the baby. So you went out and got pregnant.
Yeah, I
right?
got pregnant, yeah.
You went out and got pregnant. The guy didn't do nothing.
No.
Yeah,
I was just me. Like,
you got
Mary,
pregnant.
Immaculate Conception.
Right, you didn't get married.
Yeah.
So what was your family's reaction? What was their response to you getting pregnant? And was it something were you ashamed? Did you just or were you just like, it is what it is, let me tell them?
So first of all, there was, for me personally, I mean, I didn't know I was pregnant for the first 23 weeks. So I had
23 weeks.
So like nearly 5 months pregnant.
Really?
Yeah, I had everything as normal. So I didn't actually know I was pregnant. We only found out I was pregnant because I was very sick at school, and then the teachers took me to the hospital. They did a whole bunch of tests, and eventually one genius said, well, how about pregnancy test? And then it turned out I was pregnant.
Wow.
And I was 23 weeks. And I had to, of course, decide, they were told me that abortions couldn't happen after 25 weeks because it's illegal. So I was like, okay. So I just took a week to think about it. I've always been very strategic. I've always known that I need to figure out what I want to do first before I start announcing myself. Right. Mainly because I've got so many brothers who are quite overpowering, overbearing. But also just because it's just always important to me that I'm good before I walk into something. Right. So I was like, I wanted to make sure. I did a lot of stuff like to research and figure things out or whatever, spoke to my teachers, went to the school counselor. And after a week, I was like, yeah, I'm going to have the baby. So I just waited another week. I told my mum after the deadline, after like the 25 weeks had passed, because what's the difference? A week is a week, isn't it?
Right. So that's when your mom found out.
Yeah, so I told her from school, I called her from the school phone to tell her I had something to tell her, because the journey from my house to school was like an hour 15, hour 20. So by the time she'd get to me, she'd already been
too late. When did you tell your grandmother?
Oh, so no, I mean, come on. I told my mom on the phone, the whole world knew.
So you didn't tell your grandmother, you didn't have like a grandmother or aunt or somebody who you could confide in?
No. I mean, my grandma would have been who I confided in.
Okay.
But the thing is, we're Ghanaian. And so the gossip tree is fast. And strong.
Okay. So
it's like a flame.
Okay.
So I called from school, and by the time my mum had arrived, I'm sure everybody knew. In the deepest, darkest villages of any country, they all knew.
They all knew.
She was livid. But of course, we were at school, all these white people around. What are you going to do, Mom? You got to be calm. You got to be easy, Mommy. And like, of course, the school counselor was like, come, let's step into the room. Let's have a conversation about this. Make sure everything's okay and stuff.
Did she feel like you just ruined your future kind of thing?
No. So that's one of the good things. Okay. So the whole thing about telling her in that whole event was very, like, I orchestrated it to make sure that the question of abortion couldn't come up, right? As in an option. But after I told everyone, yeah, everyone had different responses, but in the most part, because of the nature of just the people in my family, how they are, how they've built themselves up, how they understand the world, everyone was actually the opposite. So at one point, my grandma said to me, so what are you going to be when you grow up now? And I was just like, a good mom. She was like, a what? She said, what are you going to do when you grow up? I was like, a big, good adult.
Right.
So I asked this question so many times until one day I actually had a good answer, which was about my job. I was like, I'm going to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to have businesses. I'm going to work in education. And so she said, good, because you don't go around thinking that a mum is a job. Like, that's what you could do that in your sleep.
Say that one more time.
She was like, don't go around thinking being a mum is a job, because you can do that when you're asleep. My grandma.
Your grandmother.
She didn't want me to think that just because I was pregnant and having a child, that was now my occupation. She was like, don't
you
get
can
confused.
Still have a life.
No,
you can
you
still
better.
be great. You better.
Not
you can. You better. So take me from you being pregnant and your son, whose name is?
Tyreek. He's 20 now.
Tyreek, who's 20, who you talk about a lot, who I know you love very dearly. I love him to bits. So how do you get from being in school, pregnant at 16, to being a dean at a university level? Talk me through your educational journey from having the baby. Did you have to like drop out, catch up? Like where? One, tell me about the actual journey.
Okay.
And then just give me, where was your source of encouragement and energy? Where did it come from?
Well, it's just my grandma. It's my grandma.
Okay.
So my grandma was an educator and an entrepreneur.
Okay.
She owns New Hope School. It's in Kolebu.
Okay.
That goes from nursery to senior secondary school. So I always saw her doing that kind of entrepreneurial educator kind of role. So she was my main inspiration. But yeah, so with getting pregnant and being at school, I just went to school like normal. Then in one day they turned around and they were like, oh, you know, she can't come to school anymore. She's pregnant. My grandma was like, she's pregnant, she's not stupid. And then these teachers were naive. They didn't understand my grandmother. So they continued to persist. So I don't know how she did it, but she managed to get the government to fund the teachers that teach me to leave school and come to the house to teach me at the house. So everyone at school lost maths teacher in maths class and stuff, like one lesson a week. And then she got me this amazing tutor, this blind guy. And he was teaching me English lit. And I'm dyslexic, right? So it's just my relationship with words is just awkward and different. And this blind man knew every single word in every single book and was telling me when I was reading it wrong. And in the beginning, we had a very difficult relationship because I would get very annoyed with him because in my eyes were telling me that's what I was seeing. And I know he can't see it. And he was saying he's not seeing it.
A blind tutor for a dyslexic person is an interesting combination.
So between him and her, my grandma and this guy, I can't remember his name right now, Anthony, but I can't remember his name. Like between the two of them, I was like, no, I can never complain about being a mum, being disabled, being this, being that. I can complain about nothing. Like, it's not even going to run.
Right.
I did extremely well in my GCSEs. I got all the top grades in every single thing you could. And in maths, I got even 100% and a special certificate from the examination body. I bossed it. And then I was there, I had a baby, and I continued studying. I did quite a few A-levels. So we have A-levels in the UK, so I did.
So what are A-levels?
So they're the thing before university that you do to get the credits for university.
Okay.
So with high school, secondary school, you get the credits to go to college, or you can stay on like an extra 2 years of a version of college in your secondary school.
Okay.
But because I'd already had a child and I'd left, I was like, I'm not going back there. Like, I've grown out of that thing. So I went to college. And I studied psychology, sociology, critical thinking, maths, business, and media as A-levels. 3 of them as A2s, which is only 1 year, and then 3 of them as full.
Got you.
And I went to film school. But along the way, I would always talk to people. You know, I love talking to people, telling them about what I want to do, and asking them what they think I should do to be able to get myself there.
Right.
I think I'm very good at, I think that's the way I should say, I'm very good at making people aware of my shortcomings and where I need their help, or where I would like their help. I've been,
and that's a place where a lot of people struggle.
Exactly.
That's a place where a lot of people struggle, is to be able to identify your own shortcomings and areas of improvement and where you need help.
Exactly.
To be better.
Yeah.
We're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back to discussing your educational prowess to becoming a dean of a university, and then let's talk about how you got back to Ghana, because so far you left Ghana at an early age, America, London. Let's talk about what made you actively choose to come back to Ghana.
Perfect.
We're going to be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent. Their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkragroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel. You'll get to travel with your family and friends. You'll get to travel with your community. And the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkragroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back. We are here with Tanisha Tego. Let's get back into the interview. So, you're obviously one of those people who are naturally talented educationally, right? Not to take away anything from anybody else, any of your teachers, your parents, your DNA, but there was a natural talent in you that allowed you to be able to have a lot of success, absorb information, absorb knowledge, regurgitate it. So eventually you went to school, you got your degree, and then you went to graduate school.
Actually, no.
Okay.
So first I was a film and television producer. I went to film school.
You went to film school.
I worked on quite a lot of film and TV projects. I was the BET UK producer.
So BET UK producer, okay.
So like a lot of the It's My Thing, you know, BET has those It's My Thing
Wait
segments.
a minute, did you include all of this on your resume when I was interviewing you for producer for this?
No.
So I must have been so in tune and smart that I just knew. Is that what it was?
Yeah, you must have.
Okay.
Because I remember when you asked me, I was like, and I said to you, Diallo, I'm not sure about this, but then I was like, okay, whatever. He doesn't know.
BET UK.
Yeah, BET UK, but also like cinematic films. I've made documentaries like The Story of Lovers Rock. I've worked on massive blockbusters in the UK like Adulthood. There's loads of stuff. Even music videos. For example, everyone loves the Azonto video, right?
Right.
But few people realize it's my video. It's on my channel. When you watch Azonto video, there's a cartoon of me. I produced that.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to go back and check that.
You need to go back and check that. So
that that Azonto YouTube video is on
a
your
channel called Tanisha Tego with the 40-something million views, 30-something million views.
Wow.
Yeah, because there was a point in time where I was moving away from television into the internet space.
Okay.
YouTube had come up, and I hadn't yet, and they didn't have content ID, they didn't have like monetization processes, so it was like super early to the game, and I hadn't figured out exactly what I wanted to do yet. But the partner I was with at the time, he loved dancing, and he had this like these masks in the back of the car all the time. So we already came up with the concept of Afro mask, like, I'd pick songs and they'd dance to it and it would upload on YouTube, see how it went. And it went viral every time, like hundreds of thousands of views every time.
Right.
And we'd actually planned that particular video to be for Sarkodie, the one that became Azonto. And Sark ended up doing another video somewhere else. And a friend of mine, Ricky Davis, told me about this guy she knew called Michael. Michael, of course, became Fuse. And we'd never met or anything, but he was really eager to have that done with the song, because I think at the time it had been shelved. He'd made it a while back, but nothing had really happened.
Right.
And we had a whole choreographed dance routine. We had a whole plan.
Right.
So we were like, yeah, cool. And then he jumped on, went along to the shoot with the guys. He also filmed some bits on his camera as well, sent me some shots. Yeah, and put together the video.
Wow.
And that was Azonto. Went viral overnight. The boy lost his mind. He thought I deleted the video for it. But back in the day when YouTube videos went viral, there were a few signifiers, right?
Right.
One, the video looked like it was gone. To you, if you're like a regular viewer, it looked like it was gone. Or two, it was stuck on like 301 views. I think 301 views is the most popular version where you know you're viral now. And it was like this for a couple of days. So he didn't know what was going on. He thought I was like stalling his video. But really the video was blowing. And then one day, a few days later, we look on, finally it just said 1.5 million views or something like that. And I was like, I told you that was the problem. Because I'd seen things go viral so much.
Right. But it's interesting because even from the US, Azonto was probably, and I'm gonna be bold enough to say this without having as much Afrobeat or Afrobeats history, but Azonto was probably the breakout Afrobeat song that really started and pushed this wave of Afrobeats that's happening now.
Yeah.
Because of the dance.
Well, it was not just Azonto. So the thing is, it was actually Sarkodie, You Go Kill Me. And Sark was doing a lot of media work, traveling, because we even he came to the UK, we put him on Tim Westwood, a lot of stuff, put him on Radio 1. So You Go Kill Me was the song that was supposed to be the Azonto video song.
Okay.
But then at the same time, we had this great other song, Azonto, and he already had the video. So it was kind of like both of them, I think.
But
because You Go Kill Me was also big.
You know, from the American side, it was the dance.
It was the, yes.
It was the Azonto dance that, in that video of the dance that took people, when people started to say, oh, Afrobeats. Well, what's the difference between Afrobeats and Afrobeat? That's when people kind of started to see, oh, well, Afrobeat is like political, Afrobeats is this.
And it's funny you should mention that. My company was called Afrobeats Limited at the time when I produced that. Exactly.
Okay, so you music videos, documentaries, films, you did that.
Yeah.
So how did you go from there to academia?
Yeah, so my grandma just kept saying, and when will you go to school? I was like, but grandma, you watch my shows, you watch my films, like you see me in places.
Grandparents and older people in your family, they don't care about nothing unless you go to school.
Like school. As I went to film school, I have certificates. No. When we were
you were playing games.
Yeah.
You didn't go to school.
So you didn't. So in London, we were in London at the time, and I was in a place called Greenford. I can't remember why I was there, but I remember I was in a place called Greenford, and there was this university there called GSM London, and I was walking past, and I was like, oh, yeah. So I walked in. Oh yeah, I remember because my friend had lived next door. So I walked in, and I just asked them, what's the most difficult degree program you have here? Because the thing with being dyslexic is that it drove me away from formal studies. It really did, from an emotional kind of confidence perspective, because I always thought I'm not going to be able to do it. So at that point, I just decided if I'm going to uni, I'm just going to go hard. Just going to do the hardest course they have in the uni, and that's it. I asked them, they said oil and gas management with business. I said, okay, fine. How do I sign up? I signed up, and that was it. They just started.
And you did well, obviously,
I got
because
first
you're a
class.
dean.
Got a first class in that. So I got a first class because what I used to do is I used to teach my colleagues, because as the dyslexic person, we learn better when we teach something, even if we don't know it.
Okay, okay.
So I would learn, have a class, and then a few of my colleagues would always promise to come and do a study time with me after. We all got firsts together, so that was lovely, like our little study group. But yeah, did that. Then the university hired me because one of the teachers, Maurice, had seen me
Prior
teaching.
to you graduating?
Yeah, like literally like a month before the final dissertation deadline, they were already like, yeah, Tanisha, we want you to come and work with us when you finish, which was lovely. And yeah, so when it became something called a teaching fellow. Now the whole way through, I'd always been teaching, by the way, just so you know, like I'd always had little teaching jobs, the local government, local council, whatever. But this was my first time teaching in higher education in universities, which is very hard to get into. So the teaching fellowship was like the perfect door in, and it was created in this uni by a lady called Christy, who became like my hero / arch nemesis, because we're both very strong personalities, and I'm like the bottom of the food chain and she was the dean. And then we were just always finding each other like, but yeah, I did that for a while. Did an MBA, specialized in educational leadership and management. And then I began my PhD journey, cybersecurity of smart energy grid systems. And in the
you're currently still on your PhD
I'm doing that
journey.
third year now, yeah. So in the whole kind of academic journey that I was continuing, of course, every new thing I studied, every new time I got better, I just got promoted. So I just got in this thing where I was always promoted in January and August, to the point where my teaching fellow colleagues,
middle of the year, top of the year,
exactly,
middle of the year.
and it was just coming at me. And then my teaching fellow colleagues, they weren't really feeling it like I was feeling academia. So after a while, I just thought, let me leave them, because people say, there's not enough black people in academia, there's not enough black deans. But you know what I saw? I saw that people don't really want it. I mean, I wanted the top because my grandma was insistent that I do something that she could recognize. She only recognizes things at the top. So for me, I needed to keep going. So I was like, let me leave them. And that's how the journey to being dean came. Like, I have a rule. I do a job for like 3 to 6 months, and if the 6-month line comes and I'm not like super in love, I just start going for the next job if I haven't already been offered promotion.
Okay.
So there's only so many levels to go through before you get to dean. So literally, it was like teaching fellow, lecturer, module leader, head of the program leader, head of department. Then there'll be some managerial word or something like that, and then this is associate dean, and I'm associate dean. So
I haven't heard you mention or say that you ran into any roadblocks because you're a woman. I haven't heard you mention racism, white supremacy. There are a lot of things that are valid, and I'm not saying that people are complaining and you're not. These are valid things that that prevent us from being great a lot of times. And it's just interesting that a young African woman from Ghana, U.S., London, child at 16, you're still raising your son as you're doing all of these things, of course, with a strong homeschooled your son, of course, with a strong network and support with your grandmother, your mother, and having this in your family. Did you have those instances, being number one, being a black woman, right? And being a black woman, which a lot of times they say is double the challenge. Did you run into any of those things that?
So I think I run into them so often I'm like desensitized. Like I'm always offending someone, putting someone off, making them feel awkward. Like I'm over it. Like, one thing that I'm really glad about from my upbringing with my grandma was like she didn't really accept when my excuse was someone else made me feel away, or someone else, or it was because of someone else. She was always very insistent that I take ownership, and I'm very much the same with my son. Actually, I think I'm the same with everything. It's all about taking ownership. So criticism of me and the realities of who I am, it doesn't really bother me. So if someone's like, oh my gosh, you're black, I really don't get the point that you're making here.
Right.
Or, oh, you can't do that because you're a woman. I literally don't understand the point that you're making here. So I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing, and eventually I think you'll figure yourself out, and at that point we'll just stay friends.
But how do you maneuver in those situations where it's not just somebody pointing out that you're black or you're a woman, but it's somebody putting a blockade or something in place? Is it just a matter of, oh, it's a block, let me figure out how to get around it, through it, or over it, and that's it?
Yeah, I'm super unfazed.
Where and how in your history did being a Ghanaian woman mean something to you? And the reason why I say that is because I know when I first met you, we were in our early conversations, and you kept saying, I'm a Ghan woman, like you kept reminding me. I'm like, I'm from Trenton, and so, and what's that mean? But you said it with such passion that it means something to you.
It does.
So when along your journey did that like really sink in of what being a Ghan woman means?
So I was literally the first granddaughter born after like I think over 10 grandsons. Okay. So when I was born, my dad's mum was first, like my first memory of someone like really overpowering. She was an African traditionalist belief system. So she'd explain to me like all our Ghanaian kind of like mummy water, all of our kind of like bits that are more traditionalist beliefs. Quite a lot. She's really into like meditating. She's into like this whole different world of being a person. And we're from Jamestown, right? So, okay, our house is in Mampobi, but we're from Jamestown. So we got family houses in Jamestown. So growing up, something like Jamestown was very normal for me. And just like my people there, they really like, they hustle hard, like they move hard. And I'll meet people from Jamestown anywhere, you know? So I think being from there, having her first was like the first kind of foot in that I could survive most things because not really much else left when you can already survive on the minimal, right? And that's literally. And then of course going to my mum's world when I was 7 and being with her most often, that gave me the strong Ghan woman mentality because my grandma, she would always warn someone before she fucked them over. Like she'd be like, listen, you're about to annoy me. You're about to
That's a warning.
Just a warning, okay, which I always didn't really understand at the time because I was like, if you're gonna do it, just do it, innit? Like, why would you give someone a warning? But now, as an adult, I really realized that whole kind of, the reason I always go on about being a Ghan woman is because we have a limit and we're extremely expressive. And I think, you know, all the different tribal groups around the world probably have their stereotypes, but yeah, so like my grandma, she was so strict on the UK side, right? And so serious, very rooted in our culture, and of course our husband was the paramount chief. So I was, you know, I had to do all these like chief and know all this chief and queen mother behaviors and how to behave at this point and that point and what to do this here. So I got a lot of our traditional kind of ways of being Ghans. I got that really gifted to me. And I think along the way, it's always been part of every single thing that I do. Like I remember one of my first like proper boyfriends when I actually realized what I'm supposed to be, like, what a boyfriend's supposed to be. He was a Jamaican guy called Jason. We're still good friends now. And I was so into being an African woman. I'd always tell guys if they wanted to date me, like, listen, I'm African woman. I listen to African music in my house. As the African music in my house was just the first thing, just so you're aware. And I made this man fall in love with "Allow Me to Kiss Your Hand." You know that one? He would blast that thing in the car. There's a Jamaican guy in it. So he'd play Bashment, then the next track would be, and all his friends would be like, where are you getting all this African music? But I was so into just the fact that I'm African. Like, I don't know everything about what it means, but I know that if you don't appreciate or like that, then you've got no space with me. And so back to the whole thing about roadblocks, I just feel like there is this a lovely kind of sense of self-assurance and black privilege that combined were gifted to me. So from the position of self-assurance, like I am, like, child or no child, I still have a learning disability. I do have a learning disability. So that kind of self-assurance plus the black privilege has just never really allowed me to let anything not go the way I want. I'm good with the journey.
It's there to be gone through, over or around.
Exactly, and I'm a strategist. So all of those things just offer me opportunities to be more strategic.
So so now you're in Ghana, right? I know that your company Apples and Pears, you have an office in the UK, you have an office in Dubai, UAE, and you've done a lot of work in terms of helping other entrepreneurs. You have a lady entrepreneurship camp.
Club and camp.
You have a lady entrepreneurship club. You have a boot camp for entrepreneurs. You've been in Forbes, CNN, like you know, and so I think it was really important for us to go through the early part of your life to land here, right? Because right now you're in Ghana by choice. You could be in the UK, you could be in the UAE. If you want, you could probably leave tomorrow, right? why are you in Ghana? Like, why now are you coming back here? And is it like, you know what? Well, why was it important, or was it important for you to come back here?
So so my father passed away February last year, and
rest in peace.
So, exactly, he's good. I know he's good because he keeps meddling in some stuff. Like the other day, we need to have a meeting. He's one of the ancestors now, using his powers. But he passed away last February. So I came back around April time to support and sort out funeral things, and that was really emotionally taxing. And then I just ended up staying longer, and I actually left the last associate dean job I was at the time there, around that time. So I just came, and I was just here till like May, and then I went back to the UAE because I needed to sort out bits for my bank account and just things, because now I lived there. I did that for I think a month, and I came back, and then I was invited to speak out again in the UAE. So I flew out for a week, and I came back like in August, and I was like, why am I keeping coming back? Like, I don't even live here. The country I keep flying to for a week is where I'm resident. Like, I'm going back to fix bills and fix things. I'm supposed to go home.
And then coming back to Ghana.
I keep coming back to Ghana. And of course in Ghana I'm homeless. Well, I was homeless at the time because, so I was like, okay, I need to fix this. Of course we got working. I met a lot of really amazing people. And I think what Ghana offered me from August till about December was a lot of therapy that I really needed. I was definitely a daddy's girl, and really strongly rooted in my grandma, my grandfather, and my dad, who all passed away like within a year or two of each other, with my dad being the last, over the last 5 years. And I was just losing reasons to be here, so I was never going to choose to go to Ghana because it felt like every reason I had to go to Ghana was like going every year. But the new relationships I built here, they just did things, they just made me feel so good and so solid. They challenged me, they questioned me, and eventually I just felt like actually Ghana has every single thing I like in a place. Sun, sea, good people, plantain. It just has everything I like. Why would I leave?
Right.
So I just started winding down what I was doing in the UAE, building up a new kind of infrastructure for the company. So it just had a global approach, because of course it started as a UK company. I never had intentions for it to be international. And then I just started working from that position, and that position, once you find your lane, everything just fits.
Right. So and Ghana is the center of the world.
Ghana is the center.
Ghana is the gateway to Africa.
Seriously.
So now is the perfect time for us to play Africa in 60, since Ghana is the gateway.
Yes, it is.
Since Ghana is the gateway to the rest of the African continent, you know Africa in 60. You have 60 seconds to name as many African countries as possible. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Lesotho, Togo, Abidjan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Mali, Morocco, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Rwanda, and Burundi, to be fair. Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Cote d'Ivoire?
No, you said Abidjan. You said Abidjan. I let it slide because, but go ahead. But now you said the country.
But now also thinking about the islands, our little islands. I'll remember them in a second. Okay, where am I? Then we have something central. So DRC. Swaziland, still called Swaziland. There you go.
Take it.
South Africa. I'm good.
We got more time.
Oh, I thought you were saying I thought you were nodding out. Okay. I don't know why I can't think of anything else.
Okay, done. You got about 25. That was good. You got about 25. You got about 25. You was ready to stop. Like, okay, that's not. What you talking about? We got 10 more seconds in. We gonna finish this out. We gonna finish this out. Okay.
But also, I don't want to. I'm glad I only got 25 because I think our winners were so good that if I beat our winners, I'd be.
No. But.
So I'm glad I got a good, respectable number.
You know what? I've thought about. I was like, somebody is going to pull up on me one day and be like, Africa in 60. How many can you name? Like,
actually,
I'm gonna start studying. No, I'm not doing. We ain't doing that. That's what we're not doing. So, okay, so you're in Ghana.
Yes.
Right? You kept coming back here. Ghana has everything that you want in a place to be. Is it important is Africa important? Is Africa important to you? Is Africa important to entrepreneurs in your life, your lessons, your world affairs?
Yeah.
Or is it just another place?
No. Africa, like literally, it's all about Africa. In fact, from the UK, from the position of when they started to Brexit, we knew they were going to need to look to Africa for a lot of their agricultural needs. We knew that Europe was going to come towards Africa more. China's already been trying to come towards Africa. In fact, China's the biggest beneficiary of AFTA, which most people don't even consider. The West, the Americas, whatever, they've always been into Africa. And everyone that's not into Africa, they're just not into Africa because the marketing tells them to stay away. And that marketing is done by their own people, just who are too greedy and don't want everybody joining.
Right.
So Africa is it, right? I don't see my place in me being in Ghana as me being only in Ghana. I do see it as me being in Africa on the continent. I wish that there was a lot more free travel across without having to stop at places like Kenya. I wish we could just go where we want to go, but it's fine for now. I do also wish that the travel expenses weren't so expensive for Africans to go to Africa, but it's okay. We'll do good for now.
Inter-Africa travel, we already know. We talk about this. To go to neighboring countries, tickets are $1,000, $800 for a 2-3 hour flight.
Well, someone was saying to me that I think either it's Ghana and Nigeria or Ghana or Nigeria is like one of the most valuable routes for like BA. So, a lot of these airlines are just making money off of us because we do have money. They just make it look like we're in poverty, but the prices they be charging us.
They make
you can go from New York to, I don't know, LA on $54 or Nevada at least on $54.
Yeah, less than $100, maybe on average $200-300.
And I can't get from here to Togo for that price.
No, here to Togo is about or about the same price, which is an hour away. Definitely here to Senegal, here to Sierra Leone, here to, and you can probably get from here to East Africa for less than you can get from here to other West African countries. We got to find out what's up with ECOWAS. They need to get their act together. They definitely do.
So, that's why I'm here. I'm here because I definitely want to be in the African continent. Of course, I'm really proud to be in Ghana. I'm proud as a Ghanaian, but I love a lot of African places. I love Zimbabwe. I love Mozambique. I love South Africa. Not sure whether Egypt has decided whether or not they're with us, but I'm loving my Egyptians.
Egypt is a part of Africa.
It is a part
it's
of
people
Africa.
on the outside who keep trying to take Egypt from us. You know why? Because they want to say that we didn't create the pyramids. So they want to take Egypt away to continue the narrative that some aliens came down and built the pyramids and Africans are not great. These idiots.
That's why we stay unfazed.
The day I meet a smart racist, I'll shut up. But most racists just aren't smart. You guys are stupid. Like, the things you say and do don't even make any sense. Like,
It's true. But yeah, so Egypt is another one. And I'm really curious about a lot of places. Sierra Leone, Senegal.
Right.
Congo I really want to go to.
Right.
I'm just happy to be here. The continent is where it is. And for entrepreneurs, this is a very good place to be because in one sense, it's fertile ground, but in another sense, it's actually very advanced.
Yes.
And if we just look at how China has managed to benefit so much from the free trade agreements, that alone tells you that there is an advanced level of business that we need to get into in terms of import, export, packaging, in terms of even like pricing strategy.
It's all here.
It's all here. It's all ready. And there's so many, and also, of course, as well, our transaction processes, like our payment processes, like Momo and stuff, give us that exclusivity from Visa and MasterCard that we don't really need them for.
Exactly.
So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. Once the tech people get their act in order and start figuring out how we can do all of those things, the financial transactions, from here to Kenya, and I'm paying in cities, they're receiving it in theirs, we're good.
Have you made the solid commitment to be a part of this future of Africa to the world?
Yeah.
You're here. Like, this is, because even though you might still go back to UAE, you still might go back to UK, but now that you found you coming back, didn't know why you was coming back, and you're here, do you see that I'm probably going to be in Ghana? Like, I'm going to be in Ghana. I'm going to be in Africa.
Yeah. I mean, so with Apples and Pears, our mission is to support 30,000 businesses by 2030.
Okay.
And what we do is we help people to start, build, grow, and sell businesses. So any of those methods is fine. I'm definitely focusing us more. We've got clients across 18 countries, but I'm definitely trying to focus more on the African continent and boosting the number of countries from Africa. I would love to be able to say in 10 years that the majority of our portfolio is African grown or started businesses, but that they are internationally trading, that they're internationally known, a few IPOs, like that's what the goal is for me now. And I want that to happen from the African continent. Because I think with age, I'm just getting a little bit more kind of overprotective of Africa and Africans. You know, I don't want to say patriotic because you can't be patriotic to the continent.
I got you.
But you know,
well, you
like,
can.
You can? 'Cause I don't want to confuse people and make them think Africa's a country. You
No,
know?
no. So the reason why I say you can, because being from the U.S., somebody like me who traced my DNA to find myself, I always say I am a child of all of Africa.
Okay, exactly.
I mean,
feel
which
the
is,
same.
you know, I'm a child of all of Africa. Like, even though I've been able to trace here, and you know that you are Ghanaian, but you can still decide for no other reason other than because you have decided that you are a child of all of Africa,
exactly.
and you're patriotic for all of Africa.
Yeah, and I am.
Right.
And the older I grow, the more I am. I mean, I started off, I studied Black history like ages ago, Robin Walker, and I was really into this whole like Black everything. I met Black Panther members. I did the whole thing, but yeah, just as I've grown, I've just realized actually, I probably will retire in Africa. I mean, look, my son's 20, so I'm an empty nester. So if I'm going to be an empty nester anywhere in the world, why would I not do that in the African continent?
Right.
So that was kind of like the first reason why I was like Africa. Like, it's just all about that. But secondly, because the most potential is here, right? So
youngest continent.
It's the youngest
all
continent.
the natural resources, the best weather,
the best minds,
the best energy, the best vibe, Charlie.
All of it.
Ghana enjoyment capital of the world, Charlie.
And you know, I'm trainee chief enjoyment officer. So until I get my full badge. No, but like for real, like I love soft life in the day, enjoyment in the night. Like Ghana and the African continent gives it all to me safely.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
With respect. Like I feel like I can do anything and achieve anything from the continent. So those are the reasons why, yeah, I'm rooting myself here, and I definitely think entrepreneurs should as well.
So this is our final episode of Diaspora Link.
It is.
Right? We have successfully done all 20, and we saved you. I said to save the best for last.
Thank you.
So why don't you tell everybody on a scale of 10 to 20, with 10 being incredible and 20 being unexplainable, just how good has it been working with me on this show?
So if 10 is incredible and 20 is inexplainable.
Right, if 10 is incredible, like how just...
I mean, in the most part, working with Diallo has been pure perfection, and I'll say that because I like variety, I like a bit of spice, I like comedy, I like joking around, but I also love travel, I love meeting new people, seeing new things, hearing new things, and we do that.
Right.
So actually working with you is probably like more like a 30.
Hey, look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
It is probably more like
say,
a 30.
Say 30 one more time. No, I'm joking. No,
it really is, because the thing with being a producer and producing content is technically it's very technical.
Right.
Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to matter to me who you are, who's behind the camera. Who's,
I want to
matters
shout
is how
out
it
two
works.
people. Kevin Swain, Chris White. These are two gentlemen who showed me what it means to have a technical team and what it means to be an executive producer, right? These are two people who I listened to, experts in their field, who told me, shut up, go do your job as an executive producer. I'm the director, film, I know what I'm doing. I'm the sound guy, I know what I'm doing. You go, get out our way, like you're in our way. Yeah. When I met you, and I asked, who are you? You said, what did you tell me, fairy?
I'm a fairy. I'm a psychic fairy.
You're a psychic
fairy. But I am
fairy.
a psychic fairy,
right.
You know that.
You told me you were a psychic fairy, and I was like, okay, but when I met you and I saw you, it's interesting because I looked and I just said, like, you weren't dressed particularly spectacular, or it was an average day, you know, and I was like, who is this? Like, I felt that you were different, and I felt that we were kindred spirits. And I came up to you and I asked you, who are you? And you said, psychic fairy. And I love that response. And then one of the other things that really attracted me to work with you and find out more about who you are is you said something very clear in the open about, I talk to my shrines all the time or something. And I haven't found a lot of people who openly speak about ancestral veneration, communication, even in a joking somebody who you just met, because it scares a lot of people away. It's spooky. And I'll say that I'm very happy that I've had an opportunity to meet you and work with you here, as well as to learn more about apples and pears. I will say that you have helped me to step my game up professionally in a number of ways, and I absolutely enjoy working with you. And as much as I absolutely enjoy working with you. But I'm sure you enjoy working with me more because I just have to say that.
I was like, what's he gonna, is he gonna cry? Is he gonna say something silly? That's
No,
what
I'm
like.
not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. But no. But no, seriously. So let's end this. We've gone a little longer than all of the other interviews. I mean, I asked you to join me on a journey that we were beginning with GhanaWeb, and this is the end of our first season. What made you say this is the project I want to work on? Or because people come to you all the time, right? You have other opportunities, but you say, you know what? I'm gonna take my time to do this. I believe in this.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the obvious, what? like he's a trick.
Yeah.
So now y'all actually get to see how we are off camera. This is the real Diallo. Well, no, seriously.
Like,
what made you? What made you say this is important?
Well, firstly, from a production perspective, the day that, of course, we were talking about this, we happened to already be around the crew who's now actually our crew.
Right.
And I could feel their competence. It was very obvious that they knew what they were doing. When the concept of the show was shared, it was instantly like, Diallo has to do that. Like, you have to do that. That makes so much sense. It's perfect for you. And I think it's just a combination of like the GhanaWeb team are clearly very competent in everything that they do. You're extremely competent in everything that you do. And I'm competent in everything I do. Sometimes
Perfect formula. Perfect
it's
formula,
a perfect,
right?
so
Everything works together.
It was kind of like, Diallo should have a show. It should be on GhanaWeb.
Right.
And of course, then you remember I went into how it should look. And I obsessed about that for like a month or two.
Right. And
production values and stuff, remember? But once we got there, it was just so obvious this is what the world needed. And the moment we launched and released the first episode, like the feedback, right? Perfect. It's exactly what I could feel when I thought about the combination of things. And that's why it was easy to pick this. There are, of course, other projects where people might have more budget or more this or more that. But getting that energy right, I think after all my different experiences as a producer, that I can tell straight away when something's the right thing to do, whether or not it's high ticket.
And we actually, like, I get a lot of feedback from people who are like, thank you.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of it is just gratitude, like, I need this.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that by the time people get a chance to view this episode, they would have seen all 19. And for me, it was really important that people get to hear your story too.
Thank you.
So not just a producer, but for people to be able to see that it's not just me sitting up here hosting. You know what I'm saying?
There's
Being
a whole
from the
team.
diaspora, but our team is people of the diaspora who believe in this and what we're doing.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you for joining me on this journey.
Thank you.
We want to tell everybody that season 2 is coming. Season 2 is going to be amazing. We will be continuing to bring you Diaspora Link with different looks, feels, and flavors.
Getting out of the studio a little bit.
Getting out of the studio. You know today was special because I wore my, I had to give y'all this for the last one for Tanisha. So thank you, Tanisha.
Thank you, it's been really good.
We're gonna be right back. We're just gonna do like a little flash thing, and then we're gonna bring the whole team up because we want you all to see the team that's worked with us from GhanaWeb. We want to put everybody on camera. It's a little bit different. I wish I had a bottle of champagne to pop just because it's significant that we completed our first season, and we want you to see everybody who's helped to make this happen so you can see their face and we can thank them on camera too. So
You're doing great things around the world.
from all of us here at the Diaspora Link team at GhanaWeb, we wanted you to see that there are real human beings behind the cameras and in the offices working together. This is our whole team. We wanted you to see everybody's face. We want to personally say from Tanisha and I, thank you to everybody here for a successful first season of Diaspora Link. We look forward to season 2. And you know, what do we all say together? Do we like say Madasi? Do we all say hamburger,
I want you to say
cheeseburger?
plantain.
Should we say plantain? Okay, so we're going to say plantain since which absolutely makes no sense, but we'll do it. On the count of 3, we'll all say plantain. Then we'll say Madasi. Is there a GhanaWeb theme song or something we do? Okay. 1, we're going to say plantain, y'all. People need to know that we're really crazy. 1, 2, 3. Plantain. You see how this? Hey, Madasi, everybody. We don't have a proverb for today. However, we will end this show by saying we know what unity and teamwork looks like. And this is what it is. So we hope that you've enjoyed this first season of GhanaWeb, all 20 episodes. Please go back, replay, rewatch, share your favorite moments, and we will see you on season 2. Peace, everybody. Boza!
Welcome to Sports Check with me, Perez Ezwakwa. Today, I speak to a man who I said need no introduction because he has been in this business for decades. He has also ventured into sports administration, where he is the lead face for basketball in the country, as well as the manager of the greatest African boxer ever. Yao Sechi Afari is my guest on Sports Check today. And after this break, we talk basketball, his life, and that of the legendary Azumah Nelson. Welcome back from the break, Yao Sechi Afari, the CEO of Right Sports, the manager of Azumah Nelson, the face of basketball in the country. You have a lot of titles.
And sometimes I wonder how I'm able to share my time. But Perez, thank you so much for this opportunity. And it's good to see you.
Sure.
Yeah.
But someone would ask, why basketball in a country where football or boxing is the first or the second love? Why basketball for you? Why did you make that decision to go into basketball?
And the question I ask people, why not basketball? At the end of the day, there are several sports being promoted in this country. And the last time I checked, over 40 of them with the National Sports Authority. And beyond the federation, private people need to be interested to support the activities of this federation. So my journey or my partnership with basketball started back in 2003.
Wow.
So we're talking 19 years ago. We're talking in 2022, so 19 years ago. And it started as me fulfilling my responsibility as head of events and promotions with Choice FM.
I mean, it's a great journey from where you took it to when. But how difficult has it been for, of course, Coca-Cola have been faithful partners and they keep supporting you, but you know, in our part of the world, people want to see a lot of numbers. They want to see maybe basketball stars in the NBA before they commit some resources to it. So how difficult or easy has it been in your 90-year journey?
It's been difficult. And I always say big ups to Coca-Cola for the support. However, the longest we've gone was back in 2010 where we engaged 8 regions. Yeah. Then it was 10 regions. Why? Because it's all about budget limitation. If Coca-Cola gives you 100 Ghana cedis and it's able to do, let's say, 3 regions, but there are 7 other regions yearning to be part of it. So yes, they are doing their best, but if you had extra resources, you'll be able to do more than you're doing.
Sure.
And so it's been difficult. At this point, I won't say it's as difficult as back then.
Sure.
It's better because basketball popularity is soared. It's been discussed on radio, television, it's everywhere. But we still need enough corporate bodies in that space.
But then, so what would you say for football, for instance? I once said an executive council member saying, if they got, say, $5 million, they will be able to put the league where they think it's supposed to be. Based on your knowledge of the basketball field, how much investment do we think we need if we really, really want to develop the sport?
Hey, this question, I haven't put numbers to it, I have to confess. But we need some investment. So I give you an example. We do not have a national indoor arena as I speak with you. The last match check, Cape Coast had something, but it's not standard for an NBA team to want to come and play here, an European team want to come here on their training tour. So you need investment in that area. You need to build, at least get one in Kumasi, get one in Accra, get one in Takoradi. If you have 4 indoor arenas, minimum seating capacity about 2,500, 3,000, it will completely change the face of basketball in Ghana. I kid you not. We're going to have a lot of teams travel to Ghana. We can hold international competitions here. And only God knows how many kids would, through basketball, access higher education, get employed, and change their life situation and become an inspiration.
I mean, despite all these challenges, you have done really for yourself. And I've followed the basketball for a while, so I know how difficult it's been, I mean, pulling resources together to state some of things, but nonetheless, we've been able to make an impact where we've had stars from this. What are some of the known faces from the Sprite Ball Challenge or from your marriage with basketball that Ghanaians should know?
Known faces that we've invited to Ghana?
No, who you have produced basically?
Oh, so this is the interesting part. We describe ourselves as, and I'm talking about Right Sports, as enablers.
Sure.
We create the platform that would create other industries or other players out of it. So I'll give you an example. We are promoters. We organize events, get everybody excited, get the media talking about it, get parents coming, get fans excited. But we are not agents. Sure. We don't manage people. So we have agents or basketball people who come and sit and identify the players and say, okay, yeah, I want to work with this boy. I think it's good. I have a connection with this school abroad. And so we don't take credit for everything, but we are the people who bring everybody together. We showcase them and say, what can you do? So out of the work, you now have like Clock. Clock used to play for KSTS, play for Tech. Now Clock is doing basketball attires. He's got a brand company, and we didn't create it, but he takes inspiration from it. Because why? He's seen the need to position himself as a guy who can provide jerseys. Because Yelsichi and his team, we don't produce jerseys. Yeah. So out of the programs, businesses are being formed. Do you understand my point? Yeah. A lot of kids from Sprite Ball are playing in colleges, some are in high school, and all over the place, which can put a list of them there. What we haven't had is, okay, who is playing in the NBA, like the notable leagues. Yeah. Ben Bentel is not a product of Sprite Ball, but Ben Bentel, it's a product of the basketball ecosystem in Ghana. Sure. And so sometimes you can point to Ben Bentel and say, okay, but at least he didn't survive in the NBA, but at least on the Knights drafted 51st by Boston Celtics, you know, that is a product of Ghana.
Do you think that in the near future we're going to see, you know, Ghanaian basketball stars in the NBA? I mean, based on the investment you're making, based on the fact that now there seems to be some interest in the sport as well, or do you think maybe the height factor?
Are we going to see Ghanaians in the NBA and professional leagues around the world? I say a big yes to it. Once we can stay consistent and begin to monitor the progress of these young kids who have had the opportunity to travel abroad to pursue higher basketball and education. So yes, it's an emphatic yes if we're going to see some kids in the NBA.
Do you have some names?
Yes, currently there's a guy called Agbeko, there's a Max Olokwampa, there's this kid also called Senna. A lot of them, I don't keep track of them because, like I said, that's not my space. We don't own these players.
My last question, though, what's the future of Sprite Ball?
As long as Coca-Cola is committed to this process and they have not indicated anything other than they excited about this opportunity or this platform to see kids grow in the area of basketball and music, we'll continue to be here to do it. And of course, we're open to other businesses that want to come into the space and to help, nurture basketball talents in Ghana. So yes, Sprite Ball has been coming a long way. It's since 2007, and we're still here growing strong. Congratulations. I mean, you've won some awards as well. You've been featured in the Emmys. So. Yes. So I remember 2010, we're recognized by SWAG Awards. We're given a Meritorious Awards for the development of basketball. And in New York, there's an award called 3G. And we were there also to receive in 2014, Happy FM organized the Ghana Fan Sports Awards. We also recognized. And in 2017, I think you can see in the background, the big one, the Man of the Year Sports at the Emmy West Africa at Kempinski. It was fantastic. I didn't think I deserved it. I didn't think so because I looked at the category and you had Kwesi Nyantichi, you have Tony Bafu, and I'm like, okay, football people, there we go again. So when my name was mentioned, it took me a second to say, no, hang on, are they just mentioning my name or they're saying I'm the winner? And so you should see that I was running to the front to receive the award, and I dedicated to the basketball people of Ghana.
I mean, congratulations. I mean, it's a good recognition. You've sacrificed a lot for a sport that does not get a lot of funding. You've done so well for it. So, yeah, said she has been talking his basketball. We come back from the break and we're going to talk Azumah Nelson. He's also a teacher to one of the most recognized, one of the world-known sports personalities. So we'll be speaking to him about that as well. This is Sports Check. And Perez as well. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back from the break, and this is Sports Check with me, Perez as well. We've been speaking to Yaset here earlier, and we talk about basketball, the Sprite Ball Challenge, the good works he's been doing to develop the sport. Now we zoom into another aspect of his life, which is his engagement with the legendary Azumah Nelson. Yeah. So how did you and Azumah Nelson meet? How did it come about? I mean, you have some great relationship.
Yes. Great memories. So every Ghanaian knows Azumah Nelson. Yeah. So just like yourself, I knew Azumah from a distance. But my relationship with him started way back in 2010. Okay. So I'll take you back a bit. When I was working my time at Choice FM, sometime in 2005, I was in the office one Monday morning when I got a call from the receptionist that a white man is looking for me. I said, a white man, did he mention my name? He said, yes, he mentioned your name. I said, really? Okay, I'm not expecting any white man, but well, you let him come. So he walks in, I offered him a seat, and I asked how I can help. And he goes, the Holy Spirit asked me to come and see you. So I have to pull my seat and sit properly. Holy Spirit, wow. So, and what did the Holy Spirit say? So I was listening to you on Saturday, and I was moved to come and talk to you about how you can help me with my youth ministry that I want to set up in Ghana. And I said, okay, what's my role? What do you want me to do? And he said, oh, just to talk about it on radio and then to MC the events as and when we organize that. I said, is that all you need from me? So yes, it's okay. Anything for God, I mean. So we did a few events. He is from the UK. It's called Reverend Martin Ree. So we did a few events. He went back to the UK, but he stayed in touch. So sometime in 2006 or 7 or so, 2010, sometime in March, I got a call from Reverend Martin Ree and said, hey, yo, so Reverend, how are you? So, okay, I need you to assist a friend of mine. And I said, okay, who? He said, Azumah Nelson. I said, which of the Azumah Nelsons? Oh, the boxer. Remember he was at my wedding? I said, yes. So he's doing something, and I told him that you can be of help. So I need your permission to send your number to him. I said, no, give me his number, let me call him. I mean, this is Azumah we're talking about. But guess what? Even before he would call me, He's giving my number to Azuma, but wanted to just, you know, be formal about it. So he tossed me Azuma's number. I used to live at Achimota, not too far from Kwame Shobi's boutique, the current Malcolm, which is less than 5 minutes from Azuma's house. So I called Azuma. And so the moment he picked up, he said, Openi. I said, no, I'm a young man. And he said, oh, I got your number from Martin, Reverend Martin. He said, yeah, he talked about you. Said, are you home? He said, yes. I said, okay, I'm coming over. And he said, do you know my house? I said, I'm 5 minutes from your house. I said, really? So I went by, and back then he was working on, with his team, they were working on a book called 12 Rounds of Boxing and Life.
Okay.
It's a supplementary book approved by the GS for junior high schools and high school students. He relates life in the boxing to life outside the ring. You know, how you need to be focused, God-fearing, yada, yada, yada. So he said, okay, yeah, they're trying to launch a book and they need, you know, people on board. No problem. So I showed up at the meeting a few times. I had a few concerns about how this whole thing was being put together. So I had a private conversation with him. And I said to him, I've looked at the products that you want us to launch. I have a few issues with the product. And knowing the person you are, your name cannot be associated with this. So I made my case. He heard me and he said, okay, can you say it at our next meeting? I said, why not? So at the next meeting, these are big boys. So I had to listen. So towards the tail end of the meeting, then I raised it. I had taken the book, I had circled all the mistakes, and I told the committee that I've looked at the book carefully. I don't think we should launch this book because this is Azuma. I said, why? I said, because I've seen a few mistakes. They've printed 5,000 or 10,000 copies from Australia. I said, we have to throw it away. So Azuma was just quiet, watching the reaction of the people. And I've taken my time and circled the problems. So nobody could argue. So then Samuel Kaite of blessed memory, who was then the manager of Azuma Nelson, asked me, so what are you suggesting? I said, we're going to throw the books away and reprint them.
About 5,000 copies?
About, I think 5,000 or 10,000 copies printed from Australia. So I said, can I have a soft copy of the book? Then Azuma instructed the secretaries to send it to me. Then I gave the soft copy. When I received it, I forwarded it to some other people for them to work on it, improve, add some stuff. And then we reprinted it, not in Australia, but we reprinted in Ghana. And so then Azuma noticed that, okay, this is a young man, a lot of energy, he's here to help, especially from the person who recommended me. And that's how my relationship started with him. So then we started writing about him, streamlining his foundation, Azuma Nelson Foundation. Azuma is a philanthropist, we all know that. Azuma, people love Azuma for many reasons. Beyond his humility, he gives. He's a very generous man. When Azuma was fighting, people were praying for him for different reasons. There were people who saw their school fees in his pocket. There were people who saw their rent issues in his pocket. So they would go on their knees and pray for him, beyond just bringing in national honor. Because anytime Azuma finished fighting and he came back to Ghana, he sat in a seat like this and listened to people tell their problems and gives them money. The people queued in his house. And these are things that people have said it over and over again. We go places and Kwame Sefakan is talking to me about how he helped him before. Azigiza Jr. is talking about how he gave him money to set up a studio. Everybody talks about his generosity. So I noticed back then that, look, there are people also who take advantage of such stuff. Yeah. So we needed to streamline the foundation activities. So anytime people came with problems, you have to refer to me.
But I'm sure there have been a few down moments, maybe not from Azuma himself, but maybe there are certain instances or situations where you were not happy, or you were sad, or you were perhaps angry.
With him?
Not necessarily, but because of your association with him.
Oh, okay. So there have been moments where, because I know so much and how people have abused their relationship with him over the period, and yet Azuma will be laughing with these people. Sometimes I don't get it. Perhaps you understand, like, because of what I know, I'm like, what kind of man is this? Yes, I know the Bible tells you to forgive. But you know, some people would do you something. You're wondering, why are you still talking to him and being nice and still supporting? And as I said, the man is like, he's just too good. So sometimes I get frustrated over something that I'm not even supposed to be frustrated. And sometimes also when people, I'm not going to mention a name. So one time, Azuma and I had a meeting with a certain guy. Young guy, made money. You said we should come see because Azuma built a 6-classroom block at Enuma Papem. And we wanted to have a computer lab. And this guy sold laptops and things. And he said, oh yeah, come with the old man. I really like what he's doing, blah, 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 blah. Press. If you have a meeting with Azuma and you say 1:30 he's there. I am always the late guy. I think I'm on time, but Azuma is like in time. So you said 2 o'clock. You said 2 o'clock. We got there at 1:45. Sat at the reception. There are cameras all over the place, so you can see that we are there. Yeah. I told the receptionist that Azuma is here to see this guy. Paris, we are there. It's 2:20. It's 2:30. It's 2:40. It's 3. 1 hour. Somebody came. Some government guy, politician came. Within 2 minutes, enter. So I went to the receptionist and I said, tell him it's very disrespectful. Yeah. If he doesn't have time to see us, he should say. In the next 5 minutes, if he's not ready to see us, it's fine. We have to go. I said, look, tell him that if I came alone, boy, I will have a problem.
Sure.
But to have the old man seated here for 1 hour without attending to us is very disrespectful. So tell him. So I'm sure he had seen my interaction. I don't know how the secretary told him, but within 5 minutes, the secretary came and said, he said we should meet in the boardroom. Mm-hmm. And when he walked in, I said to him, I said, bro, in front of Azuma, I said, bro, that's wrong. I mean, I know you're a big man, you want to help, but Charlie, you don't do that. Yeah. If I came alone, and I repeated, I said, bro, if I came alone, it's different. But to have the man sit here and 1 hour, so yeah, Charlie, you know how the pressure there. I said, no, chill. So if I have the slightest hint that you want to despise, try and misbehave small, I take it very personal because I have seen how people revere this man. I have seen in New York how immigration officers will abandon their post and run after Zuma for autograph. Wow. I have seen how boxers will be gathered in a room and they'll be calling my phone to say, where is Azuma? Because without Azuma, this program is not starting. I have seen in Azerbaijan where the WBC will say, Azuma and Costa Zoo, you are the only two to meet the president and go on television. I have seen the respect. So when we are here and somebody, small boy B1 misbehave, I take it very personal, but he is calm about it.
What about the higher moments, your favorite moments with Azuma?
I think my favorite moment, Charlie, favorite moment with Azuma, okay, I don't say this in any, he's a very funny guy.
Really?
Okay, see, Azuma is funny. He's a very quiet, but when he's comfortable, my goodness. And he can tease. So, like...
He doesn't look like it.
Exactly. So that's the interesting part. Like if it's here, he can drop some comments. You're like, did he just say that? That's Azuma. So there's no dull moments with him. Okay. But I think my highest moments will be in 2004. 2014 in Las Vegas, December 15 to be precise, when he was crowned WBC's greatest super featherweight boxer of all time. And it was very refreshing. I was with him, I carried the belt, and the accolades, the things the boxers were saying about him. I picked a camera and I was doing an interview, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, all of them. And he would say to Mike Tyson, "Hey, Mike, that's my son." And Mike will say, "Oh," so you can imagine everybody, and these are legends. I see them from afar, but now I am standing next to them. And Azumah is holding my hand and say, "Hey, Mike, that's my son. Talk to him." And when the WBC and all these people want to talk to him about the business, he will say, "Talk to my son." I don't know what else, I don't know what greatest moments that is. So I've had several moments with him, but I think the 2014 December 15th in Las Vegas may stand out as one of my moments with him, where I stood there and witnessed him being crowned as the greatest WBC, greatest super featherweight boxer of all time.
How does he take all of this? I mean, the fame,
he is super calm.
Respect.
He is super calm. I think fame has never gotten into his head. I don't know how he's able to do it, but he will tell you that if you fear God, you will know that the fame and the money and everything came from above. And so there's a certain source. So if you treat people sharply, you condescend, you disrespect people, God will take that fame from you. So he's very mindful, he's very God-fearing, and when I say God-fearing, proper respect.
Any idea how he got the name Professor?
Oh, it was after this fight against Jeff Fennick in 1992, where there was a very controversial fight. The first one, I think that was in 91 in Las Vegas. Azumah tells me he wasn't feeling too well. He was down with malaria. And Jeff Fennick from Australia is a very aggressive fighter. He used to be a kickboxer. So he's very dirty. Elbow, and Azumah wasn't completely fit, but he couldn't check out of the fight. So they went ahead and they traveled the distance. They went to the 12th round and the guy did well. So Jeff Fennick expected to be declared the winner, and it was declared a draw. And he was livid. He was shouting, screaming, accusing everybody, robbery, yada, yada, yada. And Azumah said, "Okay, no problem. You know why? I was not well. You couldn't knock me out. Choose a venue. Tell me where." And in his own words, he said, "Your father can be the judge, your mother can be the referee, your kids can be the fans. It can happen in your bedroom. I'll still knock you out." Because I was sick, he couldn't do anything about it. So it was after the fight, and then he said, "Oh, this was like a father and son relationship." and then the commentator said, "Oh, it's like a professor." I said, "Oh yeah." So the name actually came from the commentator. So that's a boxing professor who can beat somebody, because he said, "I will beat him and teach him his mistakes."
For someone who is quite unassuming, Azumah did the trash talking quite well. Sometimes I watch some of the things he said prior to, I'm like, how can this man be saying this? He's looking like, but he's a great boxer.
He is.
I don't know, but I don't think we'll ever get someone in Ghana here who will fight like him.
Are we ever going to have another Azumah Nelson? Of course, we can have, if the person is ready to pay the price for it. And obviously, the person's name will not be Azumah Nelson, but it could be a Perez, it could be a Yao, it could be a Kojo. But the price will be: will the person stay humble? Will the person be ready to listen? Will the person be God-fearing? Will the person not condescend, despise, and disrespect people? Will the person be serious about his training regime? And everything that goes into building an outstanding boxer. If we have somebody ready to pay that price, then we can have not just a champion that will be a flash in the pan, but a champion who will stay a champion for a very long time.
Some feel that he's our greatest sports personality ever.
Definitely. And of course, Azumah's name transcends just boxing. Azumah's name, you can put philanthropy there. You can put somebody who is a motivator, because in recent times he's not boxing, but he's inspiring and motivating a lot of people. So there are corporate events where Azumah will go and talk to workers on how to persevere for excellence.
I mean, thank you very much, Yasir Chiafare, for hosting us.
Welcome.
In your office. This is Sports Check, and Yasir Chiafare, the CEO of Right Sports and the manager of Azumah Nelson, has been my guest. We've been speaking basketball as well as the career of Azumah Nelson and what he thinks the legendary boxer's legacy will be. Until we come your way with another edition of the show, I am Perez as well. Yapon.
I'll see you, Yapon.